Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 263. Eriker suddenly attacked, and the surrounding black gold flames burst forth as he sent a palm strike towards Tang Si. It was still the black gold silk palm. Eriker might not be able to withstand an explorer's attack, but he did not believe that a Lemiter native would be able to withstand his attack. Tang Si's gaze turned cold. The spear in his hand let out a metallic sound as it pierced through the dark golden palm and into Eriker's abdomen. Blood dripped from the tip of the spear and dripped onto the ground. Eriker's face paled. How was this possible? This native was actually so powerful that he could pierce through Lu Yin's black gold silk palm with a single spear strike. This native was definitely comparable to a student leader of the Astral Combat Academy, but he was still just a native. At this moment, Lu Yin recalled the warning that the seniors from the Blaze Realm had given him. He had warned Lu Yin not to underestimate the Xinwu continent, as it was able to resist the entire dark mist weave by itself. Even an almighty powerhouse from the Innerverse had not been able to take down the entire dark mist weave. Eriker spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly squatted down. His abdomen had been pierced and intense pain swept through his nerves. He soon fainted. Elsewhere, the Reverend King Ming Zhaoshu walked over and looked coldly at Eriker. Wake him up. Bring him to my study when he wakes up. Yes, Your Highness, Tang Si respectfully replied. The moment Lu Yin entered Xinwu continent, a battle that shook the entire frost wave weave occurred in the Great Yu Empire. A mysterious expert had attacked Undying Yushan, and the battle had destroyed more than half of the imperial capital. Xinyu Star's weather had changed drastically, and a small portion of its 3 rings had collapsed. After the battle, Undying Yushan had been heavily injured, and Huaqingshan had suffered light injuries. Many of the captains of the 13 imperial squadrons had also been injured, but fortunately no one had died. Not long after the battle, Undying Yushan announced that he was going into seclusion to recuperate. He summoned Doran Yushan, Wendy Yushan, and all of the Yushan family's descendants back. Everyone in the Great Yu Empire was in a state of panic. Many people were saying that Undying Yushan did not have long to live and that he was about to pass on his throne. Lu Yin was naturally among those who had been summoned back, but he had already entered Xinwu continent, so he could not see any information. In Astral 10, Silver muttered to himself, he still can't find the bottom. Old fox, this only proves that you're one of the 7. You won't be able to escape. The cosmic sea was formed in a similar way to the galaxy. It was filled with violent liquid energy, and its area was much larger than the galaxy. Many people had speculated that the origin of the galaxy was the cosmic sea. In a corner of the raging universe ocean, a man with a weathered face was walking on a battleship. Outside the battleship was raging energy seawater, which roared from time to time. There were also unknown behemoths swimming by, emitting terrifying auras. If Lu Yin were here, he would definitely recognize this person as Uncle Reuben. Undying Yushan might really have died in the battle with the Great Yu Empire. The assailant has yet to be identified, Reuben said in a low voice. Is there a need to investigate? It's definitely the Neo-Human Alliance. They're the only ones who wouldn't have given up on the 7 courts. A cold voice rang out from within the ship. It was a woman's voice and her pitch was very high. Could it be the Day-Night clan? Reuben asked. That's impossible. Little Yin's matter isn't enough for the Day-Night clan to mobilize a hunter. Furthermore, they're focused on expanding into the Outerverse, so they won't easily start a war. The Ross Empire's attack on the Great Yu Empire shouldn't have been caused by the Day-Night clan either. Their scope isn't that small. Right, where's Little Yin? He went to the Xinwu continent. It looks like he hasn't forgotten his original mission. We can't give up on the Great Yu Empire. If he really is one of the 7, then the implications will be too great. Once we find out who he is, we can use this information to return to the old haunt. Reuben's eyes lit up. Understood, Captain. On the Xinwu continent, there were many people coming and going on the wide roads. Above them, the 5 ceiling planets were faintly discernible. Aside from that, a giant sun emitted light that brought life and heat to the land. The chirping of cicadas made people feel drowsy. Lu Yin lay down on a large tree and looked at his palm helplessly. The Xinwu continent had its own ecosystem. Here, the power of star energy would slowly weaken, which meant that Lu Yin's strength would slowly decrease. Martial power could completely suppress star energy, and Lu Yin could tell from his exchange with that explorer that the suppression was quite severe. If not for his 5-line battle force, then he would have ended up in the same state as Eriker. It was more practical to obtain more martial crystals as soon as possible. He didn't know how Eriker was doing, but he had been captured. If he was interrogated, he would definitely be able to obtain information about Lu Yin. As he thought about it, Lu Yin used his star energy to change his appearance and no longer used his name. From now on, he would be known as Lu Qi on the Shenwu continent. Squeak squeak. In the distance, a convoy slowly approached. There were quite a few people, and aside from a few servants, most of them were soldiers. They stood guard on both sides of the road with cautious expressions. Astral beasts that resembled cows pulled the carriages. They looked docile and had large bodies, so they were probably quite strong. Each beast was pulling a large pile of items covered in white cloth towards the west. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he retracted his aura before following them from the side of the forest. Half a day later, when the sun set, the convoy stopped moving. We'll reach Cheong Island's Taicang City in another half a day. Rest for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, and we'll set off after that, someone ordered. Everyone in the convoy stopped to rest. The soldiers automatically dispersed and remained vigilant of their surroundings. Lu Yin took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to him and used flash to hide in one of the carriages. Every carriage was covered in white cloth and he hid within it. Aside from the astral beasts pulling the carriages, no one else could sense him. A few servants were a few steps away from Lu Yin, and they were all eating their rations tiredly. This work isn't for humans. Not only do they have no money, but they also have to bring their own food and drinks. That bastard city lord should just die, one of the servants said angrily. Another person beside him sighed, there's nothing we can do about it. It's our fault for having such a city lord. Sometimes, I really wish that someone would steal these tributes and let that skinning city lord suffer. His Majesty's birthday is approaching and these are all tributes. Who would dare steal them? Besides, we've already reached Cheong Island, and after that we'll reach Ming Island. That's the central continent of the empire, and there are many experts there. No one would dare to touch these tributes. Yeah, right, I heard that the Ming constables made a move a while ago. It seems like there are more and more outsiders coming here. This world is too chaotic. I'm just hoping to return home after delivering these tributes. Lu Yin leaned against a chest, his eyes shining brightly. Tributes? His luck was pretty good and there should be martial crystals. Even if there weren't, there should be some good stuff that could be exchanged for them. Not bad, not bad. It's been a long time since I've robbed people, so it's time for me to do it. Alright, let's set off. We'll try to reach Taicang City before the curfew, the leader shouted, and all the servants stood up. Suddenly, Lu Yin attacked and slammed his palm into the back of the leader's neck. Although this person was also a Lemeter, he was far weaker than Lu Yin and was knocked unconscious in a single blow. Everyone was shocked and they all attacked Lu Yin. Lu Yin was disdainful, but in less than 10 seconds, all the soldiers who were escorting the convoy were knocked unconscious and collapsed to the ground. The servants around them fled in fear. Lu Yin walked over to the first car, lifted the white cloth and opened the box. It was filled with all sorts of shiny metal products that were probably similar to the gold, silver, and jewels on Earth that were of no use to him. The second car was filled with antique calligraphy and paintings, and the third car was filled with martial crystals. Lu Yin was delighted. This was exactly what he wanted. There were more than 10 carriages and all of them were filled with martial crystals. Martial crystals were the most suitable tributes. More than 10 chests of martial crystals were equivalent to about 200 star crystals. But Lu Yin was disappointed. It seemed like a lot, but in reality, it wasn't even enough to fill a sentinel's head. Forget it, he'll take it slow. This was just the city's tributes, and the Shenwu continent's martial crystals production was extremely low. Martial crystals weren't a currency, but rather a military item. Lu Yin stored more than 200 cubes of martial crystals into his cosmic ring and left the rest behind. He did not have the time to trade for them, and he would rather rob them if he had the time. However, he still had to be picky. He could rob people with bad reputations, but he could forget about those with good reputations. He needed at least 10,000 star crystals to absorb them, and he had to at least be able to fight for a while. Otherwise, he would have to absorb them slowly after he ran out of martial power. News that the tributes had been robbed quickly spread, and Cheong Island's army immediately sealed off the main road. They interrogated the soldiers who had been robbed, hoping to find some clues. However, Lu Yin's actions were too fast and the sky was dark. They couldn't see clearly, so they could only search blindly. Lu Yin didn't dare enter the city, as Wuxia's memories contained information about heavenly globes. Every city had one, and the moment he entered, the globes would sense his presence and sense his star energy. He wouldn't be able to hide even if he wanted to. He didn't want to be hunted down by the Ming constables, as they had martial emperors who were explorers. It would be troublesome if he was targeted, as those people's understanding of the universe was no less than his own. The sky was completely dark, and Eriker was brought into the study of the Reverend King's manor. His face was pale without a trace of blood, and his abdomen was bandaged. His injuries weren't light. Reverend King Ming Zhaoshu looked at him. Name, identity, and purpose. Eriker panted heavily, but he didn't dare to hide anything. He quickly revealed his identity. Ming Zhaoshu was astonished. So you're from the Blaze Realm. It's been a long time. The last time the Blaze Realm sent someone here was 100 years ago. Eriker wasn't surprised, as he had already heard that the Blaze Realm had sent someone to Shinwu Continent 100 years ago, but that person had never returned. Who's the other person? Ming Zhaoshu asked with a solemn expression. This was what he was most concerned about. There were very few people who could take a palm strike from him without being a martial emperor. That person was clearly a martial king, but he hadn't been injured at all, which meant that he was very strong. Furthermore, that person had done something unforgivable, which was to peek at his daughter bathing and emerge from a wooden tub. This matter had already spread, and the Reverend King's household had lost all face. Eriker didn't mind betraying Lu Yin, and he told Ming Zhaoshu everything he knew about Lu Yin in great detail. He even told Ming Zhaoshu how Lu Yin had fought during the Astral combat tournament. Ming Zhaoshu was shocked. He's actually able to control 5-line battle force as a martial king? That's not simple at all. No wonder he could take a palm strike from me. What's his nature like? Eriker slandered him. He's full of evil. Ming Zhaoshu's eyes turned cold, and an enormous pressure descended, crushing the table and chairs. Eriker was pressed to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood as he looked at Ming Zhaoshu in fear. I don't like being lied to. Tell me the truth. Ming Zhaoshu's tone was cold and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 264. Eriker hurriedly said, I'm sorry I don't know him, but I've heard some things about him. He has a grudge against the Blaze Realm, and he even extorted our disciples. That's why I said that. Blackmail? Ming Zhaoshu's eyes flashed. Eriker nodded and told Ming Zhaoshu what he had heard about Lu Yin's kidnapping of Craner and the other students. Ming Zhaoshu muttered, Got it? Take him away. Don't let him die. Not long after Eriker was taken away, Tang Si entered the study. Your Highness, news of the princess has already spread. There's no way to hide it, Tang Si said in a low voice. Ming Zhaoshu was infuriated. You've gone too far. Ming Hao has planted such audacious spies in my manor. He must have ordered them to do so behind the scenes. They want to ruin Yen Er's reputation. Tang Si's gaze turned cold. The most important thing right now is to capture that outsider called Lu Yin and use his death to prove the princess' innocence. Ming Zhaoshu's eyes flickered as he fell into deep thought. Tang Si did not say anything. Leave for now and continue looking for that Lu Yin. But remember, you're not allowed to take his life, Ming Zhaoshu ordered. Tang Si immediately acknowledged and retreated. Ming Zhaoshu pondered for a moment, then walked out of the study and arrived outside Ming Yan's room. Yen, may I come in? Imperial Father, please come in, Ming Yan said softly. Ming Zhaoshu opened the door and saw his daughter staring blankly at the mirror with a bitter look in her eyes. The Shinwu continent valued a woman's chastity greatly. If a woman's body was seen naked, the consequences would be severe, and it would be very difficult for her to marry someone else. This was the custom of the Shinwu continent. Thinking of this, Ming Zhaoshu was furious. That outsider had fallen into Yen Er's bathtub, and Ming Hao's people had spread the news. Not only had his Wang mansion lost face, but it would also ruin Yen Er's life. Yen, are you all right? Ming Zhaoshu walked behind his daughter and asked tenderly. Ming Yen shook her head sadly. Father, what happened to that person? He got away. But don't worry, Yen Er. Father will definitely catch him and make him pay the price. Raged Ming Zhaoshu. Ming Yen was silent. No one knew what she was thinking. Ming Zhaoshu looked at his daughter's pale face and sighed. Yen, do you still remember what that person looked like? Ming Yan's body shook as she shook her head. Ming Zhaoshu was puzzled. Father remembers that you have a photographic memory since you were young. You are also very good at calligraphy, painting, and the zither. How can you not remember what he looks like? Ming Yan blinked and pursed her lips. I don't remember. It was too chaotic back then. Ming Zhaoshu looked at his daughter for a while and nodded. All right, it's fine if you don't remember. Rest well and don't think too much about it. Your daughter understands, Ming Yan replied. As she watched Ming Xiaoshu leave, she recalled the scene of Lu Yin standing in the bathtub and staring blankly at her, and the scene of him wrapping her in her clothes. It was so embarrassing, but he was so interesting and stupid. Ming Yen couldn't help but smile when she thought about it, but then she restrained herself. What's wrong with me? She touched her lips with her fingers. He had touched her here. She had been born in the Reverend King's household since she was a child, and she had rarely seen other people. The infighting between the members of the imperial family had left her with no friends, and her only family member was her father. She did not understand much about the outside world, and she could only rely on music, chess, calligraphy, and painting to keep her company. Lu Yin was the first man who had come into close contact with her, and he was also the first man who had seen her. Ming Yen could not help but feel that he had left a shadow in her heart. The next day, everyone from the Reverend King's household left for Cheong Island. Lu Yin remained in the distant forest. During this time, the Reverend King's household soldiers had been searching for him everywhere, but to no avail. Even a martial emperor like Reverend King Ming Xiaoshu could not do anything to Lu Yin, let alone the others. However, Lu Yin had discovered an expert who was also a Lemiter, but whose strength was comparable to the Astral Combat Academy's student leaders. Information was relative, and the Reverend King's household had been searching for him. Naturally, Lu Yin had learned a few things about the Reverend King's household, such as Erica's capture. He knew that he had been exposed, and Lu Yin did not believe that the Blaze Realm's people would cover for him. Strange, the Reverend King's household's people haven't appeared since yesterday. Did they leave? Lu Yin muttered to himself as he looked at the Reverend King's household's manner. He felt a sense of loss as he thought about that girl. Her face was devastatingly beautiful, and although Bai Shui was beautiful, Lu Yin had not been moved. However, this girl was different. Her purity was unforgettable, and his heart had been moved. He shook his head and decided not to think too much about it. This was the Xinwu continent, a place that was comparable to the entire Dark Mist Weave. If he was not careful, he would die. Some feelings could not be allowed to sprout, and they were destined to never continue. Forget it, he decided to focus on his own matters and continue robbing. Coincidentally, a group of carriages arrived. Cheong Island was next to Ming Island, which was the center of the Xinwu Empire. Of the 36 continents, at least 7 had to pass through Cheong Island in order to enter Ming Island. Lu Yin did not know, but there should be a lot. He planned to stay here for the next few days and rob a few batches. With his strength, he should be fine as long as he did not run into any martial emperors. Currently, most of the martial emperors in the Xinwu Empire were concentrated on the 5 sealing planets, so he should be fine as long as he was careful. 10 days later, Cheong Island's army completely sealed off the area. Lu Yin left, knowing that he could not stay any longer. He had robbed 5 batches of tributes over the past few days, which had attracted a lot of attention. If he stayed any longer, he might attract the attention of the Ming constables. Taicang City was the gateway to Cheong Island. Entering Taicang City was the same as entering Cheong Island. Lu Yin looked around curiously and raised his head to see a giant city gate towering over the city. This was the ancient city wall, and there was something that looked like a glass lampshade that emitted a faint light that occasionally emitted ripples that swept out in all directions. This was a heavenly globe that used martial power to sweep through the entire city. Once it came into contact with star energy, there would be a reaction. After the Great War 1,000 years ago, too many trial takers had come to the Xinwu continent, which had forced the Xinwu Empire to develop heavenly globes. Because of these globes, countless trial takers had died tragically. The heavenly globe's martial power swept past Lu Yin, but there was no reaction. He had already dispersed all of his star energy the day before and replaced it with martial power, so it naturally would not be rejected. He used someone else's household registration to enter Taicang City, and what greeted him was a bustling scene. It had to be said that the Xinwu continent had developed quite well, and there were almost no traces of the Great War from 1,000 years ago. Hawking noises could be heard everywhere, and in the distance, there was a towering restaurant that was almost at the same level as the city wall. Lu Yin was not in a hurry and he slowly walked forward. The army rushed past him with a somber aura. Have you heard? Someone's been robbing tributes recently, and 5 batches have already been lost. The king's residence is furious, and he's ordered the army to investigate thoroughly. The surrounding cities have been sealed off, and even the king's residence has been searched. I heard that there was even a battle. Keep your voice down. The incident at the residence has nothing to do with the looting of tributes. It was an outsider who peeped on the princess bathing, and I heard that he was caught bathing with her. That's why a battle broke out. What? Doesn't that mean that the princess' reputation is ruined? Who would dare to marry her then? Yes, it's a pity that the Empire's twin beauties have been ruined. No matter how beautiful she is, this incident will make countless people afraid to marry her. Luin was stunned. Was that really necessary? He had only seen her naked. He frowned and tried to recall Wuxia's memories. It seemed that the Xinwu continent placed a lot of importance on a woman's reputation. This was troublesome. Did that mean that he had harmed that girl? Luin was a little absent-minded, and he slowly walked into the restaurant. He chose a seat near the window and casually ordered a few dishes. He was rather vexed, and the image of that girl kept appearing in his mind. He felt a little apologetic. The Xinwu continent's military development was extremely fast, and it was even comparable to a weave. However, they were very conservative when it came to thinking. This incident would definitely leave an unerasable scar on that girl's heart. "Sir, your dishes are all here," the waiter said politely as he poured Luin a cup of wine and retreated. Luin watched the army rush past the window, kicking up a large cloud of dust. He frowned and decided to close the window. "Bro, don't close the window," a voice called out from behind Luin. Luin ignored him and continued to close the window. Behind him, the man raised a hand and pressed down on Lu Yin's arm. "I'll say it one more time. Don't close the window." Luin glanced at him. The man was in his 30s and seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. His eyes were tired, but he gave off an uncouth aura. He did not seem like a good person. At this point, the dust had settled, but Luin did not care. He withdrew his hand and continued to eat. The man also withdrew his hand and did not cause any more trouble. Suddenly, a flash of light entered his eyes. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he looked into the distance. Was that an arrow? There was a whoosh as the arrow shot towards him, but it was not aimed at Luin. Instead, it was aimed at the man behind him. The man grabbed at Luin, intending to use him to block the arrow. Luin was furious and raised his hand to meet the man's palm. There was a light sound, and the shockwave shattered the table and sent the railings on the second floor flying. The man was forced back by Lu Yin's palm and yelped in surprise. At this moment, the arrow brushed past the man's shoulder and pierced through the floorboards on the second floor, causing the ground to crack. "Hung Luoshan, surrender." There was a loud shout as people rushed in from above and outside the window to attack the man, who was Hung Luoshan. Hung Luoshan gave Lu Yin a deep look before jumping out of the window. "What a joke. The lackeys of the Demon Hunters Society want to capture me? Dream on. I'm not ranked 17th on the list of tempering for nothing." Not long after the battle ended. The restaurant had suffered an unexpected calamity, and much of it had been damaged. The owner hurriedly apologized with a bitter smile. "I'm sorry to have startled you, sir," the owner apologized to Luin. Luin was curious. What's the list of tempering? He had not paid much attention to this list in Wuxia's memories. His memories were vast, and he had only been able to look through a portion of them in the limited time he had. "You don't know about it?" The owner was surprised. Luin smiled. "I grew up in the mountains and this is my first time coming out to train. So that's how it is. No wonder you don't know about the list of tempering. It's a list created by Crown Prince Ming Hao using the Demon Hunters Society's intelligence network. It lists everyone under the Martial Emperor realm, regardless of age and cultivation. That Hung Luoshan is ranked 17th on the list of tempering," the owner explained. Luin understood. A list like this could easily arouse a person's competitive spirit and motivate them to become stronger. This applied to both the universe and the Xinwu continent. It was quite impressive that Crown Prince Ming Hao could achieve this. "Boss, where can I buy the list of tempering?" Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 265. The owner hurriedly ordered someone to buy a copy for Lu Yin. This sort of list could be found throughout the Xinwu Empire, so it wasn't expensive. Lu Yin left behind a martial crystal and left the restaurant. If a trial taker wanted to obtain results in the Xinwu continent's trials, there were other methods besides the two fixed missions. Leaving one's name on the list of tempering was one of them. After all, it was the most authoritative list for those below the Martial Emperor realm, and it was also a list for those below the Explorer realm. Leaving one's name on the list was enough to obtain some results. Many people had come to the Outerverse trials during this period, and as long as one kept an eye on the list, they would be able to find a few. Lu Yin's goal was to find the Day-Night clan and defeat them so that they could spend more time and effort on the Outerverse Youth Council. The first place on the list of tempering was hidden. Lu Yin was shocked as it was very rare for someone to be on the list to be hidden. The second place was Li Zimo, who was noted as commander of the Ming Vanguard. The Ming Vanguard was the Ming Constables organization that massacred outsiders. If this person could become a commander, then he was definitely extremely strong and should be comparable to the student leaders of the Astral Combat Academy. In terms of strength, he should be able to enter the top 8, as there was only one person from the Reverend King's residence who was ranked 8th. The third place was Grandmaster Dai, who was noted as commander of the Demon Hunters Society. Luin laughed. It seemed that this list of tempering was not just a way for Crown Prince Ming Hao to gather powerhouses, but also to show off the strength of the Shenwu Empire. The first place was definitely someone from the Empire, and the top 3 were all official powerhouses of the Empire. This was a huge blow to the remnants of the sects that had been wiped out 1,000 years ago. Luin left Taicang City and headed west. He wanted to go to Ming Island, which was the center of the Shenwu Empire. All of the trial takers would gather there. Lu Yin's speed was quite fast, but the Reverend King's residence was much slower. They would stay for 2 days at every city they passed, and this delay allowed Lu Yin to see the Reverend King's residence's convoy in Bo City. The army led the way and many experts gathered to protect them. Ming Xiaoshu's explorer strength swept out from time to time, intimidating everyone around him. Lu Yin put down his wine cup and watched the convoy pass by below. Through the gauze curtains he accidentally caught a glimpse of Ming Yan. Her stunning beauty could not be hidden. The convoy quickly left. The next city was Shanghai City, the capital of Cheong Island, where the Reverend King's residence was. Lu Yin's residence's residence. The sky above Shenwu continent was dark and pure, and only the 5 ceiling planets were enveloped by it. It was as if a giant pearl was hanging above Shenwu continent, and it emitted a faint light. At the same time, on the other side of Bo City, Ming Yan suddenly got up from her sleep. Her face was flustered and her face was flushed red. She was dreaming again, dreaming of the day when the two of them met in the bathtub. It was so embarrassing. Thinking about this, she raised her head and looked at the starry sky. Her gaze was pure and natural, without a trace of impurity. As she watched, her gaze dimmed. Perhaps they would never meet again in the future. A stranger whose name she did not even know had intruded into her heart because of an unforgettable event. This was impossible for a normal girl, but it was the same for Ming Yan. Ever since she was young, that person had been the closest to her, and he had given her an indescribable shock. She was shy, curious, and even a little resentful. Ming Xiaoshu's head hurt. Ming Yan was helping Lu Yin hide the truth. He could understand her kindness, but she was still young and did not understand the impact this matter would have on her. This matter would affect her for the rest of her life, and in the future, it might cause her pain. Ming Xiaoshu's gaze turned cold as he looked at the sky. If not for Ming Hao's people deliberately spreading the news, this matter would not have spread. Ming Hao. Under the pure night sky, many people looked at the sky. Suddenly, a crack connected the heavens and the earth and multiple figures appeared. Ming Xiaoshu was shocked. Outsiders? At the gates of Bo City, a heavenly globe rippled, and the figures that appeared from the spatial crack were repelled. They reflected the light, making them as conspicuous as light bulbs. Countless angry shouts rang out, "Outsiders! Seal the gates and kill without mercy. Kill them. They're outsiders." It wasn't just the government that acted, as many cultivators who were not loyal to the Shenwu Empire also acted. To the people of Shenwu continent, outsiders were public enemies. Lu Yin was shocked, as these people were too unlucky to have landed directly in the city. They must have been disturbed by the Shenwu continent's experts just like him, which was why they had appeared in the city. Boom. There was a huge explosion as a fierce battle broke out in Bo City. Those who dared to participate in the Outerverse trial were not ordinary people, and even the weakest of them were Lemeters. Furthermore, they were all Lemeters, and there was even an explorer among them. Ming Xiaoshu acted as he was the only explorer in Bo City. High up in the sky, Ming Xiaoshu and the explorer were locked in a fierce battle. Below them, many other battles were occurring in the city. The entire city had awakened, and they were all targeted at the outsiders. Their bodies were repelled by the martial power, and they could not hide at all. In the blink of an eye, 2 people had been killed, and one of them had been less than a kilometer away from Lu Yin. Suddenly, the heavenly globe above the city gates exploded. Lu Yin was shocked, as there was actually another person hiding who had not been detected by the heavenly globe. He took out the giant emperor's third eye and stared at the city gates. He could faintly make out a familiar figure rushing out and leaving Bo City. Was that Han Chong? The heavenly globe had been destroyed, and the remaining trial takers immediately hid. Only the explorer was blocked by Ming Xiaoshu and could not leave. Bang! There was a tremor in the sky and a strong gust of wind blew down, crushing many houses. The soldiers took out their shields to defend themselves. "You natives dare to stop me? You're courting death." A shout came from the sky and a strange force pressed down. Ming Zhaoshu angrily shouted, "All outsiders must die." Lu Yin stood by the window and looked up. Not only was he recruiting experts to protect him, but he was also recruiting coachmen. Lu Yin had applied to be a coachman. The requirements for a coachman were not high, and the inspection was not strict either. However, it would be troublesome if an expert accompanied him, as he might have to face Ming Zhaoshu directly. "Kid, do you even know how to feed a horse? If you don't, then scram. Don't waste my time." A man shouted at Lu Yin. This person was the butler of the Reverend King's residence, and he was also known as Butler 7. He was the one who had chosen the coachman for this recruitment. Lu Yin lowered his head obediently as he looked at the horse in front of him. He really did not know how to feed a horse. As he thought about it, he noticed that Butler 7 was getting more and more annoyed. His hand trembled and something fell to the ground with a soft thud. "Butler 7, are these 5 fortune coins yours?" Lu Yin asked in surprise as he pointed at the items on the ground. The 5 fortune coins were the common currency of the Shenwu Empire. Butler 7 greedily looked at the 5 fortune coins on the ground and hurriedly picked them up. His face was full of smiles as he said, "It's mine, it's mine. Luckily you saw it or else I would have lost it." "Ah." Lu Yin smiled apologetically. "It's Little 7's honor to serve you, Butler 7. Butler 7 was shocked. "You're Little 7? "Yes, I'm Lu Qi. Many people call me Little 7. Lu Yin smiled. Butler 7 sized Lu Yin up and sighed in admiration. "Not bad, not bad. Consider us fated. Alright, you don't need to feed the horses. You know how to drive, right?" Yes, yes. "I know how to drive," Lu Yin hurriedly replied. Driving was too easy, and if it did not listen he could just whip it. If it did not listen, then he could forcefully control it with martial power. It was better than feeding a horse. The woman gritted her teeth, turned around and stabbed out with her sword. The sound of metal clashing resounded, and dazzling sparks flew out. The sword was broken by the spear, and the tip of the spear swept past the woman's arm, bringing out a trace of blood. She was thrown dozens of meters away, heavily smashing into the ground, and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The difference between this woman and Tang Si was too great. Tang Si was comparable to a student leader of the Astral Combat Academy, but this woman was not even at the level of an area master. She should be from the outerverse. She was done for. Tang Si landed on the ground and picked up his spear as he slowly approached the woman. The woman felt bitter. If she had known this would happen, she would not have participated in this trial. The outerverse trials were indeed not something that could be touched by ordinary people. She was considered the most outstanding person in her own country, but she was still far from being able to compete in a trial of this level. "Surrender or die." Tang Si's cold voice rang out as the tip of his spear was only an inch away from the woman's face. The woman helplessly stood up. Of course she did not want to die. At that moment, several figures rushed over from the distance. Tang Si looked over, and a trace of astonishment flashed through his eyes as he turned back to look at the carriage. Ming Zhaoshu lifted the gauze curtain and saw the figures. They were the Ming vanguard from the Ming constables. There were a total of 5 people and all of them were martial kings. One of them was definitely not weaker than the woman, and he respectfully greeted the carriage. "The Ming vanguard greets the Reverend King. Why are you here?" Ming Zhaoshu was curious. "We've been tracking this outsider. Thank you, Your Highness, for capturing this person for us." Ming Zhaoshu lowered the gauze curtain. "Let's go." Tang Si glanced at the Ming vanguard and then coldly left. The woman's face was deathly pale. If she had been captured by the Reverend King, then she might have had a chance to live. However, if she had fallen into the hands of the Ming vanguard, then it would be a different story. She had been on the Shenwu continent for half a month, and she had heard too many rumors about the Ming vanguard. They were a bloodthirsty organization that specialized in killing trial takers. Lu Yin looked at her with pity. He was well aware of the Ming vanguard's brutality, and this woman would definitely not have a good ending. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do to help her. The convoy continued forward, and soon the woman and the Ming vanguard disappeared from Lu Yin's sight. At that moment, Lu Yin was more concerned about Tang Si, who was ranked 8th on the list of tempering. This person was very strong, and if he had been placed in the Astral Combat Tournament, he would have been able to rank within the top 16, and he would have been qualified to fight against the student leaders of the various academies. The Shinwu continent was truly a mystical place. It possessed martial power that surpassed star energy, and it had even nurtured so many powerhouses. It was no wonder why it could resist the entire dark mist weave and why even the powerhouses of the Innerverse had failed. The more Lu Yin understood about the Shinwu continent, the more he did not want to treat this trial as a mere trial. The Shinwu continent was not too far from the frost wave weave of the Great Yu Empire, and it was also very close to the Astral River. This geographical location was rather important, and it would be good if he could gain some status here. The only thing this continent lacked was technology. Once technology caught up, the strength of this continent would be enough to raise the overall strength of the dark mist weave to a whole new level. The sky gradually darkened and the convoy rested. They were still quite a distance away from the next city, and they would need to cross over 2 mountains. It was impossible for them to reach their destination before nightfall, so it was likely that they would rest here for the night. This continent's space was stable, and even explorers could not tear it apart. This was not a good thing for the invaders from the dark mist weave, but it also had its disadvantages for the Shinwu continent itself. They could not create spatial items and they could not create things like cosmic rings. Thus, they could only carry items around with them, which was very inconvenient. Night fell and the roars of beasts could be heard everywhere. Occasionally, huge creatures would fly across the sky, stirring up strong winds. Lu Yin rested in the carriage and before long, Butler 7 arrived. Damn it, that snobbish bastard. If I hadn't promoted him back then, how could he have become a carriage driver? He actually forbade me from getting close. Bah. Butler 7 angrily rebuked as he sat down next to Lu Yin. Lu Yin was curious. Who dares to anger you, Butler 7? Is that carriage driver? I wanted to pay my respects to His Highness and the princess, but I was actually rejected. Bah. Butler 7 was furious and his face turned ashen. Lu Yin glanced at the huge carriage in the distance and saw a middle-aged man behind the he-beast. He was the carriage driver. Why aren't His Highness and the princess coming down? Butler 7 casually answered, of course it's to protect the princess' reputation. What's wrong with the princess? Lu Yin asked as he recalled the rumors he had heard in Taizong City. Butler 7 carefully looked around and whispered, the princess' reputation has been ruined, and she doesn't dare to come down for the entire journey. She's afraid that Crown Prince Minghao's people will use this against her and stir up trouble. Crown Prince Minghao? Isn't he His Highness's junior? Is there a conflict between them? Lu Yin asked curiously as he took out a jug of wine. He had specially bought this jug of wine to curry favor with Butler 7. Butler 7 smiled when he saw the wine and took a big gulp before wiping his mouth. This is no secret in the Empire. Ever since His Majesty went to the central planet to defend against foreign enemies, all of the Empire's affairs have been concentrated in the Crown Prince's residence. The excessive centralization of power has caused a group of old officials in the court to be dissatisfied, and they believe that power should be concentrated in the palace instead of outside. Many of them pushed His Highness out, and since then Crown Prince Minghao has hated His Highness and has been opposing His Highness everywhere. Lu Yin muttered to himself. This was not what Wu Xia's memories had told him. Although Lu Yin could not remember it clearly and only had a rough idea of what had happened, it seemed like Crown Prince Minghao had been targeting a certain person and was very wary of him. Could this person be the Reverend King? If it really was the Reverend King, then it would not be as simple as hatred but rather fear. Minghao wanted to prevent the Reverend King from rising to power. There are many people from the Crown Prince's residence in our prince's residence. His Highness also knows about it but he has never asked about it. Who would have thought that some time ago, an outsider would take advantage of the princess's innocence, and the Crown Prince would wantonly spread the news, causing the princess's reputation to be ruined. Butler 7 sighed. Lu Yin felt even more apologetic. An accident had involved an innocent girl in a fight, and she would have to bear the reputation of having her reputation ruined for the rest of her life. The Shinwu continent placed too much importance on a girl's reputation, and this was the result of not having a clear mind. Right, what about Tang Si? He seems to be very powerful. Butler 7 nodded. No one knows where he came from, but he is indeed very powerful. Almost no one in the Martial King realm is a match for him, and the fact that he is ranked 8th on the list of tempering is not an exaggeration. Do you know how many Martial Kings there are in the Empire? The older generation of Martial Kings cannot be compared to the younger generation in terms of experience and techniques. However, Tang Si still managed to suppress countless Martial Kings and reach the 8th position. He is very terrifying, and he is second only to His Highness in the Reverend King's residence. The mountain roads were not easy to traverse, but with the army clearing the way, the convoy still managed to enter the city after a day. As long as we pass through Fan City, we will enter Ming Island, and after another month of travel we will reach the capital. Butler 7 was delighted as he spoke to Lu Yin. He liked chatting with Lu Yin as he felt that Lu Yin was smart, generous and knew how to flatter others. He was very much to Butler 7's liking, and he decided that he would definitely bring this young man into the Reverend King's residence and groom him as his successor. Lu Yin looked at the tall city in front of him and looked up at the heavenly globe. From time to time, ripples would sweep across it, and he wondered if there were any trial takers in this city. Fan City had already arranged a place for the convoy to stay, and Lu Yin had just finished his meal when Butler 7 called him to the side. Little 7, His Highness just instructed me to find a few coachmen to follow the princess out for a walk. Do you want to go? Lu Yin was delighted. Of course. Thank you, Butler 7. Butler 7 smiled in satisfaction. The princess needs to keep a low profile when she goes out. Aside from Tang Si, there will only be one maid and a few coachmen. Remember, be smart and don't cause trouble. Lu Yin immediately agreed. We need to trace it back to 1,000 years ago. Is the manor worried that she's from the outside? Tang Si asked. Ming Zhaoshu snorted. These outsiders have long since taken root in the Xinwu continent, so it's not difficult for them to forge an identity. I'm not sure if she's from the outside, so let's investigate. If that's the case, then why did you allow her to stay with the princess? Tang Si did not understand. Ming Zhaoshu did not answer, and Tang Si did not dare to ask any more questions. Lu Yin and the rest put down the things that Ming Yan had bought and immediately left. After they left, Yu Xianzi suddenly looked up and glanced at Lu Yin. This person had been intentionally avoiding her, and his appearance seemed somewhat familiar. However, she could not recall who he was. Could he be a trial taker as well? Lu Yin had not changed his appearance much, as he had been afraid that Yu Xianzi would recognize him. Thus, he had been avoiding this woman. However, a woman's intuition was very sharp. Lu Yin's small movements might have been able to escape the detection of an expert, but they could not escape the eyes of a woman. Although she had not been able to recognize Lu Yin, she still paid attention to him. Ming Island was the central island of the Xinwu Empire, and it was also the heart of the entire Xinwu continent. The entire island was surrounded by a huge river called the Ming River. The Ming River goes around Ming Island, and it has countless tributaries. After passing through Fan City, you'll reach the Ming River in about 2 days. Once you cross the Ming River, you'll be on Ming Island, Butler 7 explained with great pride as he had been to Ming Island before. No matter where one went, regional discrimination would always exist. The people of Ming Island looked down on the people of the other 35 continents, just like how the people of the Xinwu Empire looked down on the rest of the continent. Every continent in the Xinwu Empire was very large, and many people had never left their own continent in their entire lives. Butler 7, who was not even a martial artist, had been to Ming Island before, which showed that he had the right to be proud. Lu Yin quickly flattered him. Butler 7 was very pleased to hear this. By the way, Butler 7, the princess is one of the 2 beauties of the empire. Has no one come to propose marriage in all these years? Lu Yin asked curiously. Butler 7 rolled his eyes. Of course there have been, but ever since the relationship between His Highness and Crown Prince Ming Hao deteriorated, no one has. At this point, Butler 7 carefully whispered into Lu Yin's ear, think about it. If you lose your life, then no matter how beautiful the princess is, you won't be able to enjoy her. Are you saying that Crown Prince Ming Hao will make a move on His Highness? Lu Yin was shocked. Don't spout nonsense. I don't know. Butler 7's face paled and he immediately shut his mouth. At this point, Butler 7 was called away, and Lu Yin continued driving the carriage. However, it didn't take long for a fragrant breeze to blow past him. Lu Yin's expression changed and he continued driving the carriage. Another child rode over from the side. It was Yu Xianzi. Have we met before? Yu Xianzi asked as she looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin immediately smiled apologetically. I'm just a coachman. How could I have the honor of meeting you? Yu Xianzi sized Lu Yin up and felt that he looked familiar. Her woman's intuition told her that he was intentionally avoiding her gaze. Raise your head. Lu Yin helplessly looked up. At this point, Butler 7 arrived. Little 7, one of the coachmen in the back is sick and can't accompany us. Go take his place. Lu Yin felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, and he bowed to Yu Xianzi before immediately leaving. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 268. Even though Yu Xianzi couldn't recall Lu Yin's identity, that didn't stop her from probing him. Every once in a while she would find an opportunity to strike up a conversation with Lu Yin, which made him feel rather helpless. He wondered if he should find an opportunity to deal with her. However, Yu Xianzi didn't always bring trouble to Lu Yin. For example, Lu Yin was currently following behind the carriage, only a few meters away from Ming Yan. This had been arranged by Yu Xianzi. Ming Yan treated her extremely well and had even allowed her to enter the carriage. However, due to Ming Xiaoshu's presence, Yu Xianzi hadn't been able to enter. "Is there anyone else in your family?" Yu Xianzi asked Lu Yin as she rode. Lu Yin's face twitched. "No, there was a plague in my hometown. Everyone died." Yu Xianzi nodded. "How old are you this year?" Inside the carriage, Ming Yan occasionally looked outside in surprise. "Father, Yuer seems to be very nice to that coachman." Ming Xiaoshu held a scroll and smiled. "Perhaps they're fated." Ming Yan seemed to understand, but she still stole a glance at Lu Yin and blinked. This person seemed a little familiar. At this moment, Lu Yin wanted nothing more than to stuff Yu Xianzi's mouth with a pair of stinky socks. This was a carriage and Ming Xiaoshu was sitting inside. Lu Yin would be discovered if he answered even the slightest mistake, but this daughter of his was asking questions as if they were on a blind date. He couldn't just ignore her, it was disgusting. "The way you're driving the carriage is very strange. You don't look like an ordinary person. Have you cultivated before?" Yu Xianzi asked as she stared into Lu Yin's eyes. Lu Yin's heart sank, but at this moment Tang Si arrived. "Your Highness, we've arrived at Ming Lake. The boat has been prepared." "There's no rush." Yuer asked the same question again. Ming Xiaoshu's voice rang out from within the carriage. Tang Si immediately stared at Lu Yin with a wary expression. Lu Yin's finger moved and Yu Xianzi spoke up. "The way you're driving the carriage is very strange. You don't look like an ordinary person. Have you cultivated before?" Many people around them looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin calmly replied, "I haven't cultivated before. It's just that when His Majesty traveled to Qianshan village he passed down a few techniques. I passed by Qianshan village and learned a few things from the villagers there." The curtains parted and Ming Xiaoshu looked at Lu Yin with surprise. "You've been to Qianshan village?" Lu Yin bowed. "Yes. When I was young I learned a few moves from an old tree at the entrance of the village. I've always used them for self-defense." "Which moves did you learn?" Ming Xiaoshu was interested. Lu Yin didn't dare to refuse, and he hurriedly displayed the technique in the open space. It was just 3 moves, and although they seemed ordinary, Ming Xiaoshu felt a sense of nostalgia. This was a technique that he and Ming Xiaotian had created when they were younger, and it had actually been passed down in that small village. When he thought of this, Ming Xiaoshu looked at Lu Yin with a much gentler gaze. "You're lucky to be able to learn it. After His Majesty's birthday, you can stay in the manor." Lu Yin immediately expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your promotion, Your Highness." Ming Xiaoshu nodded in satisfaction. "Let's go and cross the Ming River." Ming Yan looked at Lu Yin curiously, pursed her lips and lowered the curtain. Yu Xianzi frowned. This person wasn't a trial taker, or else he wouldn't have known about such a small matter. Forget it, it was a waste of time. She was no longer interested in Lu Yin. Lu Yin sighed in relief. Fortunately, Wu Xia had seen Crown Prince Ming Hao learn in front of Ming Xiaotian. Lu Yin had learned it on the spot and he had guessed correctly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known how to deal with this situation. He glanced at Yu Xianzi. Deep in the universe, in the Day-Night clan's prison, a grating voice woke Zhuo Day-Night up. She raised her head, her face drained of all color. An old man walked in and looked down at her. "What's your relationship with Astral 10's Lu Yin?" Zhuo Day-Night looked at the old man and trembled. "Nothing. Why did you help him?" "He did it to save me." The old man looked at her for a while. "The Day-Night clan doesn't marry outsiders. You should know that." Zhuo Day-Night whispered, "I don't have that kind of relationship with Lu Yin. We've only met 3 times. The old man nodded. "All right, I believe you. However, he was willing to reveal the 3rd Night King's secret for you, so he isn't heartless towards you. From today onwards, you are Night King Yuanjing's disciple." Zhuo Day-Night looked up in shock. "The 3rd Night King?" The old man's lips curled up. "That's right. This person provided information on the 3rd Night King in exchange for your acquittal." I agreed. Zhuo Day-Night was stunned. The 3rd Night King? The Ming River was wide and its surface sparkled with light. It was divided into many channels and each channel was filled with large ships carrying people and goods. The Reverend King's household's fleet had taken over 5 of the channels, and the military was leading the way towards Antai City, the entrance to Ming Island. The large ships moved along with the undulations of the lake, but the ships were very stable. As a coachman, Lu Yin was not qualified to be on the same ship as the Reverend King and Ming Xiaoshu. However, there were some precious items that required coachmen to carry, and Lu Yin was honored to be named. Butler Seven's attitude towards Lu Yin had completely changed. He had gone from praising him in the beginning to being friendly and humble, and even a little flattering. Lu Yin was amused as this was power. Even the slightest bit of kindness from Ming Xiaoshu would cause thousands of servants from the Reverend King's household to fawn over him, including the butler. Just as the ship was about to set sail, a group of people riding giant beasts rushed over from the shore, kicking up a cloud of dust. Student Bei Qing requests an audience with the Reverend King. A voice shouted from the shore. Lu Yin and the rest turned around to see a pale-faced scholar with a handsome face. He was dressed in long white robes and held a folding fan in his hand. He smiled at them. Bei Qing? Lu Yin vaguely recalled that this person was the son of some important person. So it's nephew Bei. Ming Xiaoshu walked out from the stern of the ship and smiled at Bei Qing. He raised a hand and a large deck was lowered. Nephew, you must be heading to the capital as well. Why don't we go together? Bei Qing was delighted and he bowed. Thank you, Your Highness. He did not stand on ceremony and boarded the large ship. On the other side of the luxurious ship, Ming Yan frowned in displeasure. What's wrong, princess? Yu Xianzi asked. Ming Yan replied softly, this Bei Qing once asked father to marry me, but I don't like him. What? Princess, you haven't come into contact with the outside world since you were young, right? Yu Xianzi asked curiously. Ming Yan gripped her teacup tightly and pursed her lips. His reputation isn't good. I've heard that he frequents brothels. Yu Xianzi nodded. Since that's the case, princess, let's not go out. We don't want to meet such a person. Ming Yan grunted in acknowledgement and turned to look at the lake. Suddenly her gaze shifted. You're a look. Why are there tree branches on the lake? Yu Xianzi turned to look and her expression changed. Not good. There's an assassin at the bottom of the lake. The entire ship shook as waves of energy swept up and pierced through the bottom of the ship. White waves of energy erupted from the ship and swept across the area. Ming Xiaoshu's expression changed as he realized that he had been careless. He shifted his right foot to the side, and a majestic martial energy spread out from his foot to the bottom of the lake. There was a muffled boom as the entire lake boiled over. At this moment, Ming Xiaoshu was like a god that controlled the entire world. The air became heavy, and Bei Qing was so frightened that he almost fainted. The surface of the lake quickly turned red as corpses floated up to the surface. These people had only attacked once and they had not had the chance to attack again. As a martial emperor, Ming Xiaoshu could crush all of them. There weren't many corpses on the surface of the lake, only a few dozen. However, they were scattered across a wide area, and there were even some at the bottom of the nearest river. These people seemed to have been trying to destroy the ship, but they had not been able to do so in time. They had underestimated Ming Xiaoshu's strength. Against such a powerhouse, numbers were meaningless. Check the other rivers to see if there are any remnants of the sect, Ming Xiaoshu barked. The surrounding troops immediately moved to seal off the Ming River, and even Antai City's troops were mobilized. Bei Qing leaned on the railing and heaved a sigh of relief. He had thought that he was dead for sure, as the pressure had been too great. Nephew, are you all right? Ming Xiaoshu looked at Bei Qing with concern. Bei Qing bowed. With your highness here, these rascals are just ants. I'm fine. Then he suddenly asked, right, your highness, where's the princess? Is she all right? Ming Xiaoshu waved a hand. Yen'er is fine. Don't worry, I'll arrange for someone to take you to rest. Bei Qing nodded, his face pale. Bei Qing was actually not weak as he was a martial king. He had used countless resources to accumulate his strength, and he had even reached the 132nd position on the list of tempering. However, he had too little experience, and the number of battles he had fought since he was young had been limited. It was naturally difficult for him to adapt to the pressure of a martial emperor at such close range. Within the cabin, Ming Yan's face was pale as Yu Xianzi hugged her. Princess, everything's fine now. Don't worry. Ming Yan nodded. Thank you, Yu. If not for you, I would have been in danger. Yu Xianzi smiled. If not for you, Yu would have been sold to a brothel. Please don't be so courteous, princess. Yu's life belongs to you. Ming Yan forced a smile and held Yu Xianzi's hand. The ship's hull had been slightly damaged, but fortunately it was not too serious. Ming Xiaoshu had acted too quickly, and those people had not been able to do much damage in time. In less than half a day the ship had been repaired, and they could safely cross the river. These sect evildoers really don't know when to stop. They dare to do anything. They even dared to assassinate His Highness, Butler 7 said with lingering fear. He had almost been killed by a blast of energy. Luin also appeared to be terrified. Butler 7, how do you know that those people are sect evildoers? Butler 7 angrily replied, who else could it be? 1,000 years ago the Empire's strongest cultivator, Lord Ming Taizhong, ruled the world and wiped out all the sections. Since then there have been no more sects on the continent, and all the cultivation techniques have been handed over to the Empire. Although Lord Ming Taizhong perished together with the foreign cultivators, the current emperor is even more powerful. He fought until all sides submitted, and no one dared to resist the Empire. Only these sect evildoers are hiding like rats, but they can still wreak havoc. I heard that there's a demon hunter society that specializes in dealing with sect evildoers? Luin was curious. Butler 7 nodded. That's right. I don't know what the demon hunter society are doing, but they still haven't wiped out the sect evildoers after so many years. They're really useless. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Useless? Not necessarily. The demon hunter society was useless without sect evildoers. As long as they weren't stupid, they wouldn't go all out to wipe out the sect evildoers. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 269. Although Ming Lake was very wide, it was very fast to cross it. Soon, everyone saw Antai City and saw a large number of troops sealing off the shore. How unlucky. Ming Island has been sealed off, and no cultivators are allowed to enter. Even people from the Reverend King's household have to wait for 2 days, someone said. Lu Yin's expression changed. Ming Island had been sealed off, which meant that he now knew why Yu Xianzi had infiltrated the Reverend King's residence. If she followed the Reverend King's residence to Ming Island, she would not be discovered, and she would also be able to gather some information. However, the Frost Moon sect's influence on the Xinwu continent had been exposed to Lu Yin. The fact that they had been able to obtain news of Ming Island being sealed so many days in advance and had even been able to fake their identities to enter the Reverend King's residence showed that the Frost Moon sect was quite powerful. The caravan would have to wait on the ship for 2 days. The Reverend King Ming Zhaoshu had already left for Antai City. He didn't bring anyone with him, and even the Princess Ming Yen was left behind on the ship. Lu Yin leaned against the goods and looked up at the sky. He didn't know when the weather had turned gloomy, but it was about to rain. On the deck, Ming Yen looked at the surface of the lake. Even though there was no sunlight and it was slightly gloomy, it was still better than being trapped in the cabin. She couldn't stand it either. Beside her, Yu Xianzi stood silently. Not far away, Bei Qing walked over. When he saw Ming Yen, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly bowed. Bei Qing greets the princess. Ming Yen turned her head. Bei Qing's eyes lit up at the sight of her beautiful face covered by a thin veil. Ming Yen frowned and subtly took 2 steps back. So it's Brother Bei. I heard that senior brother has been demoted to an official position. How do you have the time to return to the capital? Bei Qing smiled and said, it's His Majesty's birthday. No matter how busy I am, I still have to come back. My father has repeatedly urged me to personally congratulate His Majesty on his birthday. Lord Bei is too kind, Ming Yen said politely, then turned her head away and stopped talking to Bei Qing. Bei Qing's gaze swept over Ming Yan's back. What a beautiful woman. The Empire's twin beauties indeed lived up to their reputation. She was much, much more beautiful than when she was young. He had to obtain this woman. He was the son of the Empire's Grand Secretary. Even the Crown Prince had to give him face. It would not be difficult to obtain this beautiful princess. Ming Yen frowned. She could feel the fiery gaze on her back. Feeling displeased, she turned around and returned to the cabin. Bei Qing bowed again. Farewell, Your Highness. Yu Xianzi glanced at Bei Qing. Coincidentally, Bei Qing also raised his head and met Yu Xianzi's gaze. Yu Xianzi smiled faintly and left with Ming Yen. This woman was not bad either. She was very beautiful. Bei Qing was stunned by Fairy Yu's beauty, and his heart swayed. Lu Yin stood at the corner and looked at Bei Qing with some displeasure. This guy had set his sights on Ming Yen, and the more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. With a casual wave of his hand, a gust of wind generated by pure strength swept past his feet, causing Bei Qing to fall to the ground. He then turned and left. Bei Qing cried out in alarm and fell to the ground. His expression was strange. What was going on? Ming Yen and Yu Xianzi, who hadn't gone far, turned around and saw Bei Qing's sorry figure on the ground. They smiled at each other and whispered something to each other before returning to the cabin. Sir, are you all right? Someone helped Bei Qing up and asked with concern. Bei Qing waved his hand and looked around. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 270. Bei Qing was so angry that he couldn't speak. Both of you, leave and shut up for the next 10 days. Yes, sir. The two quickly retreated in fear. After this incident, the precious violet radish love bead could not be given away no matter what. Bei Qing was not stupid and did not dare to give it away again. Otherwise it would be disrespectful to Ming Zhaotian. He secretly hated those two idiots for ruining his plans. Brother, you and I have eaten our fill, so we'll go back and rest, Ming Yan said politely. Bei Qing quickly stood up and bowed. Take care, Your Highness. Bei Qing cursed as he watched the two girls leave. Those two bastards had ruined his plans, and if word of this reached the ears of others, it might bring trouble to the Bei family. Lu Yin coughed and whispered, Sir Bei, there's no need to be angry. Everyone here is from the Reverend King's residence. Bei Qing's heart skipped a beat. That's right, everyone here is from the Reverend King's residence. The Reverend King's residence was far from the capital, and they didn't have much contact with the Bei family's political enemies. But Lu Yin hesitated. Bei Qing was shocked. But what? Tell me. Lu Yin respectfully replied, but it's said that the Crown Prince's men are hiding in the residence. I don't know if that's true or not. Bei Qing's heart sank as he felt like he had stepped on thin air. His father had only been able to sit firmly in his position because of his neutral stance. If the Crown Prince found out about this, it would be troublesome. Although the other princes were no threat to the Crown Prince was not young, and it was inevitable that he would clash with His Majesty. There were many rumors in the capital that the Crown Prince wanted to ascend the throne early, and he had the support of many ministers. Bei Qing's head hurt. He had actually led these two idiots into digging such a huge hole for him. He wanted nothing more than to throw the violet love beads into the lake. Forget it, now wasn't the time to think about this. He scanned his surroundings, wondering if the Crown Prince's men were really here. You did well. This is your reward. Bei Qing gave him another martial ticket, one that was worth much more than the previous one. He immediately thanked him. Right, why didn't Miss Yu react to me today? Bei Qing was puzzled. Lu Yin respectfully replied, in front of the princess. Oh, that's right. The princess is present. Then can I go look for Miss Yu? Bei Qing hesitated. Lu Yin replied, I've been with Miss Yu for quite some time, and she once said that the man she's looking for has to be stronger than her or more cultured than her. Otherwise, how can he conquer her? Bei Qing's eyes lit up. Alright, I like challenges. Since you said that, I'll reward you. He then gave Lu Yin another martial ticket before turning to leave. This young master of an aristocratic family was not stupid, but he was simply too full of himself. He really believed that a girl would fall in love with him at first sight. However, this was the Xinwu continent, and Bei Qing had a special status, so such a thing might happen. Not long after, a piece of news spread around. Bei Qing was challenging Yu. Lu Yin was left speechless. So direct? At this moment, Yu Xianzi felt as if she had seen a ghost. Bei Qing had inexplicably rushed over to fight her. Was he crazy? How did you offend Bei Qing? Ming Yan hurriedly asked Yu Xianzi. Yu Xianzi shook her head with a confused look on her face. I don't know. He came over himself and said that he wanted to compete with me. Ming Yan was furious. What's wrong with that person? You're not even an expert on the list of tempering, so why would he challenge you? I'll go look for him. Yu Xianzi hurriedly pulled Ming Yan back. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 271. When he heard Ming Zhaoshu's words, Lu Yin lowered his head, not daring to answer. Are you willing to serve me, 7th Lu? Ming Zhaoshu suddenly shouted as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's mind shook. It was that pressure again. Explorers might not be able to accurately attack one's spiritual force, but their bodies had already undergone a metamorphosis, and they could naturally exert pressure on those below them. This was why many geniuses were unable to challenge explorers, but it had no effect on Lu Yin. I'm willing to serve you, Your Highness. Lu Yin pretended to be paralyzed and hastily declared his position. Ming Zhaoshu nodded in satisfaction. Good. Raise your head. Lu Yin looked up, and a gust of wind blew against his face. His expression changed, and he once again resisted the urge to attack. A strange fragrance was inhaled into his body, causing him to feel numb. This is my secret medicine. It can increase your strength and senses, but there are side effects as well. You must absorb it every once in a while, or you'll turn into a puddle of blood, Ming Xiaoshu said coldly. Lu Yin trembled. Your Highness, I know my mistake. I've already said that you weren't wrong. Help me with something and I'll permanently remove this medicine. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Ming Xiaoshu stood up and walked to Lu Yin's side, whispering, Enter the Crown Prince's residence. Lu Yin was shocked. The Crown Prince's residence? Ming Xiaoshu's gaze was cold. You've been to Qinshan village and you've unknowingly formed a connection with the royal family. You're also very smart, so you should have the ability to enter the Crown Prince's residence and gradually gain Ming Hao's trust. Manager Wu Xia died a while ago, so this is your chance. I understand, Your Highness, Lu Yin replied. Wu Xia had died. As expected, this person had found out the location of the 5 ceiling planets' nodes and had been threatened. It would be strange if he hadn't died. Ming Xiaoshu was very satisfied with Lu Yin's attitude. The key was that this secret medicine could not be removed without a certain level of strength. Lu Yin was just an ordinary person, and he should know that even if he told Ming Hao about it, Ming Hao would not remove the medicine for him. This was a dead end. If you complete this task well, I'll betroth you to you, Ming Xiaoshu said indifferently. Lu Yin looked up in surprise. You? Ming Xiaoshu smiled. Do you think that only young masters like Bei Qing can obtain you? I promise you that you will never leave the palace, nor will she be married off to anyone else. She's yours. This Ming Xiaoshu's grasp of human nature was terrifying. If Lu Yin had been an ordinary coachman, he would have felt his blood boil. He was now qualified to obtain the woman that he had once looked up to. Normal people would not be able to understand this kind of mentality. Poison and beauty were Ming Xiaoshu's methods. All right, you can leave now, Ming Xiaoshu said indifferently. Lu Yin bowed and retreated. Just as he reached the door, Ming Xiaoshu's voice rang out again. I'll have you leave before we reach the capital, and I'll send someone to contact you. There's one more thing you need to remember. Don't try to be smart and don't ever meddle in my master's affairs. Lu Yin bowed and left the study. Outside the door, Tang Si looked at him coldly. Lu Yin bowed once more and left. Tang Si watched Lu Yin's departing figure and stepped into the study. Is that really necessary, Your Highness? Ming Xiaoshu smiled. This kid is very clever, ambitious and lucky. Let him try his luck at the Crown Prince's residence. Perhaps he'll reap some unexpected benefits. He paused for a moment before continuing. Besides, he's already connected to Bei Qing, and this connection might help us in the future. Lu Yin was speechless, as Ming Xiaoshu had said the same thing. He slowly raised his head and feigned fear as he looked at Ming Yen. Ming Yen stared into his eyes, and a ripple appeared in her eyes, as if she was thinking about something. How dare you stare at the princess? Yu Xianzi shouted and raised her hand again, but Ming Yen hurriedly stopped her. It's fine. Let's go. Yu Xianzi glared fiercely at Lu Yin before leaving with Ming Yen. Ever since Lu Yin had displayed those techniques, she no longer cared about him, as she believed that he was a native of the Xinwu continent. Furthermore, she hadn't felt any martial power in that palm strike. Lu Yin lowered his head and waited for the 2 women to leave before looking up and rubbing his shoulder. Fortunately, that woman had not used too much strength, or else he would not have been able to hide the fact that he was not injured. 2 days later, the sun shone brightly as white mist rose into the air and fresh air spread across the land. The Reverend King's convoy left Antai City and continued towards the center of Ming Island. Not long after they left Antai City, a crack spread across the sky and into the forest in the distance. At the same time, a few figures rapidly descended. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. It was a trial taker. Your Highness, Tang Si shouted. Ming Xiaoshu flew out from his carriage. Don't move. I'll take care of it. He then raised a hand, and a majestic martial power distorted the void and pressed down in all directions. In the distance, a similar majestic force appeared and resisted Ming Xiaoshu's attack. There's actually a martial emperor here? You're courting death. Ming Xiaoshu leapt out and charged into the distance. Just as Ming Xiaoshu left, dozens of figures rushed out from underground. Tang Si shouted, "Kill the sect's remnants." The entire convoy was thrown into chaos. The sect's remnants had taken advantage of Ming Xiaoshu's pursuit of the trial takers to attack the convoy. Butler 7 hid under the carriage and trembled. They were in the middle of the convoy and were surrounded by soldiers, so they were temporarily safe. Suddenly, a sharp slash streaked across the sky. Tang Si leapt up and stabbed out with his spear. With a bang, a shockwave crushed the ground and killed dozens of people. Tang Si was forced back by more than 10 steps and he looked over in shock. This was a trial taker, a Lemiter from the Innerverse. Many of the Innerverse's great powers nurtured powerful disciples, and this person's strength was comparable to the Astral Combat Academy's student leaders. Being able to force Tang Si back proved that he had the strength to enter the top 16 of the Astral Combat Academy. Further away, the battle between Ming Xiaoshu and the explorer grew more and more intense. The cracks in the ground even spread to the convoy, splitting it in two. Lu Yin and the rest were separated from Tang Si. Blood spurted out from underground and Yu Xinzi's eyes narrowed. There's still someone underground. As soon as she spoke, more than 10 experts attacked the carriage. Lu Yin clenched his fists and watched the scene unfold. The carriage was overturned and Yu Xinzi carried Ming Yen out. She coldly looked ahead as more than 10 martial kings attacked. Yu Xinzi pushed Ming Yen to the side of the carriage. Protect the princess. The intense battle spread out in all directions. A blast of energy tore through the void and shot towards Ming Yen. Lu Yin grabbed her and pulled her into his embrace. Be careful. Ming Yen lay in Lu Yin's embrace and looked up at him. Her eyes wandered as she softly asked, "Why are you following us?" Lu Yin was stunned. "Princess, what are you talking about?" Ming Yen pursed her lips. "Why are you following us?" There was a soft whooshing sound as Yu Xinzi forced back several martial kings. She was about to rush over when she was stopped by someone else. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 273. Yu Xinzi's eyes flickered as she stared at Lu Yin in shock. This scene was extremely familiar. During the Astral Combat Tournament, Sharon had easily walked up to her and defeated her. Now the same thing was happening again. The only difference was that Sharon had used his domain to dissolve the attack, while this person had used his battle force to withstand it. You little 7 Lu. Lu, you're Lu Yin? Lu Yin's face changed back to his original appearance. Long time no see, Yu Xinzi. The whirlpool around them dissipated, and Yu Xinzi closed her eyes. When she opened them again, her face had changed back to the beautiful Yu Xinzi, the young mistress of the Frost Moon sect. Long time no see, brother Lu. Come with me, Lu Yin said before turning to leave. The battle here would definitely attract many people, and it might even attract the Ming vanguard, so he could not stay here any longer. Yu Xinzi did not want to be with Lu Yin. Trial takers were enemies and no one wanted to be with someone who could decide their own fate. However, she had no other choice. Lu Yin could kill her with a single move. 10 minutes later, Lu Yin and Yu Xinzi stood facing each other by a stream. I never thought that little 7 Lu would be Lu Yin. No wonder you looked so familiar. Thanks to you, I was almost discovered by Ming Xiaoshu, Lu Yin teased. Yu Xinzi smiled bitterly. Sorry, brother Lu. I was just testing you. I didn't want to cause you any trouble. Lu Yin smiled. I'm curious as to why Yu Xinzi came to Mingdu. Yu Xinzi's expression changed slightly, and she stared at Lu Yin. This has nothing to do with brother Lu. We're both trial takers, so we shouldn't interfere with each other's business. How about that? Lu Yin smiled. But you've already caused me trouble. Because of you, I've been targeted by Ming Xiaoshu, and he sent me to the Crown Prince's residence as a spy. You should know what kind of place the Crown Prince's residence is. If I'm not careful, I might even lose my life. This is the trouble you've caused me. Don't you plan on compensating me? Brother Lu, you think too highly of the people of Shenwu continent. With your strength, you should be fine as long as you don't run into a martial sovereign. There are definitely no martial sovereigns in Mingdu at the moment, and they're all defending the 5 sealing planets. Yu Xinzi changed the subject. Let's not beat around the bush. Don't force me to kill you. Yu Xinzi clenched her fists as her eyes flickered. Killing intent flashed across her eyes, but it quickly dissipated. She was no match for the man before her, so she helplessly said, Brother Lu Sr., are you really going to bully your junior? Lu Yin frowned. This won't work on me. Tell me your plan. What plan? Yu Xinzi asked in confusion. The closer he got to Yu Xinzi, the stronger the killing intent in his eyes. I've already told you, don't force me to kill you. The Frost Moon sect definitely has people hiding on the continent for 1,000 years, and your identity is a fake. You must have a motive for entering Mingdu, and I really want to know what it is. Yu Xinzi helplessly replied, Brother Lu, even if there's an ulterior motive, it's my Frost Moon sect's business. It has nothing to do with you. Just curious, Lu Yin casually replied. Yu Xinzi was taken aback and she smiled bitterly. Brother Lu is really straightforward. Alright, I'll tell you. I'll be joining the Demon Hunters Society once I'm in Mingdu. The Demon Hunters Society? What are you going to do there? Aside from the 2 fixed missions, the Shinwu Continent's trial results are all based on one's performance. The Demon Hunters Society is a killing organization that specializes in dealing with the remnants of sections. It's good to have a background. You can fake anything. It's not fake, it's real. Aside from the previous Ming Constable's seal, everything else is real. Lu Yin's brows rose. How ruthless. These people might not even know that they were working for the Frost Moon sect. Or even. Yu Xinzi's eyes flashed. Brother Lu, we can actually work together. Oh? Oh. Lu Yin asked with interest. Yu Xinzi replied, actually, ever since that war 1,000 years ago, many great powers in the universe have hidden themselves on Shinwu Continent, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Our Frost Moon sect is just a small sect that relies on the Day-Night clan, and we don't have any authority. If Brother Lu is willing, we can work together to resist the other powers. For example? Lu Yin asked. Yu Xinzi muttered to herself for a moment. The Day-Night clan. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He had been thinking about how to get information about the Day-Night clan, but he had not expected this woman to reveal it herself. It seemed that the Day-Night clan was not very popular. Is the Day-Night clan's influence on Shinwu Continent very strong? Yu Xinzi bitterly replied, they're very powerful in the entire universe. Even if your Frostwave weave is very remote, anyone who sees black and white hair will know that they're from the Day-Night clan. This is their influence. Who did they send over? Lu Yin asked curiously. Fear and dread flashed through Yu Xinzi's eyes. Zhanlong Day-Night, a genius from the Day-Night clan who defeated Night Queen Yanqing. Lu Yin was stunned. Defeated Night Queen Yanqing? Yu Xinzi nodded. That's right. This matter is very secretive, and only a few people in the Day-Night flow zone know about it. Our Frost Moon sect is one of them. This person has comprehended an extremely powerful battle technique that no one else in the Day-Night clan has been able to learn for countless years, the Day-Night Restoration Technique. He's known as the genius of the Day-Night clan, who is second only to Night King Jinwu, and he's the opponent we'll be facing on Shinwu Continent. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He was well aware of Night Queen Yanqing's strength, and since Zhanlong Day-Night had been able to defeat her, his strength was definitely comparable to Lu Yin's own. The Day-Night clan was one of the strongest clans in the universe. Geniuses came one after another. The Day-Night clan didn't send any explorers? Lu Yin was puzzled. Yu Xinzi shook her head. I don't think so. Explorers attract too much attention. Their goal is to send someone to join the Outerverse Youth Council and use that as an excuse to meddle in the Outerverse affairs. If they send an explorer, the 10 Arbiters will be wary of them. Lu Yin understood. The 10 Arbiters were also fighting both openly and covertly. If the Day-Night clan really did send an explorer to the Outerverse, then the other 10 Arbiters would definitely do the same, and the Outerverse would be in chaos. There's one more thing. Yu Xinzi looked at Lu Yin seriously. They want to wash away the humiliation of Night Queen Yanqing's defeat. Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly. Brother Lu, don't you think that this is strange? The top 4 of the Astral Combat Tournament have all entered the Shinwu Continent, and this is the Day-Night clan's interference. The battle between you and Night Queen Yanqing was also arranged by the Day-Night clan, Yu Xinzi explained. Lu Yin was well aware of this, as he was like a chess piece that the Day-Night clan could manipulate as they pleased. The Day-Night clan needs Zhanlong Day-Night to defeat the top 4 and stand out in this trial. They want him to reverse the humiliation of Night Queen Yanqing's defeat, as well as the humiliation of the Day-Night clan being suppressed by you in the trial zones, Yu Xinzi continued. You're saying too much, Lu Yin said. Yu Xinzi lowered her voice and said, the Day-Night clan is just that tyrannical. They don't hide their actions, and our Frost Moon sect understands them too well. That's all I have to say. Brother Lu, you can think about it if you're willing to cooperate. I'll be in the Demon Hunters Society under the alias of Little Yu. Lu Yin laughed. Yu Xinzi was trying to incite hostility between him and the Day-Night clan, but there was no need for that at all. Lu Yin already had an irreconcilable grudge with the Day-Night clan. From the moment he had discovered Qingyu on Earth, the grudge between the two parties had been irreconcilable. Within the Radiant City, there was a massive bank that was located at the intersection of 2 main roads. It occupied a large area and it was surrounded by powerful guards. This was the Bank of Wuyun, and it was the largest bank in the Shinwu Empire, second to none. After the Great War 1,000 years ago, the Bank of Wuyun had risen to prominence and crushed all other banks in the empire. Just as the empire was about to intervene, The bank had accepted the imperial family's investment and become an economic powerhouse that was independent of the imperial family. Over the years, the empire's disaster relief, military provisions, salaries, and even rewards had all been supported by the Bank of Wuyun. After 1,000 years, the Bank of Wuyun had become an unimaginably huge entity. Although the people of Xinwu continent looked down on merchants, the Bank of Wuyun was an exception. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 274. Behind the bank, in a huge manor, a middle-aged man was sipping tea and looking around. His name was Ming Zhaokai, and it was obvious from his name that he was a member of the imperial family. He was of the same generation as the emperor, Ming Zhaotian. Although he was a member of the imperial family, he was different from Ming Zhaotian and the others. He liked to manage money and was proud of it. He even wanted to change his name to Ming Zhaokai, but Ming Zhaotian punished him for it. In the end, Ming Zhaotian allowed him to take over the empire's finances and become the finance minister. Light footsteps could be heard, and Ming Zhaokai turned around to see a young girl. She was pretty and had a smile on her face. She gave off a refreshing and comfortable aura. The girl walked up to Ming Zhaokai and bowed. Alan greets Lord Ming. Ming Zhaokai raised his hand and helped the girl up. He looked at her with admiration. You're Alan? Yes, I am, the girl said respectfully. Ming Zhaokai grunted and looked at the girl. Not bad, not bad. You're only 20 years old, yet you're able to become the manager of the Bank of Wuyun. You must have outstanding ability. Alan smiled. You flatter me. Ming Zhaokai looked satisfied and gestured for them to sit. Miss Alan, I'm sure you know why I've come to the Bank of Wuyun, Ming Zhaokai said straightforwardly. Alan nodded. Of course. The foreign tribes of the endless Eastern Sea are invading, and the Empire doesn't have enough warships. The Bank of Wuyun is willing to help and provide military supplies to repay the Empire for its many years of support. Ming Zhaotsai's eyes lit up. How much is Miss Alan prepared? Alan clapped her hands and a servant handed a list to Ming Zhaokai. He glanced at it and his expression changed. He looked at Alan in surprise. Miss, this is too much. Alan smiled. It's not much. His Majesty's birthday is coming soon, so this is a gift from the Bank of Wuyun to His Majesty. Ming Zhaokai smiled. In that case, thank you, Miss Alan. Alan smiled. It's good that you're satisfied, but it's a pity. A pity? What's a pity? Ming Zhaokai raised an eyebrow and looked at Alan in confusion. Alan sighed. I come from a humble background and a merchant, so I'm not qualified to enter the palace. Ming Zhaokai smiled and said, so that's how it is. What's so difficult about that? If you're willing, you can follow me. I can bring you to the palace to observe the ceremony. Alan was overjoyed. Really? My lord, are you willing to condescend and bring me to the palace for a pilgrimage? Ha ha, there's no need to be so polite. I can even bring you to see Imperial Brother. Imperial Brother spends most of his time on the Central Fate planet, and he'll only descend on that day. If you're lucky, you might even be able to speak with him, said Ming Zhao with a smile. Alan hurriedly thanked him. Before long, Ming Zhao left. Within the Bank of Wuyun, Lan looked at Ming Zhaotsai's back with a solemn expression. Her appearance gradually changed, and if there were any trial takers present, they would definitely recognize her as one of the top 4 finalists of the Astral Combat Tournament, Grandaini Mavis. Just as Grandaini was about to enter, the sound of gongs and drums filled the air. Countless people walked onto the main road and looked into the distance with reverence. Grandaini was curious. She reverted back to Lan's appearance and walked out of the bank. After asking around, she found out that His Majesty's birthday was approaching, and the top scholar of the written exam was going to enter the academy to pray for His Majesty. Her eyes were filled with curiosity. What an ancient title, but those who could receive such a title were the elites of the elites. In ancient society, this status was not low. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 275. Lu Yin got closer and closer as he sized up the beast statues. He activated the serious art, and what he saw was a solid energy that was as deep as the sea that formed the 2 ferocious beasts. Less than a third of the energy on the surface had been unlocked. This had to be done on purpose. Lu Yin guessed. Otherwise, how could someone have unlocked these beasts? But were there lock breakers on the Xinwu continent? Or was it a real lock breaker who had made a move but had met with an accident halfway through? Who goes there? A cold voice came from the Ming constables. No one appeared, but Lu Yin could feel a murderous aura around him. If he made any sudden movements, he would be met with disaster. Lu Yin did not say anything. He took out the letter and raised his hand, causing it to disappear in an instant. Lu Yin waited outside the Ming constables. After a while, the cold voice came again. "Come in." Lu Yin took a deep breath and stepped into the Ming constables. This was the place that trial-takers feared the most, as it was stained with the blood of trial-takers. It was rumored that the master was a martial sovereign, which was equivalent to a cruiser. Lu Yin would either successfully join the Ming constables, or it would be very difficult for him to leave alive. "Wait, this place is so cold. Hey, where are you?" The monkey's voice suddenly rang out, giving Lu Yin a fright. Lu Yin could not speak, so he silently entered the Ming constables. What a heavy murderous aura. This is a good place to bury the dead. Also, why do I feel that it's quite dangerous? There are powerhouses here that can threaten your life. Damn it, Lu Yin, what's wrong with you? Don't you know that you have to avoid those powerhouses? The monkey shouted in dissatisfaction. Lu Yin frowned and wanted to block the monkey, but he did not dare to act rashly. He could only allow the monkey to yell and shout. The Ming constable's decorations were simple, and the entire capital was in a celebratory mood for Ming Xiaoyan's birthday. However, this place did not seem to have any of that, and it was still as eerie and terrifying as ever. Suddenly, there was a miserable howl, and Lu Yin looked up with a cold gaze. He did not walk far before turning into a courtyard. A row of people appeared in front of him, standing there quietly as if they were not breathing. There was a pool of blood on the ground and a man was twitching. Blood flowed down his neck and dyed the ground red. Every year, outsiders try to join the Ming constables, and this land is stained with the blood of countless outsiders. Lu Yin walked over to the row of people and stood there. Wasn't that guy the one who came in with you?" the monkey exclaimed in surprise. Lu Yin's eyes darted around, and he glanced to the side at the man that the monkey had mentioned. There were 3 people between them and the man looked unfamiliar. The man's expression was cold, and his eyes were devoid of any emotion. "That's right, it's him. No disguise can escape my eyes. Even though he's changed his appearance, I can still recognize him at a glance," the monkey said proudly. "I'll give you one chance. Outsiders, step forward. As long as you tell me everything, I guarantee that I won't kill you." A sinister voice descended. No one stepped forward. "Very good. I hope that you won't be discovered." Then a wave of energy swept past them. It was very weak, but it was very fine, and it was 10 times more powerful than the heavenly globes. Lu Yin inwardly rejoiced that he had dispersed the star energy very cleanly, and that he had hidden everything that had come into contact with star energy, including his cosmic ring, somewhere else. Otherwise, he might not have been able to escape this detection. Suddenly, there was a repulsive reaction. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he immediately raised his hand to slap the man who was repulsed. The person that the monkey had recognized who had arrived with Lu Yin also attacked at the same time. Their reactions were the fastest, and their attacks landed before the others could react. There was a loud bang, and the man who had been repulsed was sent flying by the 2 of them. The others looked over in shock. Lu Yin and the other person who had attacked exchanged glances, and then they stared at the man who had been sent flying. The man stood up and patted himself before looking at Lu Yin and the other person with admiration. "Not bad. You attacked me subconsciously, which proves that you really want to kill outsiders. The 2 of you pass, but the rest of you don't. Live." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he sized up the person. The man smiled. "I'm Ming Xiaoqin." Then his face changed to that of a middle-aged man, and he looked somewhat similar to Ming Xiaoshu. "Greetings, master." The other person who had attacked immediately bowed, and Lu Yin followed suit. "Greetings, master." The Ming constable's master was Ming Xiaoqin, and he was of the same generation as Ming Xiaotian and Ming Xiaoshu. He was a martial sovereign, and he was also the Xinwu Empire's sharpest blade. Ming Xiaoqin's gaze swept across the 2. The Ming constables recruit many people every year, but very few are truly qualified to join. Not only do they need strength and temperament, but they also need courage and quick reflexes. The outsiders are very strong, and to them our Xinwu continent is just a training ground. Thus, those who dare to participate are all experts. What you need to do is to become stronger than them. "Yes, master," the 2 answered. 2 days later, outside the capital, Lu Yin lay on the grass with the heavenly globe in his hand that occasionally emitted fluctuations. Many of the Ming constable's Ming vanguards were hidden outside the capital, and they were constantly monitoring the surroundings in search of outsiders. Lu Yin felt that this method was not very effective, as most of the outsiders would replace their star energy with martial power, so it was impossible to find them. However, this was the Ming Vanguard's job and they could not slack off. Lu Yin had changed his name to Qi in the Ming Constables, and the person who had joined with him was called Wu Shang. Are you sure that guy is the one who entered the Xinwu continent with me? Lu Yin asked again. The monkey was unhappy. I'm sure. How many times do you want me to repeat myself? Nobody can hide from my eyes and neither can you. Shut up, Lu Yin suddenly barked as he stared into the distance. Sirius suddenly circulated on the surface of his body, and the space around him began to fluctuate slightly. Someone was traveling at an extremely fast speed, even causing the void to distort. Only an explorer or a Lammeter genius could cause the void to distort on the Xinwu continent. Lu Yin was confident that he could cause the void to distort, but there were very few trial takers who could reach his level. There was a whoosh as a strong gust of wind swept through the area. Lu Yin stared at the figure that was passing by, and it was a woman. He did not hesitate to chase after her, relying purely on his physical strength to move and retracting his aura so that the woman would not be able to discover him. The more he moved, the stranger Lu Yin felt. The woman was also relying on her physical strength to move without using any martial power, so she would not attract any attention. To be able to display such strength and even cause the void to distort, the first person that came to his mind was the Mavis family. If his guess was correct, then that woman was very likely Grandine Mavis. 4 mountains surrounded the capital, and there were many other mountains outside of the capital. The woman avoided the crowd and appeared in a thatched cottage behind a small mountain. Lu Yin stopped and quietly approached her. You're late, someone said from within the cottage. There were too many things to do and I couldn't help it. It's better than some people not coming. It's fine if they don't come. The Dark Mist Weave will launch an attack on the birthday celebration, and all the experts above the Explorer realm on the continent will be pinned down, including the Guardians of the 4 Mountains. Our mission is to attack the Tower of Resonating Light. On the roof of the cottage, Lu Yin calmed himself and looked down. There were no less than 10 people in the cottage, and when he heard the words, Explorer, he knew that they were trial takers. Are you sure that the Tower of Resonating Light is one of the nodes of the 5 sealing zones? The woman who had arrived last asked. Lu Yin only glanced at her, not daring to stare at her. Experts like her could sense the gazes of others, so he could not be certain that this woman was Grandine Mavis. I'm 90% sure. Our sect has been in hiding for more than 1,000 years, and one of our ancestors protected the Tower of Resonating Light several hundred years ago. That's good. I don't want to work for nothing. At that moment, Lu Yin's expression changed. Someone else had arrived. The cottage fell silent as everyone stared outside. The newcomer did not hide his presence, and he simply pushed open the door and entered. Oh, isn't this the top scholar? How come you have the time to visit a small place like ours? The woman teased. The person who had entered the cottage was Han Chong. Even the manager of the Bank of Wuyun doesn't mind, so what's a mere top scholar worth? I never thought that Han Chong, one of the top 4 students of the Astral Combat Academy, would actually become the top scholar of the Xinwu Empire. Just based on this alone, Brother Han's results won't be bad, someone said enviously. The woman was disdainful. What's so strange about someone from the erudite flow zone becoming the top scholar? That's right. Let's get down to business. But before that, we need to clean up a bit. Han Chong suddenly looked up at the roof. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and he used flash to disappear from his original spot. The cottage crumbled and a shockwave swept out in all directions. Han Chong's gaze swept across the cottage before he stared in the direction that Lu Yin had disappeared. He raised a hand and his martial power swept through the air. He used his martial power to draw a picture of a vast landscape that no one could escape from. Lu Yin was shocked as he looked at the strange martial power that covered the surrounding void. This was Han Chong's strength. Who's there? The woman shouted as she punched at Lu Yin. Lu Yin turned around and swept out with a single leg. There was a thump, and a violent shockwave swept out from where the two had collided. The mountain range crumbled and the ground crumbled. Both of them retreated at the same time, and the giant emperor's third eye appeared in Lu Yin's left hand. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 276. Lu Yin fled and glanced back. He had not expected Han Chong to discover him. This person's comprehension of domains was very high, and even Lu Yin's invisible aura technique had not been able to completely evade him. Lu Yin felt that he had to think of a way to comprehend a domain, or else he might be forced into a passive position in the future. However, after the commotion, it was unlikely that they would attack the Tower of Resonating Light. Was the Tower of Resonating Light one of the 5 sealing nodes? Luin thought about it. On the other side, Han Chong and the rest left separately. Grandini found Han Chong with a serious expression. That person was able to break through your seal, so he should be a lock breaker. Han Chong nodded and smiled. There's no need to think about it. I've already guessed who it is. I've guessed it as well. Someone who can compete with me in terms of strength, is a lock breaker, and is so fast. It has to be him, Grandini said excitedly. Who would have thought that the top 4 would all gather in Mingdu? Interesting. Grandini was shocked. Top 4? Star Sibyl is here? Han Chong nodded. She should be. Aside from us, there are other experts in the capital as well. Some of them are not weaker than us and some are even stronger. The celebration won't be peaceful. There were still 23 days until the celebration, and as the day drew closer, a large number of experts from the Demon Hunters Society were transferred to Mingdu. However, the Ming Constable's Ming Vanguard dwindled. It was rumored that they had been temporarily deployed to protect important people. Powerful officials from all over the Xinwu Empire had gathered in Mingdu, and Crown Prince Ming Hao naturally would not allow anything to happen to them. Otherwise the consequences would be dire. Thus, he had used his authority to mobilize the Ming Vanguard. The commander of the Ming Vanguard, Bei Jigui, scanned the crowd coldly and said, "Recently there has been a great change in the list of tempering. Many experts have appeared and these people are likely to be outsiders. The manor head has ordered us to select experts to defeat the newcomers who have made it onto the list. Who is confident?" Lu Yin was under Bei Jigui's command. Bei Jigui was an explorer and did not have the qualifications to challenge the list of tempering. Furthermore, the list of tempering had been created by Crown Prince Ming Hao to display the empire's might. Even if they suspected that the newcomers were outsiders, the Ming Vanguard could not capture them. Otherwise, others would suspect that the list of tempering was unfair, so that they could take action. Bei Jigui's words were simple, but the list of tempering was a fair ranking. Anyone who made it onto the list of tempering had done so through challenges. Their strength was not to be underestimated. Although the Ming Vanguard members were strong, they were not confident. Bei Jigui felt helpless. There were very few experts in the entire Ming constabulary who were qualified to challenge the list of tempering. The list of tempering included the empire's 200 martial king experts. When these experts were spread out, there weren't many in the Ming continent, let alone the Ming constabulary. Fortunately, the Ming constabulary had Li Zimo, who was ranked second on the list of tempering. No one dares to challenge him? The Manor Lord has decreed that anyone in the top 20 of the list of tempering will be promoted to vice commander, while the top 10 will be promoted to commander, Bei Jigui said. Lu Yin was tempted, but he didn't make a move. He felt a sense of unease. Wu Shang stepped forward. "I'm willing to help." Bei Jigui looked at Wu Shang with a strange look in his eyes. He nodded and said, "All right, go ahead." This scene was shocking and many people felt a chill run down their spines. A single person had fought against 4 martial sovereigns, and this was definitely a super powerhouse. To the experts of the Xinwu continent, although the foreigners were very strong, they were not much different from the top experts. In fact, they might even be slightly weaker than the top experts. However, Long Yun's sword had completely overturned this concept, and it was as if a thin veil had been torn apart. Crown Prince Ming Hao was shocked. That person was also a martial emperor like him, but he had blocked the attacks of 4 martial sovereigns by himself. How was this possible? He could not figure it out. Even if he gathered all the resources of the Xinwu Empire for his cultivation, he would not be able to reach this stage. This was too terrifying. Ming Zhaoshu's gaze turned gloomy, and a thought that had been in his heart for a long time was confirmed. He wanted to lead the Xinwu continent out of this world. From his perspective, the Xinwu continent had not truly withstood the attacks of the foreigners, but had instead been captured. Outside the capital, Lu Yin's eyebrows twitched. The sword sex Long Yun? An explorer genius had actually jumped realms to block the attacks of 4 cruisers. Although those 4 had not used their full strength, it was still not something that a normal cruiser could block, let alone an explorer. This person was definitely one of the top experts on the top 100 rankings, and he might even surpass Wendy Yushan. Lu Yin had specifically asked around, and Wendy Yushan had not become a cruiser yet. She had relied on her own strength to become the captain of the 2nd Squadron and had defeated cruisers, but she was still an explorer. Long Yun? I think I've heard of him before. He's one of the must-kill powerhouses on the Celestial Vanquishers list. How disgusting. the monkey shouted. Long Yun's sword had not only shocked the entire capital, but it had also saved the people who had landed with him. Aside from 2 unlucky fellows who had landed directly in the capital, the rest had all fled, including Wu Shang. This infuriated Bei Jigui, as Wu Shang was definitely an outsider. The experts who had mysteriously appeared on the list of tempering were most likely outsiders as well, and Wu Shang had the confidence to challenge them. Furthermore, he had recently joined the Ming constables, so he could naturally be an outsider as well. What a pity. The Ming constables were very strict in their investigation of the Ming vanguard. Even though Lu Yin had the seal of the previous Ming constables, they were still probing him, and he had almost been discovered. The person who ranked first on the list of tempering had never been revealed. Perhaps this was one of Crown Prince Minghao's methods, as he had specifically prepared to challenge the outsiders on the list of tempering. Whoever he suspected of being ranked first on the list of tempering was someone with terrifying strength, and very few people could stop him. This was his insurance. Since the list of tempering had been created by the Crown Prince, he would not let the Ming constables clean up after him. There were no loopholes. Lu Yin had just realized this, and Wu Shang had only realized it after leaving the city. Unfortunately, he had still been intercepted by Bei Jigui. If not for Long Yun, he would have been in danger. 10 days passed in a flash, and Lu Yin had made some contributions during this time. He had captured a trial taker and handed him over to the Ming constables. This trial taker had come from the Innerverse Blazing Mist Flow Zone, which was on good terms with the Blaze Realm. To Lu Yin, this person was an enemy and he did not show any mercy. The Ming constables had been established specifically to kill trial takers, but there were not many trial takers each year, and each one was better at hiding than the last. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 277. Right, have you found Little Seven? Ming Xiaoshu suddenly asked. Tang Si shook his head. I couldn't find him. He didn't go to the Crown Prince's palace at all, so it's possible that he didn't even enter the capital. Ming Xiaoshu frowned. Is he dead? Your Highness, he's just an ordinary person. He won't be of much use in the Crown Prince's residence, Tang Si said. I know, but it's precisely because he's an ordinary person that it's safer. No one would have thought that I would send an ordinary person into the Crown Prince's residence. He's a scapegoat that I've carefully arranged for someone else. Forget it, if he didn't go then so be it, Ming Xiaoshu said calmly. Tang Si stood there quietly as if he had something to say. Ming Xiaoshu glanced at him. What's the matter? Tang Si half knelt. Your Highness, this subordinate wishes to challenge Li Zimo. No, you're too far behind Li Zimo, Ming Xiaoshu rejected him. Tang Si's expression darkened. Even so, I still want to personally test the strength of the second on the list of tempering. Ming Xiaoshu looked at Tang Si and said in a low voice, Li Zimo is obsessed with swordsmanship and created a powerful killing technique like the silent sword at such a young age. The reason why Crown Prince Ming Hao doesn't want the top ranker to appear is because he wants to get rid of the hidden dangers on the list of tempering and also to avoid Li Zimo. He's very powerful and can be ranked first in the Martial King realm. Tang Si raised his head, his gaze resolute. Your Highness, this subordinate begs you to agree. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. Ming Xiaoshu sighed, looked up at the sky and smiled bitterly. Ming Hao, you've made the right move with the list of tempering. So many people on the Xinwu continent are willing to sell everything they have just to leave their names on the list, and how many experts have you recruited because of it? I'm impressed. After sighing, he lowered his head and looked at Tang Si. Alright, I agree. Go ahead. Since you're challenging me, don't leave any regrets. I'll do my best to keep you alive. Tang Si was delighted. Thank you, Your Highness. The Reverend King's residence in the Bright City was very large, and it had a specialized training ground. News of Tang Si's challenge to Li Zimo quickly spread throughout the Reverend King's residence, and it even spread outside, arousing the curiosity of countless people. Tang Si was ranked 8th on the list of tempering, and his spear was invincible. Li Zimo was ranked 2nd on the list of tempering, and he had created the silent sword that even Ming Zhaotian had praised endlessly. He was the leader of the Xinwu Empire's younger generation, and the battle between the two of them was enough to excite anyone. Even the powerhouses on the Four Peaks were looking over. Ming Xiaoshu sensed this and looked around. Then he looked at the arena. The battle for the list of tempering is a battle of life and death. Outside of the drill ground, Lu Yin watched the scene closely. He was very curious. Li Zimo was ranked 2nd on the list of tempering, which was enough to represent the strength of the Shinwu continent's younger generation. He was able to suppress all martial king powerhouses, not just the younger generation. Li Zimo was still as cold as ever. He held his long sword and quietly looked across. Tang Si gripped his spear tightly and his eyes widened. He charged forward at top speed and thrust his spear towards Li Zimo. The tip of the spear caused the void to fluctuate as a sharp aura swept past Li Zimo, tearing through the air. The aftershock caused the ground of the drill ground to crack and sparks to fly. This attack was unstoppable and even Lu Yin was shocked. This attack was comparable to an attack with three-line battle force. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 278. With Tang Si driving the carriage, it was inconvenient for Lu Yin and Ming Yan to speak. However, there was a strange atmosphere that surrounded them. Even though it was noisy all around, Lu Yin could only hear Ming Yan's heartbeat and breathe in her fragrance. This feeling was very beautiful and intoxicating. Your heartbeat is accelerating. Are you poisoned? The monkey asked, startling Lu Yin and temporarily waking him up. No, you're not poisoned. Strange, why is your heartbeat so abnormal? Many of your body's characteristics are also abnormal. Strange. Lu Yin did not have the time to explain this feeling to a monkey, but the monkey's words had made him sober up quite a bit. He could not allow himself to be intoxicated by this feeling. Ming Yan was the daughter of the Reverend King and a princess of the Shinwu continent, while he was just a trial taker. The difference between their statuses was too great, and their thousand-year blood feud was difficult to resolve. The two of them were like two trees on either side of a road. They could always be seen but could never touch. This kind of relationship was nothing more than an illusion. Lu Yin felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over his head, and it was bone-chilling. He was just a student with no power or influence. He did not have the ability to influence the Dark Mist Weave or the Shinwu continent. Just Ming Zhaoshu alone was enough to prevent him from getting close to Ming Yan. This budding relationship was destined to be fruitless. Lu Yin knew how important relationships were to girls, especially someone like Ming Yan who was ignorant of worldly affairs but was also very intelligent. It was easy for her to fall into a relationship and be unable to extricate herself from it. Once she failed, the damage she would suffer would be unimaginable. This could not continue. Without any guarantees, this relationship could not continue. Lu Yin's gaze became resolute as he thought about it. He quickened his pace and walked past the carriage without looking back. Lu Yin's change was imprinted in Ming Yan's eyes, and her heart trembled. Panic and discomfort that she had never felt before spread throughout her body, and her eyes turned red. Some people would remain strangers for the rest of their lives, while others could decide their fate with a single glance. To Ming Yan, Lu Yin was someone she could decide her fate with. That single glance had been like the wings of a butterfly that had brought about a beautiful dream. But at this moment, that dream seemed to have shattered. Women's senses were much stronger than men's, and none of Lu Yin's changes could escape Ming Yan's eyes. What? Ming Yan lowered her head and her gaze was pained. She was depressed and clenched her fists. You clearly have my scent on you. She was very intelligent, but intelligence and emotions were natural opposites. Lu Yin sighed. There was a sort of depression and irritation in his heart that he could not vent. He also felt pity for Ming Yan, and he really wanted to trample this continent beneath his feet and embrace her. Suddenly, a black and white light flashed in front of his eyes. Lu Yin's pupils shrank and he turned his head to the side. The carriages of the Crown Prince's residence were passing by. Among them, a man raised his head and looked at Ming Yan's carriage. His eyes were filled with violent killing intent. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine, and he quickly retreated to block the side of the carriage. The man raised his hand and struck out with a palm strike. Suddenly, a boundless chill surged forth, and the wind howled as a violent and terrifying martial power descended upon them, bringing with it an aura that could cause one's spirit to tremble. Tang Si's scalp went numb and his body froze in place. This feeling was even more terrifying than Li Zimo's attack from before. The entire entourage of the Reverend King's household, no, everyone on the street felt as if their brains had been shaken, and they all spat out blood. Only that man remained standing in front of the palanquin as he stared intently at the interior of the palanquin. He completely ignored the troops of the Reverend King's household that were standing to the side of the palanquin. Indeed, he didn't need to pay any attention to them, because even Tang Si had been suppressed in an instant, unable to move. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and his muscles tensed. He raised his hand, not caring about whether or not his identity would be exposed. He only wanted to save that girl, and he did not hesitate to release his 5-line battle force. A dark golden radiance blossomed, and 9 stars revolved around him. Serious palm. The man saw Lu Yin's palm strike towards him, and his pupils shrank. He had not expected someone to be able to react in time. Was this 5-line battle force? The man did not dare to be careless, and he changed the direction of his palm to strike Lu Yin. The 2 palms collided with a bang, and a shockwave distorted the void as it surged upwards from the point of impact. It exploded high up in the sky and pushed away the clouds. On the ground, the street beneath their feet split in 2. Violent martial power followed the 2 palms and blasted towards each other. A shockwave that could be seen with the naked eye enveloped the 2 as they collided. Lu Yin and the man looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They instantly recognized each other. This man was definitely a genius from the Day-Night clan, the one who had defeated Night Queen Yanqing Zhanlong Day-Night. Zhanlong Day-Night also recognized Lu Yin, as there were only a handful of Lemeters who could block him. Lu Yin was the only one who had comprehended 5-line battle force, and this person was someone that the Night King clan had ordered him to kill. The 2 had not expected to meet under such circumstances. Their palms collided and rotated at the same time. There was another bang and a shockwave split the street apart like a sharp blade. Both of them retreated at the same time, and neither of them gained the upper hand. At this moment, not only was there a fierce battle going on here, but many battles were also occurring throughout the entire capital. Zhanlong Day-Night looked at Lu Yin seriously, his eyes filled with indescribable confusion and shock. There was also a strange look on his face, as his art of immunity had been suppressed. He licked his lips and said, "We'll meet again." He then leaped away. The entire battle had only involved 2 palms colliding, and it had lasted less than 5 seconds. With the chaos that had been deliberately created throughout the capital, Zhanlong Day-Night had been able to easily escape. After he left, countless people on the street fainted. Even Tang Si swayed and almost fainted. He did not even have the qualifications to take one of Zhanlong Day-Night's palms. Even so, he had still been able to clearly see the entire battle, especially the power that Lu Yin had displayed. It was an unparalleled martial king strength that might even surpass Li Zimo's. Lu Yin did not have the time to care about anything else. He rushed into the carriage and picked up Ming Yan to check on her. Fortunately, Ming Yan had only fainted and was not seriously injured. He sighed in relief. It was fortunate that she had not been injured by the Day-Night clan's technique at such close range. There was a whoosh as a cold light flashed. Lu Yin raised his hand and grabbed the spear that had been thrust at him. He coldly glanced at Tang Si. "You're courting death." He then exerted more force in his palm, sending 9 stacks through the spear towards Tang Si. Tang Si was only able to block 5 stacks before he could no longer withstand it. He helplessly let go of the spear and took a step back. The spear shattered and Lu Yin let go of Ming Yan. He wanted to leave, but as soon as he stepped out of the carriage, he saw Ming Xiaoshu staring at him coldly with a gloomy expression. Lu Yin took a deep breath and slowly bowed. "Your Highness." At that moment, a wave of energy swept over from the surrounding peaks of the capital. Ming Xiaoshu waved his hand and dispersed the energy wave. He then looked at Lu Yin. "Follow me." Lu Yin was helpless as there was no way for him to hide. Ming Xiaoshu had a domain, and he must have seen Lu Yin's battle with Zhanlong Day-Night. 5-line battle force was too conspicuous, but fortunately Ming Xiaoshu had not immediately attacked Lu Yin, which meant that there was still room for negotiation. Tang Si looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He had just lost to Li Zimo and now he had lost to this person as well. Lu Yin stood quietly in the study of the Reverend King's residence. Ming Xiaoshu's back was to him and he was frowning. No one knew what he was thinking. After a while, Ming Xiaoshu turned around and stared at Lu Yin seriously, carefully sizing him up. "Should I call you Vice Commander 7 of the Ming Constables? Or should I call you the coachman of the Reverend King's estate, Lu 7? Or should I call you trial taker Lu Yin?" Lu Yin looked up. "How did your Highness know that I was once Lu Little 7? Ming Xiaoshu's eyes narrowed. "I'm not stupid. Your appearance can change but your foundation remains the same. Besides, your appearance hasn't changed much so it's easy to guess." Lu Yin bowed. "Thank you for not attacking me, Your Highness." Ming Xiaoshu snorted. "If it weren't for the fact that you saved Yen'er's life, I definitely wouldn't have let you off." At this point, Ming Xiaoshu's eyes flashed with anger and he glared at Lu Yin. "You've ruined Yen'er's reputation." Lu Yin felt bitter. "I'm sorry, Your Highness. I couldn't choose where I landed, and I never thought that I would ruin the princess's life. There's no point in saying that now. How do you plan on taking responsibility? Ming Xiaoshu asked coldly. Lu Yin was shocked. I can take responsibility? Ming Xiaoshu looked at Lu Yin seriously and slowly sat down. What do you think Shenwu continent is? A cage. Lu Yin answered without hesitation. Ming Xiaoshu nodded, but his eyes dimmed. That's right, a cage. On the surface, it might seem like Shenwu continent blocked the Dark Mist Weave's attack, but in reality the moment the continent was exposed, its fate was already decided. It's just that the time hasn't come yet. Lu Yin looked at Ming Xiaoshu. Your Highness is very thorough. The Dark Mist Weave is only one of the outerverse 72 weaves, and the innerverse has the most powerhouses. No matter how strong Shenwu continent is, it won't be able to stop the innerverse great powers from interfering. It's just that the time hasn't come yet. Ming Xiaoshu's eyes flashed. That's why I want to have a chat with the powerhouses who surpass the Hunter realm. I want to do my best to integrate Shenwu continent into the universe while protecting it. Lu Yin was puzzled. There has been no lack of disciples from great powers who have entered the continent over the past 1,000 years. Why don't you look for them, Your Highness? Do you like being with the people who decide your fate? Ming Xiaoshu asked. Lu Yin shrugged. There's nothing I can do if I don't have a choice. For example, right now, Your Highness can decide my life or death. For Shenwu continent, the innerverse great powers can decide your life or death. You don't have the right to choose. That's why I need to think of a way. Ming Xiaoshu stood up. You're the leader of Astral 10, and it's rumored that the Council of Astral Academy has a lot of authority. The goal of this trial is to join the Outerverse Youth Council, and I'm willing to help you improve your results so that you can gain a foothold in the Outerverse Youth Council. Combined with your status as a member of the Council of Astral Academy, you'll definitely have the right to speak. At the very least, you'll have the right to influence Dark Mist Weave. Lu Yin was shocked. Your Highness has a very deep understanding of the universe. After all, many trial takers have been captured over the past 1,000 years, and not all of them are stubborn. For example, that disciple from the Blaze Realm who fell into the manor with you has told you everything he could. He even revealed the secret of the Blaze Realm's top inherited battle technique, the Karmic Flame Sword, Ming Xiaoshu explained. Lu Yin was speechless. This Eriker was too cowardly. If I can join the Outerverse Youth Council, combined with my status as a member of the Council of Astral Academy, I'll definitely have the right to speak. However, I won't be able to decide the future of Shenwu continent in such a short period of time, Lu Yin said. He didn't want to take everything on his own. Ming Xiaoshu was very smart, and playing tricks with him would only result in a faster death. Qingming Festival, 3rd update, 2 p.m. Thank you for your support. A tower that was even larger than the capital? Was this the true Tower of Resonating Light? Wait, Han Chong and the others had been planning to attack the Tower of Resonating Light, thinking that it was one of the nodes of the 5 sealing planets. I once heard a rumor that the Tower of Resonating Light is one of the nodes of the 5 sealing planets. Lu Yin probed Ming Xiaoshu. Ming Xiaoshu laughed. This rumor was spread by Ming Hao so that he could capture all the trial takers in one fell swoop. For example, during this birthday celebration, don't think that he doesn't know that the trial takers are planning to attack the Tower of Resonating Light. Although that place isn't one of the nodes of the 5 sealing planets, it is where his imperial uncle died. Even a hunter would find it difficult to survive if they entered, let alone you. Of course, you won't be able to enter as well, but it should be enough to trap you juniors. Lu Yin fell silent. Was this all part of Ming Hao's plan? Ming Xiaoshu looked at Lu Yin and said, actually, this is an open secret, and it's also the fairest competition between the outsiders and our Shenwu continent. During the birthday celebration, the outsiders will attack the 5 sealing planets with all their might, and all the experts above the Martial Emperor realm will be gathered there. This continent will be a battlefield for those below the Martial Emperor realm, and the largest battlefield will be the Tower of Resonating Light. Crown Prince Ming Hao won't interfere? Lu Yin asked. Ming Xiaoshu smiled. The sword sect's Long Yun was also on the Shenwu continent, and both sides have their own trump cards. It's just a battle, so he won't interfere. However, I'm certain that any trial takers who attack the Tower of Resonating Light are finished. Not long after, Lu Yin left the study. He muttered to himself for a moment before looking in another direction. Ming Xiaoshu's voice rang out. Yen'er is awake. Lu Yin thought for a moment, took a deep breath, and walked in that direction. The door to the study opened, and Ming Xiaoshu smiled as he watched Lu Yin's back. Emotions were the strongest poison to control this person, and there was no antidote. As long as Yen'er was around, no matter how talented this kid was, he would serve Ming Xiaoshu in the future. Within Ming Yan's room, a maid was nervously attending to her, holding a cup. "Does your head still hurt, princess?" Ming Yan frowned and rubbed her forehead with both hands. Her head was in pain and she could not remember what had happened. All she knew was that when she had fainted, she had seen Lu Yin turn around and shield her. "Right, Lu Yin, is he all right?" Ming Yan hurriedly stood up and almost fell. The maid was about to support her when a figure appeared in front of her and hugged her. A familiar fragrance wafted into Lu Yin's nose as he hugged the beauty in his arms. At this moment, the world was within his grasp. Who are you?" "Let go of the princess." The maid was shocked and she grabbed Lu Yin tightly, trying to push him away. Ming Yan stared blankly at the man who was hugging her. That familiar appearance and that familiar scent. Lu Yin casually knocked the maid unconscious and hugged Ming Yan tightly. "Does your head still hurt?" Ming Yan looked at him for a while before suddenly remembering something. She pushed him away forcefully. It has nothing to do with you." She then sat back down on the bed and turned her head inward, refusing to look at Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled bitterly as he knew that she had recalled the scene from before. He sat down on the bed. "I'm sorry." Ming Yan's eyes reddened, but she did not speak. "Our identities are too different. We come from different regions, different cultures, and even have a 1,000-year-old blood feud between us. I don't want to hurt you," Lu Yin said bitterly. Ming Yan turned around and pursed her lips. "I know." Lu Yin raised a hand and stroked Ming Yan's hair. "But I won't give up on you." Ming Yan's eyes lit up, and she looked at Lu Yin nervously. The anticipation in her eyes almost melted him, and he could not describe how he felt at that moment. He was being relied on, trusted, and looked forward to. From this moment on, this woman belonged to him, and there was one more person in his life. Lu Yin hugged Ming Yan tightly. "I won't give up, I swear." Ming Yan smiled gently. "Thank you." Suddenly Ming Yan exclaimed, "Hurry up and leave. My father will discover you." "You mean my future father-in-law?" Lu Yin teased. Ming Yan was embarrassed. "What future father-in-law? Don't joke around. Hurry up and leave, my father will really discover you." Lu Yin smoothed her hair. "Don't worry, he's the one who allowed me to see you." Ming Yan was shocked. "How is that possible? My father hates foreigners." I have my ways. My future father-in-law is a man of great talent and foresight. You should understand your father," Lu Yin said gently. Ming Yan pondered for a moment before nodding. She seemed to have thought of something, but her brows furrowed unnaturally. She looked at Lu Yin worriedly. "Did my father give you any conditions?" Lu Yin hugged Ming Yan. "Don't think too much. You are you and your father is your father. I've already said that I won't give up on you. If your father goes back on his word one day, I'll snatch you away even if it means stealing." Ming Yan's lips curled up into a blissful smile. She had never been this happy in her entire life. No, this was bliss. At this moment, her face was rosy, and her beauty was indescribable. Lu Yin stared at her in a daze and subconsciously lowered his head. Their lips touched, and a moment of softness intoxicated both of them. A sudden clap of thunder shook the two awake. Ming Yan hurriedly pushed Lu Yin away and bashfully turned her back to him. "You! How dare you!" Lu Yin looked outside and knew that Ming Xiaoshu was warning him. He looked at Ming Yan's back reluctantly and then plucked a lock of his hair. "Give me a lock of your hair." Ming Yan's body trembled, and she cut off a lock of her black hair without hesitation and handed it to Lu Yin. She didn't turn around and Lu Yin didn't force her either. He placed his own lock of hair in her hands and solemnly accepted it. "Remember, I won't give up on you. Never." Ming Yan gripped Lu Yin's hair tightly and smiled happily, but tears welled up in her eyes. She was smart, very smart, and knew how difficult it would be for the two of them to be together. However, she wouldn't give up on this sliver of hope. He wouldn't give up and she wouldn't give up either, even if it meant forever. Lu Yin walked out of Ming Yan's room and looked up. How high and how wide the sky was. He stretched out his hand and one day he would be able to grasp it with one hand. The battle in Mingdu ended quickly. Lu Yin's exchange with Zhanlong Day Night had been the most shocking, but it hadn't caused much damage to Mingdu compared to the others. Zhanlong Day Night had managed to escape, but a large number of people that the Day Night clan had placed in Mingdu had been captured and killed. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 280. What do you think? Is that person very strong? Someone asked. Zhanlong Daynight's eyes darkened, and his expression turned solemn. Very strong. Even though we only exchanged a single blow, his strength is at the peak of the Lamita realm. It's normal for Yanqing to not be his match. Even my Dayknight restoration technique was almost broken. The surrounding Dayknight clan members' expressions changed. Brother Zhanlong's Dayknight restoration technique is invincible. It can't be broken. Zhanlong Dayknight disdainfully replied, there's no such thing as an invincible technique. This Lu Yin almost destroyed my restoration technique with a single blow, and he's much stronger than Yanqing. If I hadn't been imprisoned in the ancestral grounds and improved my strength, I wouldn't have been able to fight him. Right now it's still unknown who will win. Zhanlong Dayknight's words shocked everyone. He could be considered the strongest leader in the Dayknight clan, but for him to say such a thing showed just how strong Lu Yin was. It was no wonder why he could defeat the Sword Sect's Lu Xiaoqiu and Night Queen Yanqing and become one of the top 4 in the Astral Combat Tournament. This person was terrifying. Those old fogies have good eyesight this time. Aside from me, no other leader in the Dayknight clan is Lu Yin's match. It looks like we'll have some fun this time. Zhanlong Dayknight was excited and he really wanted to fight Lu Yin. That palm strike had been too strange, and no one had ever given him such a feeling before. It had almost broken his Dayknight restoration technique, and it had never been mentioned in the Dayknight clan's historical records. The matter of Lu Yin blocking Zhanlong Dayknight's attack was suppressed by Ming Zhaoshu, who stood guard at the entrance as usual. 7 days passed. These 7 days were very calm, so calm that it was strange. Everyone seemed to be preparing for something. What disappointed Lu Yin was that he did not see Ming Yan again. She had probably been grounded and she could not even walk through the entrance. Lu Yin was both disappointed and relieved. He really wanted to see Ming Yan, but he was also afraid of exposing himself in front of Li Zimo. Ming Zhaoshu had done the right thing. On the 8th day Lu Yin and the rest were summoned back. The entire Ming vanguard left the Reverend King's residence, including Li Zimo. After leaving the residence, Lu Yin and the rest were ordered to put on blindfolds and other items that cut off their 5 senses. They were then brought to a cold, dark place. Li Zimo was the same. You've been brought to the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light, the monkey said. Lu Yin took off his blindfold. His surroundings were pitch black, but he could vaguely make out quite a few people. Li Zimo wasn't too far away from him, and this was the underground of the Tower of Resonating Light. This meant that these people were here to ambush Han Chong and the others. Both sides had a tacit understanding that the battle on the day of the celebration would be a battle of strength. From Han Chang's point of view, as long as they could defeat the Tower of Resonating Light and destroy the 5 sealing nodes, the experts from the outer realm would be able to swarm in and occupy Shenwu continent. To Crown Prince Ming Hao, this place would be a prison for the majority of the trial takers. Everyone move out upon hearing the order. Everyone rest here, Ming Zhaoqin's voice rang out. There were 13 levels to the Tower of Resonating Light. 5 of them were exposed above ground, which was the Tower of Resonating Light that everyone could see. The 8th level was hidden underground, and the lower one went the wider the area. The 13th level was almost the size of the capital, and Ming Taizhong had been buried on the 13th level. Lu Yin looked at the ground beneath his feet. An almighty powerhouse was buried some distance away from him, and there should be precious techniques, insights, and secret treasures there. It was a pity that he couldn't touch them. Ming Zhaoshu had said that even a hunter would find it difficult to survive in Ming Taizhong's grave, and that should be the 13th level. Lu Yin's current location should be the 7th level. Crown Prince Ming Hao had revealed that the 5 sealing nodes were located at the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light. Han Chong and the others only knew that it was on the 6th level, so the only way to ambush them would be on the 7th level. Of course, it was also possible that they had guessed that there was more than one level underground. Crown Prince Ming Hao was so confident that he could capture all of his attackers. Lu Yin was curious and he looked around. The 7th level was very wide, and because it was hidden underground it was very dark. Not a single ray of sunlight could be seen, and aside from the hard stone floor beneath his feet, he couldn't see anything else. However, his martial power was abundant, and it was almost boiling. It was enough to allow the Ming vanguard to remain in peak condition. Strange, this place is very strange, the monkey said. Lu Yin couldn't speak, and he could only listen to the monkey muttering to himself. Aside from the abundant martial power, there's also a mixture of other energies and they're all very large. This feels very similar to, how should I put it? Source boxes. Right, source boxes. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and a thought flashed through his mind. He suddenly recalled the two strange beast sculptures at the entrance of the Ming constables. Those were source boxes. There's no mistaking it. We're surrounded by source boxes. The monkey exclaimed. What do you mean? Lu Yin used his martial power to seal off their surroundings. The monkey muttered, it's not easy to explain. Let's put it this way. Think of the entire tower of resonating light as a giant source box, and we're currently trapped inside. Lu Yin was astonished. How is that possible? Source boxes can be used like that? Of course they can. Let me tell you something. You humans aren't the only ones with lock breakers. Our astral beast domain has lock breakers as well, and they can unlock treasures that have been sealed by the universe. Your great marquis is a lock breaker, the monkey said proudly. You're a lock breaker? Lu Yin was truly shocked. A monkey was a lock breaker? What a joke. The monkey sternly replied, I'll warn you one more time, don't underestimate astral beasts ever. Ever since the birth of the universe, astral beasts have existed for far longer than you humans. I've also said before that humans are actually a type of astral beast. In the eyes of astral beasts, humans are just a branch and that's all. Anything that humans can do, astral beasts can do as well, and lock breaking is no exception. He thought for a moment before saying, something is about to happen. You're on your own now. He then left. Yu Xianzi was not sure if Lu Yin really knew something or if he was just trying to deceive her. If what he said was true, then there was a hidden hand controlling the trial takers from the Xinwu continent. They were betting their lives on whether or not they could break the Tower of Resonating Light. If they could break it, then the credit would go to that person. If they couldn't, then that person might not even show up. Yu Xianzi, Han Chong, and the people from the Day-Night clan were all pawns of that person. Impossible, no one would treat them like pawns. However, Yu Xianzi thought about it for a while and suddenly realized a problem. If all the trial takers were attacking the Tower of Resonating Light at the same time, then who was the one leading them? Han Chong? Impossible, as this group of people had only just arrived. If they could gather information about the Tower of Resonating Light and organize so many people, then they must have been planning this for a long time. Who could it be? Han Chong entered the 7th level of the Tower of Resonating Light. He easily dodged two long blades that slashed at him, and with a wave of his hand, he used his martial power to crush the two Ming vanguards in front of him. Everything was pitch black as far as the eye could see, and only the light from the 6th level illuminated the area. Where was the node? On the 6th level, the battle between Li Zimo and Zhanlong Day-Night was becoming more and more intense. Li Zimo's sword chi was becoming more and more frequent, and he was already using his full strength. However, Zhanlong Day-Night was still handling the situation with ease, and there was not a single scratch on his body. At this moment, Li Zimo's shock was indescribable. As the second on the list of tempering, there should be no one in the Martial King realm who was a match for him aside from the mysterious number one. Li Zimo had encountered many outsiders over the years, and no one in the same realm had been a match for him. However, the man in front of him was too terrifying. Li Zimo could not even injure him, let alone defeat him. Zhanlong Day-Night grinned and tore open his outer robes. Your swordsmanship isn't bad. Come, slash at me. He pointed at his chest in an arrogant manner. Li Zimo sheathed his sword and stared at Zhanlong Day-Night. He flipped the hilt of his sword over. How arrogant. He tapped his foot lightly and slashed out. The surroundings fell silent, as this attack seemed to isolate the space around it. It was stronger than any of his previous attacks, and it even surpassed Lu Shaoqiu's second sword of the 13 swords. This was the silent sword, Li Zimo's strongest attack. Zhanlong Day-Night had been careless. He had thought that Li Zimo had already used his full strength, but he had not expected this to be his strongest attack. Zhanlong Day-Night's chest was torn open, and blood splattered across the ground. He jumped onto a broken rock and looked at Zhanlong Day-Night. Otherwise, this result would be enough for Zhanlong Day-Night to join the Outerverse Youth Council. He then used Flash to rush into the battlefield and casually picked up a boulder to smash at Zhanlong Day-Night. Zhanlong Day-Night waved his hand and the boulder shattered. His cold gaze swept over Lu Yin. Lu Yin lowered his head and smashed the ground, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Zhanlong Day-Night was disdainful. Child's play. Li Zimo looked at Lu Yin and said in a low voice, "You're not allowed to interfere." Lu Yin wanted to say something but a voice rang out beside his ear. At the same time, Li Zimo heard it as well. The two looked at each other and then rushed towards the 5th level of the Tower of Resonating Light. At the same time, the Ming Vanguard and the other Shinwu continent experts who had been defending the Tower of Resonating Light retreated one after another. Yu Xianzi's heart skipped a beat, and she had a bad premonition. Brother Zhanlong, this is a trap. They're trying to trap us here. Zhanlong Day Night looked up. That will depend on their abilities. He then leapt up and rushed towards the 5th level with Lu Yin and the rest. Li Zimo swung his sword in an attempt to stop Zhanlong Day Night, but Zhanlong Day Night was not the only one who knew the Day Night restoration technique. His extreme speed was also astonishing, and it exceeded the expectations of Li Zimo and the rest. By the time Li Zimo and the rest reached the 5th level, Zhanlong Day Night was right behind them. Besides them, there were a few other trial takers who had also reached the 5th level. Beat him down. Li Zimo barked as he attacked Zhanlong Day Night. Lu Yin also attacked at the same time, sending a palm towards Zhanlong Day Night. Zhanlong Day Night snorted and punched out with both fists. Black and white intersected. This was the Day Night punch. With a bang, Li Zimo's long sword shattered, and he was sent flying back dozens of meters. Lu Yin's palm collided with Zhanlong Day Night's fist, and there was a loud bang. A shockwave spread out in all directions and suppressed the Day Night experts who had been rushing up. I haven't thought about it yet. Han Chong fell silent. This was a promise and he could not casually agree to it. The others looked at each other and then Xiaohua spoke up. Brother Lu, if we're able to leave on our own, would you stop us? Everyone stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled. You're all underestimating me. Please do as you wish. Yu Xianzi blinked. That's not right. Is this really Lu Yin? Her impression of Lu Yin was that he was not a gentleman, and he would not waste any time if he could take advantage of others. He had even robbed many people in the past and he had even taken liberties with Shiyu. This guy was not that different from a scoundrel. Would he not stop them? Only a fool would believe that. 7th bro, are you really not going to stop them? From the looks of it, that guy has some confidence in getting out, the monkey said. Lu Yin did not reply. On the 6th level, Xiaohua took a deep breath and solemnly retrieved something from his cosmic ring with a solemn expression. Everyone stared at him and when they saw what it was, they all had strange expressions. Lu Yin's brows rose. Brother, and if I'm not wrong, is that a loudspeaker in your hand? Xiaohua snickered and took out another item. It was another loudspeaker, but it was much larger than the previous one. He put the two loudspeakers together and then took out another one. Just like that, under everyone's strange gazes, Xiaohua sighed. It's done. What appeared before everyone's eyes was an enormous loudspeaker made up of dozens of loudspeakers that were pointed upwards. Doro from Bardweave was surprised. Are you going to call for help? Xiaohua was speechless. Of course not. My Watermoon Villa has a battle technique that can be transmitted through sound. I have a brother hiding in Mingdu, and as long as my voice is transmitted, we can use his strength to break the seal. He's an explorer, so he should be able to break the seal. Everyone was surprised that such a battle technique existed. Interesting. Lu Yin was surprised as well. The universe was truly filled with all sorts of strange things, and even such a battle technique existed. Brother Han, according to our agreement, if an explorer appears, you'll be in charge. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Xiaohua asked Han Chong. Han Chong's expression was solemn. As long as the seal is broken and an explorer appears, I'll be in charge. Alright, then I'll begin. Xiaohua took a deep breath, and under everyone's astonished gazes, he shouted into the loudspeaker, boom. The loud sound was transmitted through the solidified energy. It was not an offensive sound wave, but it was very loud. Even Lu Yin was startled. The monkey was even more furious. That bastard scared me. Outside the Tower of Resonating Light, a series of boom shocked the surrounding troops, and they all looked towards the tower. At the same time, 1,000 meters away from the Tower of Resonating Light, a man was lying on a tree. When he heard the sound, his eyes flashed and he opened his mouth. Boom. It was the same sound, but this time it came from the man's mouth. An enormous amount of martial power swept through the void and viciously struck the Tower of Resonating Light. In Mingdu's imperial palace, Ming Hao's expression changed and he suddenly stood up. He picked up a cup and threw it out. The cup pierced through the void and landed outside the Tower of Resonating Light, smashing towards the man. The man did not seem to care, and the sound wave that carried his martial power heavily struck the solidified energy seal. There was a loud bang and the tower of resonating light trembled. Lu Yin took several steps back and stared in shock at the impact. Everyone stared at the area where the attack had struck, but there were no changes. And Xiaohua's expression changed. How is this possible? Again Han Chong growled. We'll attack at the same time and coordinate from the inside. Okay, and Xiaohua replied. Boom. Outside the tower of resonating light, the man was struck by the cup and spat out a mouthful of blood. When he heard another boom from inside, he gritted his teeth and roared as well. His martial power swept out again, forming a visible storm that smashed towards the tower of resonating light. Inside the imperial palace, Ming Hao sneered. You don't know what's good for you. He then took out a chopstick and threw it out. Boom. The explorer cooperated with Han Chong and the rest, and two enormous forces viciously struck the same spot on the energy seal. At this moment, Lu Yin was slightly worried. Han Chong's strength was definitely not weaker than an explorer's, and with Yu Xianzi and the rest, the group inside the Tower of Resonating Light was comparable to at least 2 explorers. Including the one outside, there were 3 explorers attacking at the same time, and the seal might not be able to hold them. Crack. The seal cracked open. Lu Yin's brows rose. Sure enough, an attack of this strength could break the seal. However, Ming Hao did not appear and allowed the explorer outside to attack. It was clear that he had a backup plan. Suddenly, 5 strange sculptures rose into the air and floated above the 5th level, right above Lu Yin's head. The 5 sculptures connected together, causing the energy seal to suddenly repair itself and become incomparably tough, forming an even more powerful seal. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, as this scene reminded him of the 5 sealing planets. Could this seal be the same as the one that had sealed the 5 sealing planets? Those 5 sculptures were source boxes, which made Lu Yin think of a terrifying possibility. The 5 sealing planets couldn't be 5 incomparably enormous source boxes, right? Impossible. How could there be source boxes that big? Lu Yin did not have much time to think, as the newly repaired seal completely extinguished Han Chong and the rest's hopes. The explorer outside had his abdomen pierced through by a chopstick, and he fell limp to the ground. He was quickly caught, as he was just an ordinary explorer and was much weaker than Ming Hao. Ming Hao did not even need to show himself to deal with him. However, before he could be taken away, Long Yun intervened and took the explorer away. Ming Hao did not stop him, as the Tower of Resonating Light was his main priority. When he saw that no one was able to break the seal, Lu Yin relaxed and looked down. Coincidentally, Yu Xianzi looked up and met Lu Yin's gaze. When she saw Lu Yin's smile, her face sank. Bastard, he's rejoicing in our misfortune. Brother Lu, we can talk about your conditions now, Han Chong said to Lu Yin. His tone was gentle, as if he did not care about what had just happened. And Xiaohua's mouth twitched. Brother Han, why are you talking about conditions with him? Do you think he can break the seal? Han Chong seriously replied, I believe that he can. Han Chong's words were very certain, and even Lu Yin was surprised. Before the 5 sculptures had formed the seal, Lu Yin was confident that he could break it, but now he was no longer confident. However, Han Chong was even more confident than he was. I've already said that I'd like everyone to help me with something. This is my condition, Lu Yin said. Sure, Sandao of the Moke Sword sect looked up. No matter what it is? Rumor has it that in the Astral Combat Academy, Brother Lu's relationship with the Day-Night clan isn't good. You even beat up Zhanlong Day-Night's group. If Brother Lu wants the organizations behind us to deal with the Day-Night clan, then we can't do it, Alfonso of Chaos Flowzone Star Astral Mountain said coldly. Lu Yin smiled. Of course, I'm not asking you to deal with the Day-Night clan. Let me put it this way, as long as the organizations behind you are able to do it, you have to help me with something. Is that enough? Of course, everyone has to swear an oath. Everyone fell silent. Although swearing an oath was just a matter of words, it was still a shackle to cultivators, except for those who went back on their word. Seventh bro, this seal isn't something that you can come into contact with, the monkey said solemnly. Lu Yin stared at the 5 giant statues. This is a man-made seal. We should be able to break through it. The adorable monkey tattoo on his arm glowed brightly. You can't do it. Don't blame me for discouraging you, but you really can't do it. I still have to try. Lu Yin's tone was firm. He had a lock-breaking tool, serious arts, and Karen's lock-breaking experience. He really wanted to give it a try. He was becoming more and more like a true lock breaker, and whenever he encountered a difficult sourcebox he would always want to give it a try. Lu Yin pressed both hands against the solidified energy seal, and a surge of martial power swept across his face, forming layers of ripples that rippled outwards. In an instant the solidified energy seal began to ripple. Everyone watched this scene excitedly. They had tried their best to attack but to no avail. However, when Lu Yin made a move there was actually a reaction. This was a lockbreaker's ability and it was extraordinary. At this moment in Lu Yin's eyes, the vast ocean of energy in front of him suddenly churned with waves, forming a strange image of turbulent waves. Others could not see this scene and only powerhouses like Han Chong who had comprehended a domain could sense it. Even ordinary lockbreakers could not see it. This was a scene that only powerhouses with serious arts could see. Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood. The 5 statues had used the energy seal on the sourcebox's surface to form a sea of energy to injure him. The monkey was right, as this was not something that Lu Yin could come into contact with at his current level. Even a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker might not be able to unlock a seal of this level, let alone a discerning elementary lockbreaker. I already said that you should give up. You can't even open a crack. This is a complete flow of life, and it's a symbol of a boundless advanced sourcebox. Even if it's man-made, it's not something that a puny discerning elementary lockbreaker like you can do, the monkey said helplessly. Lu Yin knelt down on one knee and panted heavily as blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. The energy attack had been too terrifying, and that attack had not been any weaker than an explorer's. He had basically taken an explorer's attack head-on. Lock-breaking was already very dangerous, and if not for his powerful defenses, that attack would have been enough to take his life. He had only touched the ocean slightly, and he had not even begun to unlock it. That would incite agitation and bring disaster upon himself. Below him the crowd was disappointed. They were not idiots, and they could naturally tell that the 5 statues were very similar to the 5 sealing planets. The 5 sealing planets could withstand the attacks of almighty powerhouses, and even if these 5 statues were weak, they could still withstand attacks from explorers or even cruisers. Lu Yin was still too weak. Han Chang's gaze did not change and he continued to look up. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 285. Lu Yin was ecstatic, as he had never imagined that he would comprehend a domain in such a situation. Everything was under his control, and he could feel everything within 100 meters of him. He didn't even need to look to sense it. He could hear the heartbeats of the people below, and he could feel their gazes on him. It was no wonder why the Rainmaster had said that comprehension only took an instant. However, Lu Yin was more willing to believe that this was due to the serious technique. It was just like the second sword of the sword sect's 13 swords, which had its own domain. It could be said that Lu Xiaoqiu had comprehended a domain before being able to use the second sword, but it could also be said that the second sword had helped Lu Xiaoqiu comprehend a domain. The Sirius sect, where Lu Yin's Sirius technique was located, was even more powerful than the sword sect. For this technique to be named after the name Sirius, it must be one of the sect's core techniques, so it wasn't strange for it to help him comprehend a domain. Lu Yin suddenly looked at Han Chong. He hadn't noticed it before, but now he could clearly feel Han Chong's power. It was a power that had been stored for a long time, and there was also an indescribable force in his body. This strength gave Lu Yin an indescribable sense of familiarity, but he couldn't recall what it was. The moment Lu Yin comprehended a domain, Han Chong's eyes lit up. He had sensed that this was a collision between domains and his lips curled up. 5-line battle force and a domain. This person had not disappointed him. Lu Yin didn't have time to think about Han Chong as waves of energy surged towards him. Lu Yin stood up and took a few deep breaths. His eyes widened, and his right foot gently shifted a few centimeters to avoid the first wave of energy. He then shifted a few more centimeters to avoid the next wave of energy. His entire body seemed relaxed and completely different from before. If Lu Yin had been a rock in a torrent before, then he was now a small boat swaying in the waves. No matter how large the waves were, they would not be able to drown him. No way. You, 7th bro, you comprehended the secret sidestep? The monkey shrieked in disbelief. Lu Yin's gaze swept over the crowd. What's the secret sidestep? A lockbreaker's supreme footwork technique. Countless lockbreakers have placed it on a pedestal, and they've spent their entire lives searching for a footwork technique that can allow them to avoid being killed by lockbreakers. That's the secret sidestep. Don't tell me that you just comprehended it. The monkey cried out. Luin was lost. I don't know. In any case, these energy shockwaves are useless against me right now. Besides, I can see even more clearly now, so I should be able to unlock a crack and let them out. *CK your third great aunt. Even if you've comprehended the secret sidestep technique, you're still the second great uncle of the universe? That's the secret sidestep. It's a peerless technique that's 1 in 10,000. If you can comprehend the secret sidestep, then your lock-breaking safety will increase by 100-fold. This is something that countless lock-breakers strive for, but you actually managed to comprehend it just like that. How disgusting, how disgusting. The monkey shouted in jealousy. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. That shouldn't be the case. He had relied on the giant emperor's third eye, serious art, and his domain to reach this step. It should be considered a pseudo-secret sidestep. Without any of these elements, the secret sidestep wouldn't have been possible. Then what about the true secret sidestep? Lu Yin suddenly recalled the sourcebox catalog that he had seen before. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 286. The crowd below was pleasantly surprised, but Han Chong did not hold back and leaped out of the 6th level to appear beside Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at him. He knew what Lu Yin wanted, so he took out the commitment agreements and placed them in front of Lu Yin. Brother Lu, you can check them. Lu Yin glanced over them. No need, I trust Brother Han. Yu Xinzi was speechless. How shameless of him to say such a thing after looking through them. Lu Yin was much happier when he put away the commitment agreements. The crack suddenly widened and the crowd gradually emerged. Most of them thanked Lu Yin, and only a few were unhappy with him. However, they did not dare to say anything. With Lu Yin's strength, a single finger was enough to crush them all. Right, a friendly reminder. Ming Hao has placed many spies around here, so don't expose yourselves. Lu Yin smiled. Everyone left the Tower of Resonating Light one by one. Yu Xinzi looked at Zhanlong Dayknight and wanted to ask something, but she did not. Han Chong smiled at Lu Yin. Brother Lu, I'm looking forward to the semi-finals. Lu Yin looked at Han Chong seriously. You're very strong. I couldn't see it in the past, but now I can clearly feel that you'll be one of my greatest opponents in the semi-finals. Han Chong smiled. Brother Lu, you're underestimating Star Sibyl and Grand Aini. Grand Aini seems to be the weakest, and she only relies on 4-line battle force and monstrous strength. However, the Mavis family's innate gift has never been revealed before. There's also Star Sibyl and no one knows her limits. Brother Lu, don't underestimate them. He then glanced at Zhanlong Dayknight and left. The fact that the Dayknight clan had sent Zhanlong Dayknight proved that they were not underestimating the semi-finals. Unfortunately, they had met Lu Yin. From Han Chong's perspective, Zhanlong Dayknight's defenses were astonishing, and he was not confident that he could deal with him. There was a high chance that they would end up in a draw, but Lu Yin was the one who countered him the most. Lu Yin looked at Han Chong's departing figure and thought back to the scene back on Earth where Lulu had used her melder strength to subdue an explorer sea turtle. He had originally forgotten about that scene, but now that he thought about it, was that the Mavis family's innate gift? If Grand Aini had it as well, then that would be terrifying. When would the semi-finals begin? Old Kai had said that the Astral Combat Academy was waiting for an opportunity, and Lu Yin was looking forward to it. Lu Yin's gaze swept across the ground, passing by Li Zimo and the rest of the Dayknight clan members. He grabbed Zhanlong Dayknight and the other Dayknight clan members and soared into the sky. These people could not be allowed to return safely. Lu Yin had come here to join the Outerverse Youth Council as well as to divert the Dayknight clan's attention. However, the group of people who had left earlier would definitely spread the news that he had defeated Zhanlong Dayknight, which would be troublesome. Lu Yin did not want to endlessly entangle himself with the Dayknight clan, and he needed to join the Outerverse Youth Council before the Dayknight clan took their revenge. At that time, his status would be different and he would have a say in the Outerverse. In the Reverend King's residence, Ming Zhaoshu brought Ming Yen to the Imperial Palace. Tang Si was still there. Lu Yin tossed Zhanlong Dayknight and the others to Tang Si. Tang Si took it in shock and looked at Zhanlong Dayknight. His expression changed as he recognized him. This person was the powerhouse who had attacked Ming Yen the other day. That palm strike had left a deep impression on him, as it had rendered him immobile and stunned everyone on the street. Who is he? He's an outsider. Tie him up and throw him in jail. Star Sibyl, the human Star Sibyl. Once I kill her, my name will immediately spread throughout the astral beast domain and surpass the other 4 academy masters. I'll become the top student of the spiritual academy. Luine was speechless. Aren't your eyes very powerful? See if she has any mysterious abilities. I can't tell, the monkey replied bluntly. Luine was displeased. You're patronizing me. The monkey hurriedly replied, of course not. How could I patronize the great 7th bro? You've even comprehended the secret sidestep, and the universe is no longer big enough for you. Shut up and talk. Are you going to shut up or talk? Talk about Starsabil. Starsabil? What's the matter? Use those eyes of yours to look at her. The monkey was helpless. 7th bro, I've already told you that I really can't see through her. Starsabil comes from the Starsabil sect, and she's a freak on the same level as Skyminder. Someone like that can predict the future and I can't see through her at all. Luine did not press the matter any further, as the monkey's words should be true. If Starsabil was so easily seen through, then she would not be Starsabil. He looked around and saw quite a few familiar faces. They were all people who had made promises to him, and of course there were quite a few others as well. Grandine Mavis was sizing Luine up from a distance. Lu Yin's gaze coincidentally met hers. Grandine Mavis waved her fist and Luine smiled, knowing that she was referring to the time when they had clashed in the thatched cottage. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 287. Han Chong had not returned, and neither had Wu Shang, who had been hiding in the Ming constables like Lu Yin. Long Yun, who had been roaming the capital and intimidating Ming Hao, had also not returned. Song Yu's figure appeared and he looked at everyone before nodding. Quite a few people returned this time. Returning does not mean that you have passed, and not returning does not mean that you have failed. Every once in a while we will bring back trial takers. You are not the first batch, nor will you be the last. Song Yu then continued, everyone, you can take out your particle cameras now. You are very lucky, as the judge of your results will be the 10 Arbiters Scholar, Lord Wensansi. He will personally observe your performances. The moment these words were spoken, many people's eyes burned with passion. The 10 Arbiters held a very high position in the hearts of the younger generation, and being recognized by them was an honor that countless people pursued for their entire lives. Even Starsabil could not remain calm in front of Wensansi. My apologies, my particle camera was destroyed. Someone raised his hand helplessly. Following that, many others raised their hands as well, as all of their cameras had been destroyed. Sangyu replied, that's normal. The Shinwu continent knows about particle cameras, and once the Ming vanguard attacks, the focus will be on the physical body. It's normal for you to not be able to protect your particle cameras, but it has been determined that you have failed. Many people were dejected. They had gone to great lengths to leave the Shinwu continent, but they had failed. Lu Yin's particle camera had been destroyed by him and he glanced over. Starsabil and Grandini's cameras had been destroyed as well. Did that mean that the 2 of them had failed? Requesting the 10 Arbiters to determine the results. Requesting the 10 Arbiters to determine the results. Starsabil and Grandine Mavis spoke at the same time and then looked at each other. Grandini's gaze was provocative while Starsabil's was indifferent. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. What did these 2 know? Their particle cameras had been destroyed, but they still dared to request the 10 Arbiters to determine the results. It had to be classified information. The 5 ceiling planets nodes? Or the Tower of Resonating Light? When he thought of the Tower of Resonating Light, Lu Yin suddenly recalled the thatched cottage plan. Grandine had clearly been present, but she had not been present during the attack on the Tower of Resonating Light. There was also Starsabil. Lu Yin did not believe that she did not know about the attack on the tower. Since both of them were absent, did they know something? The most likely possibility was that they knew that the Tower of Resonating Light had been Ming Taizhong's grave, and now, they wanted to use this information to obtain the results. Can't, Sangyu said. Lu Yin suddenly said, I also request that the 10 Arbiters determine the results. Starsabil and Grandine turned to look at Lu Yin, deep in thought. Sangyu glanced at Lu Yin and nodded. The others looked at the 3 of them curiously. Since they dared to ask the 10 Arbiters to judge their results, they must have heard some incredible news. Brother Lu, do you have any confidential information to share? And Xiaohua came over and asked. Lu Yin grinned. I've already told you, Xianzi. Not too far away, Yu Xianzi was stunned and she looked at Lu Yin. What did he tell me? I told you that the Tower of Resonating Light was a trap, but you didn't believe me. Yushinzi was furious. Don't spout nonsense, Luin. You told me that in the Tower of Resonating Light. You can only blame yourself for hiding the attack on the Tower of Resonating Light from me. Otherwise, I would have told you long ago, Luin said matter-of-factly. That's right. We discovered it at the same time. More accurately, I discovered it before her. Starsibyl smiled. When Sansi looked at Luin. What about you? The two girls also looked at Luin curiously. Luin gestured for them to go first. Ladies first. When Sansi smiled. Not bad. It's no wonder Mira likes you. Lu Yin's face froze and he was speechless. He laughed dryly. There's nothing going on between me and Mira. When Sansi laughed. There's no need to hide it. She mentioned you to me before and I can tell that she admires you. I've seen your experiences and not bad. Even if I'm a Lemiter, I won't be stronger than you. You are indeed qualified to be called a 10 Arbiters candidate. Lu Yin's face changed and he stared into Wensansi's eyes. Wensansi did not back down, and there was nothing but a smile in his eyes. Lu Yin could not understand this person anymore. This person was like a blade of grass that swayed with the wind, but no matter how strong the wind or the rain he would not fall. He had a strong sense of self and was very magnanimous. Lu Yin believed that this magnanimity stemmed from his confidence in his strength. Why are you two men staring at each other like that? How can the number one beauty in the universe, Starsibyl, endure this? Grandiani shrieked. Wensansi and Lu Yin were not affected at all, and they calmly averted their gazes. Grandiani, you go first. I'll judge for you, Wensansi said. Grandiani looked at Lu Yin warily. You're not allowed to listen. Lu Yin was speechless. Looking at her reminded him of looking at Lulu. Were all Mavis family members like this? How could they control the universe's economy like this? When Sansi separated Lu Yin from Starsibyl and listened to Grandini's report with a shocked expression. Grandini finished not long after, and when Sansi listened to Starsibyl's report. Their reports were the same. They had discovered that the Tower of Resonating Light was Ming Taizhong's burial ground. This was considered one of their biggest missions and their results were excellent. After Starsibyl and Grandini were separated, when Sansi looked at Lu Yin. It's your turn. What did you discover? Lu Yin glanced at the two girls who were looking at him curiously and replied, the Tower of Resonating Light is Ming Taizhong's burial ground. When Sansi was curious. They broke into the palace and used their own methods to control explorers to steal this information. How did you know? The palace isn't the only one who knows about this. The Reverend King Ming Zhaoshu also knows. I was once a coachman in the Reverend King's residence, Lu Yin replied. When Sansi nodded and did not ask any more questions. Since that's the case, the three of you have the same results. Wait, Lu Yin spoke up and faced Wensansi. He solemnly said, I also know the secrets of the Tower of Resonating Light, as well as its structural diagram. Not long after, the results of the trial takers who had left Shenwu continent were announced. Everyone had thought that Starsibyl would be the one with the highest results, but the reality left them all dumbfounded. Even Starsibyl was surprised that Lu Yin had obtained the highest results. Furthermore, when Sansi had confirmed that he had completed the mission to find Ming Taizhong's burial ground. This result shook the space station and it soon spread out and shocked many people. The two missions on Shenwu continent had remained uncompleted for 1,000 years, but now someone had actually completed them. Starsibyl and Grandini looked at Lu Yin in shock. How did you complete the mission? We clearly finished our report. You guys must have been rigged. Grandini exclaimed. Starsibyl's eyes were deep as she looked at Lu Yin. This person was becoming more and more unfathomable, especially after leaving Shenwu continent. His entire body was filled with a sense of familiarity, which should be his domain. This person was becoming stronger and stronger, and she was looking forward to the top 4 battles more and more. The person who had obtained first place in the trial would naturally be able to join the Outerverse Youth Council. As one of the 10 arbiters, when Sansi could not personally make arrangements for Lu Yin, even if he admired Lu Yin. The person who had made the arrangements for Lu Yin was Mira. Mira was also in this space station. Lu Yin felt rather uncomfortable when he faced her again. This woman was too enchanting and she looked at him with a teasing gaze. Congratulations on passing the trial and joining the Outerverse Youth Council. Your results are also first place, Mira praised as she beamed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin felt that her smile was very sinister, and there was even a hint of schadenfreude in it. Senior Mira, your smile is very strange. Mira chuckled, and the smile in her eyes grew even more pronounced. She walked closer to Lu Yin, bringing with her a fragrant scent. Junior, Senior Mira wants to congratulate you. You're about to win over a beauty. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 288. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat when he heard Myra's words, and the first person he thought of was Ming Yen. Had someone found out? That was impossible. He suppressed his shock and calmly asked, "Senior, what do you mean by that?" Mira stretched lazily, revealing her perfect curves. Arbiter One can make arrangements for the nearby weaves. Although you aren't branded with Arbiter One's seal, you belong directly to Arbiter One. Thus, Arbiter One's arrangement for you is... Myra's lips curled up and she looked at Lu Yin playfully. A subordinate counselor of the Outerverse Youth Council. Lu Yin was shocked. Subordinate counselor to Wendy Yushan? Mira laughed. That's right. Wendy Yushan is your little fiancé. Lu Yin was speechless. When Sansi must be messing with him. Everyone knew about his relationship with Wendy Yushan, yet he had made such an arrangement for him. He looked at Mira, and the more he looked at her, the more he felt that she was doing this on purpose. Mira suppressed her laughter. Don't look at me like that. It has nothing to do with me. It was all arranged by Arbiter One. Lu Yin was helpless. Arbiter One isn't that senseless. There's a reason for this arrangement. Myra's expression suddenly turned serious as she looked at Lu Yin seriously. Something has happened to the Great Yu Empire. You have to be mentally prepared. Lu Yin's eyes widened and a cold killing intent flashed through them. The Day-Night clan? Mira shook her head. While you were on Shinwu continent, Undying Yushan died from his injuries and passed the throne to Crown Prince Doran Yushan. Wendy Yushan thought that Undying Yushan's injuries were caused by the Ross Empire, so she personally went to battle with them. She was severely injured and is now missing. Her matters were handed over to her subordinate counselor, Baser, but he's arrogant and can't handle such a huge responsibility. Arbiter One transferred you to Wendy Yushan. With your status as a member of the Council of Astral Academy, you can replace Baser and act as a counselor of the Outerverse Youth Council. Lu Yin was shocked. Undying Yushan is dead? Mira nodded. He's dead and even his corpse has disappeared. Wendy Yushan thought that the Ross Empire took him away, so she went to battle with them. The Ross Empire was one of the strongest powers in the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, and it was comparable to the Blaze Realm. They definitely had hunters within their ranks, and although Wendy Yushan was ranked in the top 20 of the top 100 rankings, she was still helpless against a hunter or someone stronger than that. Perhaps the Ross Empire was wary of the 10 Arbiters Council. Crown Prince Doran Yushan. Second Crown Prince. Mira? Mira shook her head. I don't know. Even Undying Yushan's death is a mystery. The Ross Empire has denied that they killed Undying Yushan, but there's something fishy about this matter. The bodies of the Yushan family's descendants have either been turned to dust or taken away. Lu Yin had not expected so many things to happen while he was on Shinwu continent. The Great Yu Empire had almost been destroyed. His emotions were in a mess and he did not know what to do next. Because of the war in Frostwave Weave, the Innerverse was affected. Wendy Yushan has the 10 Arbiters backing her, and the Ross Empire also has the support of the 10 Arbiters. The 10 Arbiters. Myriad Swords Peak, the Blaze Realm, and even the Day-Night clan got involved. Just the Great Yu Empire has affected the Innerverse and Outerverse. Lu Yin felt bitter. It's not the Great Yu Empire. It's Wendy Yushan. Without her, even if the Great Yu Empire was massacred, the Innerverse would not have been affected. Mira looked at Lu Yin and frowned. Arbiter One said that you can return to the Great Yu Empire first and then go to San Dios after you're done. However, you can't stay there for too long. What about Wendy? Where is she? Lu Yin asked. She's missing. She's probably in seclusion somewhere in Frostwave Weave. She's hidden her tracks. Lu Yin nodded. Even Undying Yushan had been killed, which meant that Wendy was not safe at all. Not long after, Lu Yin officially joined the Outerverse Youth Council and became a direct subordinate of Wendy Yushan. His position was on par with Baser's, but his position was much higher than Baser's. Having a high position did not mean that one could wield authority. Although Baser was Puyu's subordinate, he had been under Wendy Yushan's command for quite some time. It would not be easy for Baser to take away the authority that belonged to Wendy Yushan. Furthermore, Baser had Puyu's support. However, Lu Yin did not want to think about this right now. He just wanted to return to the Great Yu Empire and see how chaotic it was. Outer space was dark, and his path forward was becoming more and more confusing. The Great Yu Empire was Lu Yin's home, and if his home was destroyed he would lose his roots. Deep down he was more worried about Earth. He did not know if the war in Frostwave Weave would affect Earth. He opened his gadget and tapped a few times. Soon a voice sounded out. "Oh, you're out? Silver, do you have anything to do with the Great Yu Empire?" Lu Yin asked in a low voice. Captain, you can't say that. Do you have proof?" Silver replied in a relaxed tone. Lu Yin could imagine the sly smile on Silver's face. "I don't understand why the Ross Empire would take away all the Yushan corpses except for you." Silver sneered. "Captain, there are many mysterious things in the universe. What's so strange about corpses? The corpses of space-exploring powerhouses are very valuable for research. What about the other Yushan clansmen? What is the Neo-Human Alliance's goal in hiding in the Great Yu Empire?" Silver was shocked. "The Neo-Human Alliance? Captain, don't talk nonsense. This is a serious crime. Do you have proof?" Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and he ended the call. He had not shown any of this in front of Mira, but when Mira said that all the Yushan clansmen's corpses had been lost, the first thing that came to his mind was Silver. The Neo-Human Alliance had spent too much effort in the Great Yu Empire. To the Neo-Human Alliance, the Great Yu Empire was no different from an ant. Why waste so much effort? It was the same for his family. What was the Great Yu Empire hiding? His family could not have used such extreme methods. Only the Neo-Human Alliance. What were the Yushan clansmen's corpses hiding? Lu Yin's head hurt. He wanted to contact his family, but he could not take the initiative to do so. They're going too far and they don't even care about the war. We've lost all our funds because they've embezzled them and are forcing us to acknowledge their position. Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly. "Don't worry, none of them will be able to escape once I return." The blind monk turned around. "Are you sure? Those people have the support of powerhouses, but they're not from the Great Yu Empire. They're from the powers that His Majesty conquered in the Frostwave Weave. Now that His Majesty is dead, they've jumped out. Even people from Fire's Melt planet have appeared. They've even used the Outerverse Youth Council's name to win over U Academy and divide the families behind U Academy's elites. How can Fire's Melt planet use the Outerverse Youth Council's name?" "Fire's Melt planet's environment makes it impossible for me to find her," Tori Anna said helplessly. Shuashan Anna slammed his hand on the table, shattering it. "Idiot! She's trying to kill our Anna family." Beside him, Rocky Anna spoke up. "Brother, things are getting more and more bizarre. We originally thought that Jenny's escape was related to His Majesty's plan to attack Fire's Melt planet or King Zishan. However, His Majesty was suddenly attacked and killed, and there aren't even any corpses of the Yushan family members. Could these two events be related? For example, the Day-Night clan? The Day-Night clan is one of the strongest clans in the universe, so there's no need for them to steal the corpses of the Yushan family members. Also, I've already confirmed with Schutz that someone has resolved the grudge between King Zishan and the Night King clan, at least on the surface. The Day-Night clan that took Jenny is probably just trying to take revenge on King Zishan, and it has nothing to do with the attack on His Majesty," Shuashan Anna explained. It was just like Silver, and although Silver's power was not as sinister as this, the domain that he had developed for killing was similar to this energy. As expected, the one who had killed Undying Yushan was not a powerhouse from the Ross Empire. Lu Yin's gaze swept across the ground. These cracks must have come from a single moment of power. He stepped through the cracks and headed towards the court. There were no longer any guards inside the palace, only those outside. The entire place was silent as if it were a graveyard. When Lu Yin arrived at the court, news of him holding the Ring of Authority and entering the palace finally spread and shook Xenu's star. On the ocean, the explorers were still fighting fiercely. In the distance, two youths stopped fighting at the same time. A mere outsider wants to seize the throne. "Clay, let's put our grudges aside for now and deal with this King Zishan first." Clay's face darkened. All right, Anton, but the ring is mine. What a joke. The ring is mine. What did you say? The two explorers who had been fighting looked at each other in shock. Clay and Anton did not know, but they knew that this King Zishan had shocked the universe during the Astral Combat Tournament. His status was not to be underestimated, and it was rumored that he had joined the Council of Astral Academy and was directly under the 10 Arbiters Council. He was definitely a powerful figure. The organization that had sent them to fight for the throne was not worried about anything else but two people. One was Wendy Yushan, and the other was King Zishan Luin. Luin had actually returned. Young Master Anton, King Zishan is not to be underestimated. You should be friendly to him and ask for his support so that he can pass the Ring of Authority to you, one of the explorers said to Anton. Anton was astonished. Before the Great Yu Empire's crisis, he had been nothing more than a playboy and did not understand the people in power. He had not even watched the Astral Combat Tournament, which was why he had been chosen as the next emperor. He was easy to control, but there were also drawbacks. He did not know what Lu Yin's name meant, and he had become increasingly arrogant during this time. What, is this King Zishan that powerful? Anton asked disdainfully. The explorer's face turned ugly as he did not know how to persuade this idiot. On one hand, they hoped that this idiot would be as ignorant as possible, but this was a troublesome situation. This person had become too arrogant. On the other side, Clay was the same. As the person most likely to inherit the throne, how could he be too polite to someone with a different surname? However, he still promised to be polite, just like how he had tried to win over the courtiers. Don't worry, I'll give him the treatment he deserves. As long as he doesn't betray us, he's still King Zishan. Of course, that's only if he knows what's good for him, Clay said proudly. On the other side, Luke's face turned ashen. Long Chu is dead? Killed by this King Zishan? Behind him, a powerhouse answered, Yes, young Master Luke. How bold of him to dare touch my people. Does he really think that he has undying Yushan's protection? Does he really think that he can marry into the Anna family? In his dreams, Luke was furious. Young Master Luke, you should be more polite to this King Zishan. He holds the Empire's Ring of Authority, and there are many people in his faction. If he supports you, you'll definitely be able to ascend the throne, the powerhouse whispered. Luke took a few deep breaths and barely managed to suppress his anger. I know. Don't worry, I'll use my sincerity to exchange for his support. That's good, but I have to remind you that although this person is the Great Yu Empire's King Zishan, he has other identities that far exceed that. For example, he's a member of the Council of Astral Academy and a lock-breaker. Luke was shocked. He's a lock-breaker? That's right. We investigated this person the moment he entered the Frostwave Weave, and we just found out that he's a 2-star discerning elementary lock-breaker. His status is not to be underestimated, and he's also made contributions at the warfront and obtained honor points. He even joined the Outerverse Youth Council as the champion of the Outerverse trial. He's extremely influential, the powerhouse slowly explained. As he spoke, even he was shocked. Was this really something that a Lemiter from a fringe weave could do? His accomplishments were too great. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 293. Luke was shocked. He was slightly better off than Clay and Enong as he knew how terrifying a lockbreaker was. Looks like this person is an exception. The powerhouse grunted. You can think of him as a second Wendy Yushan. You were able to injure Wendy Yushan, but you can't deal with him? Luke asked softly. The powerhouse's gaze turned cold. Young Master Luke, please forget my identity. After all, we're at war right now. Luke fell silent. Also, Wendy Yushan attacked our empire first, which was why she was injured. Even so, the empire doesn't dare to kill her. This King Zishan's identity is even more complicated than Wendy Yushan's, the powerhouse said. Within the imperial palace, Lu Yin stood in the imperial court. He vaguely remembered the first time he had come here, and the pressure he had felt at that time was still fresh in his mind. Now things had changed. He wondered how many people would be able to return once the empire was rebuilt. Lu Yin sighed and looked up at the highest seat. Sitting there, one could overlook the 13 filaments and control countless lives. This was the throne. Lu Yin approached it step by step. At the same time, Hua Qingshan, Rocky Anna, Banjio, and a beauty appeared. She was the one who had been injured and had been left on the capital star to recuperate, Lu Ying Zishan. The four didn't show themselves, instead quietly watching the court as Lu Yin approached the throne. Their gazes were complicated and it was impossible to tell what they were thinking. Lu Yin approached step by step, passing through the court and reaching the highest position in the Great Yu Empire. Finally, he reached the throne and looked up at the star chart that had been placed there for many years. This star chart had been personally drawn by Undying Yushan when he had inherited the throne. Back then there had been no 13 filaments, but he had gradually added them to the chart and placed it behind the throne as a reminder to himself. However, as his body's condition deteriorated, the star chart had lost its meaning and had become dull. Now, Lu Yin picked it up again and patted it lightly, wiping away the dust as he looked at it with bright eyes. It's time to see the light of day again. Unfortunately, there's only the outer verse, Lu Yin muttered to himself with a smile on his face. He gently placed the star chart on the throne. From start to finish, Lu Yin had never touched the throne, much less sat on it. It was as if the throne was nothing special to him. This scene shocked Hua Qingshan and the others. They didn't know why, but even though Lu Yin was still young and was only a Lemeter, they could feel a heaven-devouring aura emanating from him. That star chart represented Undying Yushan, who had been full of metal when he was young. Now that it had reappeared, what did it mean? At this time, outside the Imperial Palace, many people appeared. Clay, Anton, Luke and other extended relatives all appeared, wanting to enter the Imperial Palace. Banjiu let them in, Hua Qingshan said calmly. Soon, several relatives rushed into the Imperial Palace under the lead of their respective powerhouses. They arrived at the front of the Imperial Court and stood outside, looking at Lu Yin who was standing beside the throne. How dare you, King Zishan? How dare you approach the throne? Hurry up and come out, shouted one of the relatives. Lu Yin turned around. Is everyone here? You're King Zishan, Lu Yin? Lu Yin looked up. That's me. Come down and I won't pursue the matter of you desecrating the throne, Anton said clearly, as if he was granting Lu Yin a great pardon. Lu Yin laughed, but he couldn't be bothered to ask who was who. Are all the relatives who want the throne all here? Luke stepped forward. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 294. Lu Yin Zishan's beautiful eyes looked at Lu Yin. This was the first time she had met him face to face and they had only talked on the phone before. Now, she truly understood this person from the Zishan family. He was domineering, ruthless, and different from what she had imagined. He was also ridiculously strong, and not even an explorer was his match. The Yushan family is in trouble. Princess Wendy's whereabouts are unknown, but she should still be alive. King Zishan Lu Yin will assume the throne. Does anyone have any objections? Lu Yin asked coldly. He didn't like to waste time, so he was very direct. The result was obvious. Hua Qingshan and the other two's appearance was the best response. The 5th Squadron fully supports King Zishan, Hua Qingshan replied. The 9th Squadron fully supports King Zishan, Rocky Anna replied. The 13th Squadron fully supports King Zishan, Lu Yin Zishan replied. The 12th Squadron fully supports King Zishan. Banjiu had arrived at some point. Lu Yin looked up with a tired expression. From now on, I'm both King Zishan and the Royal Regent. Since ancient times, ascending to the throne wasn't something that could be done with status alone. Lu Yin could obtain a certain amount of status with the Empire's Ring of Authority and his status as King Zishan, but it was impossible for him to directly proclaim himself emperor. Only Wendy Yushan could. Thus, for the time being, he wouldn't be tempted by the throne, and he would only govern the Great Yu Empire as the Royal Regent. Your Highness, the Empire is currently plagued by internal and external troubles. Please make a decision quickly, a minister suggested the next day. Lu Yin had become the Royal Regent with the support of the 13 Imperial Squadrons, and with the Empire's Ring of Authority and the support of Zishan's former subordinates, it was only logical for him to govern the Empire. Lu Yin sat below the throne, and he was the only one sitting in the Imperial Court. He looked at his gadget after hearing the minister's suggestion. I have my own plans. The ministers looked at each other, but they didn't say anything. The struggle for the throne had been the root of the chaos on Xenu Star, and now that they had been wiped out, the Great Yu Empire could focus on recovering lost territory and dealing with the Ross Empire. As the Royal Regent, Lu Yin should have made arrangements, but he hadn't, which was puzzling. Rocky Anna looked at Lu Yin and saw that he was still staring at his gadget. He frowned. The Imperial Court was a serious place, so how could he look to his gadget? Even His Majesty Undying Yushan and Crown Prince Doran Yushan had never done such a thing. Many of the courtiers felt uncomfortable. If not for the fact that this was the first time Lu Yin had participated in a court session as the royal regent, they would definitely have remonstrated against him. The court fell into a brief silence. Ghost Monkey couldn't hold it in any longer. "Seventh bro, look at how those ministers are staring at you. Aren't you afraid that they'll scold you?" Lu Yin looked up and scanned the court. Only a third of the original number of officials were left. Bailey was also present, and there were only 4 captains of the 13 Imperial squadrons. "Don't worry, they don't care about me. Whatever I do is useless. Just wait, there'll be a result soon," Lu Yin said indifferently, almost as if he was talking to himself. Finally, Minister Garop could not take it anymore. He stepped forward and said loudly, "Your Highness, the court is not a place for you to play with your gadget. Please deal with the important matters of the Empire." Lu Yin looked at Garop. "Lord Garop, tell me, what is the most important issue facing the Empire right now?" "Naturally, it's to deal with the Ross Empire's attack." "Your Highness, the Royal Regent wouldn't think that this is a joke, would you?" Garop shouted angrily. Lu Yin smiled. "That's right. I'm dealing with this matter." Everyone was shocked. Hua Qingshan's eyes flashed. "Your Highness, can you explain in detail?" "The Ross Empire is not a joke. Your Highness has a special status, and while the Ross Empire won't dare to do anything to you, status does not represent status." At that moment, Lu Yin's gadget beeped. His eyes lit up and he laughed. Just in time. He then tapped on his gadget screen. "Lord Garop, please read this." Garop stared at the screen that had popped up from Lu Yin's gadget, and his pupils shrank. Spirit Seal Flowzone's Watermoon Villa has officially objected to the Ross Empire's invasion of the Outerverse Great U Empire. The Innerverse and Outerverse are no longer related. The Ross Empire has suppressed the Outerverse Great U Empire with military might, causing countless lives to be lost. Watermoon Villa has warned the Ross Empire to cease the war and return peace to the universe. With a beep, another notification popped up. Heaven Ascension Flowzone's Sun family has officially objected to the Ross Empire's invasion of the Outerverse Great U Empire. The Innerverse and Outerverse are no longer related. The Ross Empire has suppressed the Outerverse Great U Empire with military might, causing countless lives to be lost. Heaven Ascension Flowzone's Sun family has warned the Ross Empire to cease the war and return peace to the universe. These 2 warnings were quite severe and they dazzled Garop. He looked at Lu Yin in shock, and everyone in the Imperial Court looked at Lu Yin in shock. "Royal Regent, what's this?" Lu Yin smiled. "Others can't take it anymore. The universe should be peaceful, and the Innerverse shouldn't bully the Outerverse, right?" Many people felt strange. It was normal for Innerverse powers to bully Outerverse powers and even exterminate Outerverse powers. Peace in the universe? When had there ever been peace? That was complete nonsense. Furthermore, these 2 warnings were almost exactly the same, only the names had been changed. Could this have been written by Lu Yin? Many people were suspicious. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Of course he had written them. He had used up 2 promissory notes in exchange for a warning letter. It was impossible for Watermoon Villa and the Sun family to wage war against the Ross Empire, but a warning was enough. With the addition of the others, the Ross Empire would be apprehensive. Even if they were certain that these powers would not interfere, they would still stop the war out of apprehension. Someone who could simultaneously communicate with so many powers was obviously not simple. From the Ross Empire's point of view, they would also be afraid. The universe was too unfathomable. With a beep, another notification popped up. Outerverse Bardweave's Evenground Palace has objected to the Ross Empire's invasion of the Outerverse Great U Empire. The Innerverse and Outerverse are no longer related. Hua Qingshan and the rest were puzzled. Banjio had barely interacted with Lu Yin before, but he had been left behind. Banjio himself found it strange as well, and he wondered if it was because of Sicker, but that didn't seem likely. "Captain Banjio, I've heard that you're very knowledgeable about technology. I have a question for you." Lu Yin walked up to Banjio and whispered, "If I want to send an important document into the Ross Empire, is it possible to do so without them noticing?" Banjio's eyes flashed and he looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. "What do you mean, Royal Regent?" Lu Yin sent a document to Banjio. "Send this to the Ross Empire. Make sure they don't know about it. Can you do it?" Banjio looked at the document, and his expression changed. "This is a military intelligence map of the Empire?" Lu Yin looked at him. Banjio subconsciously thought that Lu Yin had betrayed the Great U Empire, but that was impossible. He was already above everyone else, and there was no need for him to betray the Empire. Besides, with his status, there was no need for him to curry favor with the Ross Empire. Your Highness, why are you sending this military intelligence map to the Ross Empire? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 295. Lu Yin's gaze was icy. We've suffered too many losses in this war. We have to take revenge. Banjiu was shocked. Your Highness, you want to use this as an excuse to start the next war? Lu Yin looked at Banjiu. Captain Banjiu, do you not wish to enter the Innerverse? Banjiu's pupils shrank as he sized up Lu Yin seriously. The image of this person standing in front of the throne and retrieving a star chart appeared in his mind. He had thought that this youth was just being arrogant, but after looking at the military report, he knew that this youth was serious. With the Great Yu Empire's strength, it was impossible to conquer the Innerverse, especially against a colossus like the Ross Empire. However, no one could predict the future. The Great Yu Empire had Wendy Yushan and Lu Yin, but even so, it would take at least a few decades for them to suppress the Ross Empire in terms of national strength. This meant that this youth had started his plans decades in advance. Yes, Your Highness. It can be transmitted into the Ross Empire without being discovered, Banjiu replied. His face was cold and his voice was even colder. Lu Yin nodded. That's good. Lu Yin returned to a corner of the palace. The last time he had been here, he had been brought here by Undying Yushan. This place had been a trap that Undying Yushan had set up to kill the powerhouses of the Innerverse. But after the Innerverse powerhouses had left, this place had been hidden again. Lu Yin walked underground, pushed open the heavy metal door and entered. He had come here because he had seen the words Zishan on the back of the Empire's Ring of Authority. The only places related to the Zishan family were either King Zishan's residence or this place. This was where the Zishan family's treasure was rumored to be. Undying Yushan was a man of great talent and vision. He had been able to force Duke Yushan to rebel because he was worried about the Innerverse interference, but he had done so in order to preserve the Great Yu Empire's seed. This ring of authority that he had left behind for Lu Yin definitely represented something. Perhaps Lu Yin was part of the Great Yu Empire's seed. After entering the spacious room, Lu Yin scanned his surroundings and finally found a sunken mark in the northeast corner. He took out the ring of authority and imprinted it on the mark. The wall cracked open and 4 items appeared before his eyes. 2 of them were chips and the other 2 were letters. One of the letters was from Undying Yushan to Wendy Yushan, but he did not open it. The other letter was for him. Little Yin, if you see this letter, then it proves that His Majesty is dead. Don't be surprised and don't probe into the secrets of the Great Yu Empire. The less you know the better. The Great Yu Empire is just an ordinary border weave that doesn't involve anything else. Remember, the Great Yu Empire is very ordinary. Of those 2 chips, one for you and one for Wendy. Wendy's chip will be your dowry from the Yushan family. Don't expose the content inside the chip. Let me remind you again. Don't expose it, at least not before you are capable of protecting yourself. This chip is more than enough to repay the favor that I owe your Zishan clan. Cultivate well and one day you'll be able to talk to the 10 Arbiters. Go to the Neoverse. That's where the peak of humanity lies. Lu Yin looked at the date of the letter, which was written not long after he had left. This meant that Undying Yushan had been certain that Lu Yin would die at that time, and that the Ross Empire was just an accident. Or rather, it could be that Undying Yushan had been implicated by Lu Yin's grudge with the Day-Night clan. Undying Yushan had not been thinking about the Ross Empire but other powers. Even if you were given 1,000 or 10,000 years, it would still be the same because they involve the deepest aspects of the universe, and only progenitors can understand them. Lu Yin exhaled and looked at the other chip. It should also contain the Yu's secret art. I find it strange. With a secret technique he shouldn't be that weak. How did he die? What a joke. The monkey was bewildered. Anyone who cultivates a secret technique will be able to challenge those stronger than them as easily as drinking water. Even if you look at the entire human domain, the number of people who have grasped a secret technique is probably in the single digits. For example, the 10 Arbiters whom you all worship, it's already pretty good if 1 or 2 out of 10 of them have grasped a secret technique. That rare? Bro, that's a secret technique. A progenitor might not even be able to create 1 or 2 secret techniques in their lifetime, and there are only 2 or 3 progenitors in the entire universe. How many secret techniques do you think there are? Don't think that secret techniques can be casually passed down. It's not that easy to learn them. You should know about the Sword Sect's 13 Swords inheritance, right? It's 10 times harder to pass down a secret technique, and it's impossible for anyone below the Explorer realm to cultivate it. You can imagine how difficult it is. Lu Yin closed his eyes and tried to recall the secret technique's method of circulating star energy. He had memorized the method and the route, but it was really difficult to do as there were many blockages in his meridians. Once he broke through to the Explorer realm, his body would undergo another huge change, and he didn't know if he would be able to circulate it then. In other words, even if I learned this secret technique, I wouldn't be able to use it, Lu Yin said helplessly. The monkey was disdainful. Learn it? Are you kidding me? If secret techniques were that easy to learn, they would have been mass-produced by experts long ago. At most, you'll only be able to memorize the route, but if you want to successfully circulate it, you'll have to suffer a lot. There's still a long way to go. The monkey suddenly grew excited. Seventh bro, it's not that bad to follow you. Although it's more dangerous, I've also gained a lot. What's that? Lu Yin's brows twitched. That damned monkey couldn't have discovered the die's secret, right? In terms of battle, you can challenge those who are a realm breaker and defeat explorers as easily as drinking water. In terms of lock breaking, you actually comprehended the secret sidestep, and now you've even grasped a secret technique. I feel like a new star is being born that will dazzle the universe. Speaking of which, if news of your situation spreads, you'll definitely be on the Celestial Vanquishers list, and you'll be dead for sure. Lu Yin laughed. The 10 Arbiters are so high profile, but they're still fine. They're much more of a threat than I am. It's not the same. The 10 Arbiters are too strong. Although their names are on the Celestial Vanquishers list, no one dares to make a move against them. Those 10 have deep foundations and who knows what they've grasped. But you guys are different. Many human geniuses die every year, and once your name enters the Celestial Vanquishers list, you'll be killed. Lu Yin frowned. I haven't entered the Celestial Vanquishers list yet? I don't know. Maybe you haven't, but you can't say for sure. Your performance at the border warfront was so dazzling that you earned honor points in less than 2 months. This achievement is enough for the Astral Beast domain to remember you. Be careful. You're an Astral Beast, so you should be able to sense if an Astral Beast attacks me. Don't forget, if I die you won't be able to live either. I'll kill you first. I know. You only know how to threaten me. Hurry up and cultivate. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 296. Lu Yin pressed down on the monkey's tattoo, but the monkey was confused. What are you doing? I didn't mean to scold you, 7th bro. Please don't take it to heart. Don't hurt me. Lu Yin blocked the monkey again, and a shadow appeared on the die's 5 side. Shadow was the monkey's innate gift. As expected, he could borrow the monkey's innate gift as well. This meant that he could use the innate gift of shadow once, so it wasn't a waste. Next, Lu Yin took out a cube of star crystals to restore the die's light and tapped it. He wasn't disappointed this time, and the die stopped at 3 pips. He was even more certain of his conjecture that the longer the interval between rolls, the more likely he was to get the number he wanted. Lu Yin decided not to roll it too often in the future and only use it at critical moments. 2 screens rose up in front of him, one high and one low. Lu Yin took a deep breath and placed the chip on one of the screens. He then took out 5,000 star crystals and stared at the chip. 10 seconds passed, but there was no reaction from the chip. It didn't seem to be moving down at all. Lu Yin was speechless. It had cost him 300,000 star crystals to upgrade the Formcast model from 4 to 5 times. 5,000 crystals should have been enough to move the chip down by 1/60th. It wasn't much, but it was obvious. However, there was no reaction from the chip. Either it couldn't be upgraded or the resources needed to upgrade it were too terrifying. 5,000 crystals wasn't even enough to make it budge. After all, this was a secret technique created by a progenitor, so it was impossible to upgrade it. Lu Yin was about to wave his hand to disperse the screen, but he suddenly remembered something and took out 5 fruits from his cosmic ring. These were the fruits that Lulu had given him during Astral 10's exam, but he still didn't know what they were used for. Since they grew in that place, they probably weren't too precious, but since he had nothing to do, upgrading them wasn't a big deal. Lu Yin placed the 5 fruits on the screen and casually tossed in 1,000 star crystals. The 5 fruits fell to the ground with a thud, and the faint yellow light on their surfaces quickly brightened. The 1,000 star crystals didn't seem to have been used at all. As expected, they weren't too precious. Lu Yin thought about it for a moment before tossing in another one. With a thud, the 5 fruits leveled up once more and the light turned yellow. Again. By the time the 1,000-star crystals had been used up, the 5 fruits had turned golden and emitted a faint fragrance. He took out another 1,000-star crystals. This time, the 5 fruits hadn't been completely upgraded, which meant that 1,000-star crystals wouldn't be enough to upgrade them. He still had more than 500-star crystals left, so he tossed them all in to complete the upgrade. The golden light became more and more obvious. Lu Yin put the fruit away, not knowing what it was for. He took some time to get someone to inspect it, but it was time to leave. While Lu Yin was in the secret room, the news of him becoming the royal regent had already spread to the outside world. Even the Astral Combat Academy knew about it, and Lu Yin's name was being promoted once again. However, he was merely the regent of a country in a fringe weave of the Outerverse, which was far less important than his status as a member of the Council of Astral Academy. However, this was a different story for Frostwave Weave. The Ross Empire had already officially withdrawn their troops. Although they had threatened the Great Yu Empire to compensate them for their losses, the blind monk's response had been very straightforward. If they wanted to fight, then they would fight. This left Marshal Angelo helpless. In the end, the Ross Empire was forced to leave Frostwave Weave under the pressure of the 13 powers. After the Ross Empire left, the Great Yu Empire heaved a sigh of relief, and they turned their attention back to Frostwave Weave. Firesmelt Planet was one of the more peculiar planets in Frostwave Weave, and the entire planet was covered in a sea of flames. Although it was just a single planet, it had given birth to many powerhouses, and even the Great Yu Empire was wary of them. It could be said that Firesmelt Planet was one of the greatest obstacles to the Great Yu Empire's unification. A towering sea of flames covered the sky, and a figure stood there with his hands behind his back, frowning as he looked at his gadget. He snorted loudly, and the sea of flames churned as if it could not withstand the pressure. At the same time, the entire planet's sea of flames began to churn. This person was Yen Wujiu, the master of Firesmelt Planet. That King Zishan actually has the ability to join forces with 13 powers to force the Ross Empire. How ruthless. Yen Wujiu's tone was coarse as he suppressed the flames with his words. Opposite him, the cruiser Yen Chong was unhappy. Since the Ross Empire has retreated, let's go. Undying Yushan is already dead. Even without Undying Yushan, there's still Huaqingshan, the blind monk, Shuashan Ana, and Wendy Yushan. These people aren't people we can easily deal with, especially Huaqingshan. That person has hidden himself very deeply, and I already felt it during the battle in the Blaze Realm. He's definitely not as simple as he seems, Yen Wujiu said in a low voice. He paused for a moment before suddenly remembering something. Is that woman still here? Are you talking about Jenny Anna? Yes. Yes, she's been waiting for you. Contact Feng and have him comfort Jenny Anna. If it's possible, then marry her. Yen Chong was shocked. Sir, the young master likes Wendy Yushan. Yen Wujiu snorted. Wendy Yushan isn't someone we can handle. There are many suitors behind her, and those people are the heirs of truly terrifying powers. Even if Feng can become a member of the Outerverse Youth Council, he might not be able to handle them. Jenny Anna is an exception. If you marry her, you'll be able to win over the Anna family. That old man Shuashan Anna isn't simple either, and he also has the 9th Imperial Squadron. If we do that, then we'll really have a falling out with the Great Yu Empire. Back then, we had the young master contact Jenny Anna for the sake of the Day-Night clan. Now that the act has become real, I'm afraid that the Day-Night clan won't stand up for us, Yen Chong said worriedly. Yen Wujiu was helpless. At the end of the day, we're just pawns, but being a pawn doesn't mean that we don't have a choice. The Day-Night clan has already left, so we'll take care of the rest ourselves. Go, have Feng make a promise to that woman, and then contact the various powers that are willing to go to war with the Great Yu Empire. I don't believe that the entire Frostwave Weave won't be able to suppress the Great Yu Empire. Yes, sir. Lu Yin walked out of the tunnel and looked back. He might not return to this place in the future. The 13 Imperial Squadrons were the most important in the Great Yu Empire, and the Hua and Anna families were the most important. It was time to appease them. Lu Yin walked out of the palace and Bronson immediately appeared. I will protect your highness. Lu Yin nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Bronson hurriedly bowed respectfully as he watched Lu Yin's back. Who would have thought that the most powerful person in the empire would be a youth who wasn't even born and raised in the Great Yu Empire? Bronson still remembered the first time he protected this youth. Back then, Lu Yin had still been a sentinel, so weak that he could be easily killed. No one had cared about him and everyone had wanted to see him make a fool of himself. Back then, this youth had been able to resolve the crisis and had even intimidated Seeker as a sentinel. Now he was so strong that Bronson admitted that he wasn't a match for him. How long had it been? Only 2 years. The younger generation had changed too much. The Hua family wasn't too far from the palace, and Hua Qingshan personally welcomed Lu Yin when he appeared. Behind him was Hua Xiaoling and a very cute girl. "Greetings, Your Highness," Hua Qingshan hurriedly bowed, his tone neither servile nor overbearing. Hua Xiaoling looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression and bowed as well. The little girl curiously grabbed Hua Xiaoling's clothes and bowed as well. "Uncle Hua, there's no need to be so formal. You are my senior after leaving the court," Lu Yin returned the gesture. He didn't really think of himself as the royal regent. The man had only acknowledged him because of his ring of authority and because of his many years in the Great Yu Empire. A hunter was a powerhouse no matter where he went, so he didn't need to care about Lu Yin. Hua Qingshan solemnly said, "Your Highness, please come in." Lu Yin nodded and looked at Hua Xiaoling. She had matured a lot since the trial on Earth, and had even broken through to become a Lemiter. Lu Yin was surprised. She was quite talented to be able to do so at such a young age. "Long time no see." Hua Xiaoling saw Lu Yin staring at her and recalled her father's words. She blushed slightly. "Long time no see." Not long after, Lu Yin was led into the Hua family's residence by Hua Qingshan. The Hua family wasn't very large and it didn't seem like a wealthy family compared to the Anna family. "Uncle Hua, you've had it tough," Lu Yin said as he looked around. Hua Qingshan smiled. "There are only a few people in the family, so it's more convenient to live in a smaller place." Lu Yin knew that Hua Qingshan's wife had passed away several years ago, but he hadn't tried to find another one. Only he and his 2 daughters were left in the family, while the rest of the family lived elsewhere. For example, Hua Zhong and the others lived separately. No one would believe that one of the top families in the Great Yu Empire only had 3 direct descendants, and the heir was even a girl. Lu Yin's main reason for visiting the Hua family was to gain Hua Qingshan's full support. Not only did he need the power that the Ring of Authority gave him, but he also needed Hua Qingshan's support for himself. During his time in the Astral Combat Academy, Lu Yin had seen too many powers. Although the students here couldn't compare to him, the powers behind them could send out powerhouses at will, which was something that Lu Yin couldn't compare to. If the Great Yu Empire could fully support him, then his future development would be much smoother. Of course, the downside was that if he climbed too high, then the Great Yu Empire wouldn't be able to keep up. "Uncle Hua, is it very difficult for a Lemiter to become an explorer?" Lu Yin asked. Hua Qingshan nodded and solemnly answered, "Everyone's physique and cultivation method are different, so the bottleneck to becoming an explorer is different. With the royal regent's strength, it's indeed very difficult for him to become an explorer, and it's far more difficult than it is for us. However, once he succeeds, his gains will also be great, far surpassing those of his peers." Lu Yin muttered, "I heard that space exploring powerhouses experience a period of exhaustion?" Lu Yin had known about this for a long time, but he hadn't asked about it in detail. It was time for him to find out more about space exploring since he was only a step away from that realm. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 297. Hua Qingshan's face grew solemn. After becoming an explorer, the human body is more adapted to the universe. The universe's cycle is based on star energy, and the human body is the same. Once the star energy cycle can't keep up, the human body will no longer be able to function normally, and it will enter a period of exhaustion. If you survive, you'll be fine, but if you don't, you'll die. Can't you survive this period by absorbing the universe's star energy normally? No. The human body is too small compared to the universe, and normal space-exploring powerhouses can't keep up with the cycle. They either have to frantically search for star crystals to replenish their star energy or find a powerful technique that allows them to absorb star energy several times faster than before. That's why star crystals are so rare. Lu Yin chatted with Hua Qingshan for a long time and gained a clearer understanding of the realm of space exploring. The 2 of them had become much closer. The more they chatted, the more shocked Hua Qingshan became. Lu Yin's power level had astonished him. 5-line battle force that could withstand 130 times gravity, flash step that could tear through the void, and Lu Yin's innate gift of being able to imitate a battle technique after seeing it just once. This youth shocked Hua Qingshan, as it was impossible for the outer verse to produce such a genius. Wendy Yushan had also trained at Myriad Swords Peak in the Innerverse. This youth had been struggling on Earth just 2 years ago, but he'd reached this level in just 2 years. It was too shocking. Lu Yin's lips curled up in a strange smile. This was exactly the effect he wanted. The more valuable he was, the more support Hua Qingshan would give him. Uncle Hua, do you know anything about the Lockbreaker Society? Lu Yin asked as he wanted to show more value. Hua Qingshan nodded. Of course. The Lockbreaker Society is a transcendental organization, and every registered lockbreaker is an elite of the human race. They cannot be bullied, killed, or restricted. If they bully or even kill a lockbreaker, they will suffer the wrath of the entire Lockbreaker Society. There are too many powerhouses there. Lu Yin looked up. That's right. Are there any lockbreakers in the Great Yu Empire? Hua Qingshan looked at Lu Yin. I heard from His Majesty that you're a lockbreaker, Royal Regent. Lu Yin nodded. That's right. Lockbreaking is too dangerous. It would be great if there were any lockbreakers in the Great Yu Empire who could communicate with me. I heard that there were some in the past. By the way, Your Highness, is it convenient for you to reveal your lockbreaker rank? I'm a 2-star discerning elementary lockbreaker, Lu Yin replied. Hua Qingshan was shocked. 2-star? You're a lockbreaker with contributions? Lu Yin nodded and looked at Hua Qingshan in confusion. What? Didn't His Majesty tell you? Hua Qingshan shook his head and looked at Lu Yin in amazement. Your Highness, you're truly gifted. Not only are you powerful in battle, but you're also a lockbreaker with many accomplishments. There's not a single person in the Outerverse who can compare to you. Even Princess Wendy was only powerful in battle when she was your age. Lu Yin smiled. Princess Wendy is ranked in the top 20 of the top 100 rankings. She's not someone I can compare to. Uncle Hua, have you heard of honor points? Hua Qingshan stared blankly at Lu Yin. Your Highness, don't tell me that you still have honor points? To use. To use S. The monkey couldn't take it anymore. Stop pretending, 7th bro. You've said enough. I think that guy has been stunned. Your Highness, let me show you around the Hua family. Hua Qingshan didn't want to discuss this any further. It was a pity that she had a Fire Phoenix innate gift. It was normal for a daughter to not want to leave home, but what if he had a home? Although his family treated him well, it wasn't his real home, nor was it his birthplace. For as long as he could remember, Earth was one of the few places that had given him warmth and tranquility. Perhaps he would have to find some time to return to Earth and bring more powerhouses with him. A small figure followed behind the two, hiding from time to time and sneaking glances at them. Lu Yin had noticed it long ago. He had a domain, but he hadn't told Hua Qingshan about it. It was better to keep some trump cards hidden. Is that your little sister? Lu Yin asked, amused. Hua Xiaoling was shocked and turned around. Her face sank. Xiao Xiao, what are you doing? The little girl yelped and walked out nervously with her head lowered. Hua Xiaoling walked over and glared at her. Xiao Xiao, what are you doing? Lu Yin walked over and smiled. You're Hua Xiao Xiao? She looked up, curiosity and a trace of fear flashing through her eyes. Yes, I'm Hua Xiao Xiao. How old are you? Lu Yin asked gently. Hua Xiao Xiao whispered, 7 years old. Are you following us because you're worried about your sister? Hua Xiao Xiao nodded and glanced at Hua Xiaoling before lowering her head again. Hua Xiaoling's gaze was gentle as she hugged the girl and apologized. I'm sorry, Your Highness. Xiao Xiao is too immature. Lu Yin smiled. I like children, their innocence is unforgettable. You have a good sister. Hua Xiaoling smiled. Thank you, Your Highness. An hour later, Lu Yin left the Hua family with Hua Qingshan and the rest. Xiaoling, what do you think of him? Hua Qingshan asked as he watched Lu Yin leave. Hua Xiaoling thought about it. I haven't interacted with him much, so it's hard to say. First impression. Hua Xiaoling blinked. Decisive, ruthless, cunning, talented, and unscrupulous. Hua Qingshan was shocked. Cunning? Unscrupulous? Hua Xiaoling recounted the last battle on Earth. Father, this person doesn't let go of any opportunities and knows how to use everything around him. He's terrifying. Hua Qingshan laughed. That's good. If the person in charge of the Great Yu Empire was a kind person, how could we survive in the universe? He's a good person. Hua Xiaoling didn't say much, only telling her impression of Lu Yin. As for what kind of person he was, that had nothing to do with her. Perhaps marrying him in the future would have something to do with her. Lu Yin's expression sank when he left the Hua family. He had discovered something different in the Hua family, a strange symbol with a pair of wings attached to an azure sphere. He had never seen this symbol before. It was hidden very well, and if not for his domain he would never have noticed it. Qin Shan definitely wouldn't have known that he had seen it. If it had been placed in a conspicuous place, it might not have attracted his attention, but the Huo family had hidden it. More importantly, Lu Yin hadn't found any information about this symbol when he had searched his gadget. The Huo family had a secret that no one knew about. He had thought that they were just an ordinary family, but now he had discovered that they were hiding something. This made Lu Yin very uncomfortable, as he didn't like variables that were outside of his control. He had the final say in the Great Yu Empire, and he couldn't tolerate the Huo family joining other organizations. However, he didn't have the ability to do anything for the time being. He took a deep breath and suppressed the discomfort in his heart before turning to look into the distance. That was where the Ana family was located. He had originally planned to go there after leaving the Huo family, but after some thought, he decided to go to King Zishan's palace instead. The Ana family had let him down regarding Jenny Ana, and if he rushed there now, it would be a clear indication that he needed their support. The Ana family would definitely try to take advantage of him. He could only wait for them to come looking for him. If they didn't, then a cold glint flashed through his eyes. The Ana family would no longer exist. Qin Shan was a bargaining chip that he could use to keep the Ana family in check. At the same time, the Ana family was also a bargaining chip to keep the Huo family in check. He hoped that they wouldn't disappoint him. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 298. For now, only Banjiu was trustworthy. After all, Undying Yushan had sent Banjiu to protect Duke Yushan, which meant that this person was trustworthy. Lu Yin had no choice but to trust Banjiu. Right, there was one more person, Lu Ying Zishan. It was time to talk to this captain with the name Zishan. He wondered if Delay had joined the 13th squad. Lu Ying Zishan's residence was not far from King Zishan's palace, and Lu Yin arrived with Bronson leading the way. Lu Yin was shocked when he saw the mansion in front of him. The entrance was exactly the same as King Zishan's. Lu Ying Zishan stood quietly at the entrance. She was already very beautiful, and from a distance, her figure was even better. Lu Yin couldn't help but inwardly sigh in admiration. Captain of the 13th squad, Lu Ying Zishan, greets the royal regent. Lu Yin gently replied, "There's no need for formalities, Captain Lu Ying." Lu Ying Zishan looked at Lu Yin. "What business does the royal regent have here?" Lu Yin looked at the entrance. "It's a familiar layout. Can you invite me in to take a look?" Lu Ying Zishan was silent for a moment before nodding. "Please enter, royal regent." A familiar man appeared at the entrance. It was Delay, who had been possessed by Lu Yin when he had first rolled 6 pips. He had been guarding the entrance of Lu Ying Zishan's residence since he had joined the 13th squad. Lu Yin looked at Delay and Delay looked back at him. For some reason, Delay felt that Lu Yin was very familiar, as if he had interacted with him before, but there was no such person in his memories. Lu Ying Zishan saw this and said, "Delay, this is King Zishan Lu Yin who recommended you to me." Delay was pleasantly surprised and quickly bowed. "Delay thanks King Zishan for saving my life." Lu Yin smiled. He had possessed this person's body back then, and this person had coincidentally been assassinated by an influential person from his planet. If not for Lu Yin, Delay would have died. That was also the first time Lu Yin had contacted Lu Ying Zishan. It seemed that they were fated to meet. "There's no need for formalities, Captain Lu Ying. Let's go in," Lu Yin said, patting Delay's shoulder and entering the residence. Delay actually wanted to talk to Lu Yin and know how Lu Yin had found out that he was in danger and had even contacted Lu Ying Zishan, but Lu Yin clearly had no desire to talk, so he could only helplessly retreat. Lu Ying Zishan also wanted to know more about this matter, but since Lu Yin didn't say anything more, it wasn't convenient for her to ask. Lu Yin naturally did not converse with Delay, as he had no reason to know this person. He could only say that Delay's innate gift was too heaven-defying. Lu Ying Zishan's mansion was even smaller than the Huo clan's. However, she lived alone, so such a large place was more than enough. "Has the royal regent come for something?" Lu Ying Zishan asked as she followed behind Lu Yin. Lu Ying Zishan's Lu Ying, I to I, Bao Lu Ying I Zishan, I, and Kauko Tao's I. Kauko's that? Lu Ying Zishan solemnly said, "If not for the Zishan family, I would have died a miserable death. I've always wanted to repay your kindness, but the Zishan family has already perished." I could only change my surname to Zishan in order to preserve the Zishan family's reputation. I hope that King Zishan will not blame me. Luyin nodded. Many people said that Luyin Zishan had changed her surname because she wanted to obtain the Zishan family's treasures. However, it had already been proven that the Zishan family's treasures were fake, and yet she had not changed her mind. This only proved that she was sincere. Luyin Zishan was proud and arrogant, and she did not bother to explain herself. She only did what she felt was right. This woman was worthy of respect. When dealing with such a person, one should not play any tricks. Captain Luyin, the Great Yu Empire is currently facing both internal and external threats. Can you help me? Luyin Zishan nodded solemnly. Please instruct me, Royal Regent. Luyin smiled. All right, thank you. 2 days quickly passed. 2 days ago, Luyin had personally visited the Hua family, Luyin Zishan, Banjio's research base, and many other officials' families. However, he had not visited the Ana family, which made them very uneasy. Shuashan Ana's face was gloomy. The matter of Jenny Ana was a barrier between them and Luyin. If this matter was not resolved, the Ana family would never be able to raise their heads again. If it was just Luyin, then Shuashan Ana would have been confident in suppressing him. After all, he was a hunter. However, Luyin's status was too important. Ignoring the fact that he was directly under the 10 Arbiters' Council, just his status as a lockbreaker was enough to deter the Ana family from acting rashly. Furthermore, he also had the support of the Hua family, which gave Shuashan Ana a headache. Brother, it's already been 2 days. Even Garop has been visited, but he hasn't come to our Ana family. What is the Royal Regent thinking? Rocky Ana asked unhappily. Shuashan Ana's eyes flickered as he thought about something. Rocky Ana looked up. Brother, the Royal Regent isn't satisfied with our Ana family. Will he act against us? Shuashan Ana waved a hand. He's not that stupid. He's waiting for us to go find him ourselves. What? He's going to apologize. The matter with Jenny was not handled well by our Ana family. If he still personally visits us under these circumstances, then he's either stupid and doesn't care about his reputation, or he knows how to endure. He's still young, and waiting for us to apologize is more in line with his temperament, Shuashan Ana explained. Rocky Ana frowned. Then I'll go. Shuashan Ana did not reply as he was thinking about something else. Yesterday, Yen Wujio had personally contacted him to ask Yen Feng to marry Jenny Ana, which made Shuashan Ana hesitate. If he agreed, then the Ana family would be tied to Fire's Melt Planet, which would be tantamount to betraying the Great Yu Empire. If he did not agree, then Jenny would not be able to return. This was a difficult choice, and if news of Jenny's loss spread, then Lu Yin's reputation would be ruined. At that point, the Ana family would no longer be able to establish themselves in the Great Yu Empire. It seemed like it would be best to agree, but Fire's Melt Planet's environment was not suitable for the Ana family. Once the entire family moved to Fire's Melt Planet, then as time passed, the Ana family would eventually perish just like the Zishan family had in the past. It was a very difficult choice as both sides were cliffs. Shuashan Ana sighed with a complicated expression. Sometimes it was not good to overthink things. Lu Yin was a very difficult youth to deal with, and Shuashan Ana hoped that this youth was not scheming at all, which would allow them to safely survive this crisis. However, he also hoped that this youth had great talent and vision that would lead them to greater heights. Rocky, I remember that Millie is already of age, right? Shuashan Ana suddenly asked. Rocky Ana was taken aback and he subconsciously replied, yes. Shuashan Ana's eyes flashed. Rocky Ana's expression suddenly changed. Brother, you want to marry Millie to the Royal Regent? Shuashan Ana's gaze was resolute. When the Zishan family and my Ana family had a marriage alliance, we did not mention any names. The same goes for Millie. But the Royal Regent cannot marry my daughter. It has to be the eldest daughter of the first wife, Rocky Ana said. Pain flashed through Shuashan Ana's eyes. Go, bring me the genealogy. Rocky Ana seemed to have thought of something, and his face paled in disbelief. Brother, you've decided? Shuashan Ana closed his eyes. I've decided. This is the only way to appease the Royal Regent's anger and allow our family to continue surviving in the Great Yu Empire. But, say no more. For the Ana family, sacrificing a daughter is nothing. Go, Shuashan Ana said in a low voice. Rocky Ana had no choice but to leave the study. That night, in King Zishan's palace, Lu Yin looked up with his hands behind his back. A corner of the 3 rings of the continent had collapsed. When the experts had attacked Undying Yushan, Xenu Star had undergone a huge change and even the atmosphere had changed. A battle between powerhouses was too terrifying, and it was not something that an ordinary person could experience. Your Highness, the Ana family's patriarch, Shuashan Ana, requests an audience, Bronson reported from outside. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Let him in. Not long after, Lu Yin met with Shuashan Ana in the courtyard of King Zishan's palace. Sinner Shuashan Ana greets the royal regent. Shuashan Ana immediately bowed respectfully when he saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin hurried over to support him and apologetically said, I was planning to visit Patriarch Shuashan tomorrow, but I didn't expect him to come to my palace instead. This junior has been disrespectful. The royal regent has been working hard day and night, so it is only right for a sinner to pay a visit, Shuashan Ana said sincerely. Lu Yin frowned. Patriarch Shuashan, why do you call yourself a sinner? You don't seem to have committed any crimes. Shuashan Ana sighed. The family has an unfilial daughter, and the children's mistakes are their parents' mistakes. Jenny's matter has shamed your highness, and this is the Ana family's sin. Lu Yin's expression changed unnaturally at the mention of Jenny Ana, and his gaze turned serious. Forget it, it's all in the past. Where is she now? Shuashan Ana had been staring at Lu Yin the entire time, and his heart skipped a beat when he saw the unnatural change in Lu Yin's expression. He knew that Lu Yin was still brooding over this matter, so he hurriedly said, Please forgive me, your highness. This sinner has already struck Jenny Ana's name off the family tree. From this moment onwards, she is no longer a member of the Ana family. Lu Yin received the tree in shock and saw that Jenny Ana's name had indeed been struck off. He couldn't help but praise Shuashan Ana's decisiveness. Jenny was his daughter, and he was ruthless enough to abandon her just like that. Patriarch Shuashan, you've gone too far. Jenny only went out for a few days to have fun. There's no need to make such a big deal out of it. Lu Yin pressed his index finger against Jenny Ana's name and slowly swiped it across it, gradually restoring it to its original state. This scene caused Shuashan Ana's pupils to shrink. Their family tree was made of special materials, and once it was struck off, it could not be restored unless a lockbreaker took action. With the lockbreaker's ability, they could see through the changes in star energy and restore it to its original state. Shuashan Ana had never thought that Lu Yin would be able to do so. Your Highness, why you're really a lockbreaker? Shuashan Ana was shocked. Lu Yin smiled. Yes, a 2-star discerning elementary lockbreaker. Shuashan Ana's heart was in turmoil. A lockbreaker with contributions was different from a lockbreaker without contributions. He had never thought that Lu Yin would have walked so deeply on the path of lockbreaking, and he had assumed that Lu Yin was just an ordinary lockbreaker without any contributions. This was too terrifying. Lu Yin handed the tree back to Shuashan Ana and gently said, Jenny only wanted to have fun, so there's no need to make such a big deal out of it. She's your daughter after all. Even if she made a mistake, it can still be corrected. Patriarch Shuashan, please retract your order. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 299. Shuashan Ana excitedly took the genealogy and took a deep breath. It's Jenny's loss that she can't marry the royal regent. It's the Ana family's loss as well. Lu Yin smiled. This matter hasn't been decided yet. Let's wait for Jenny to return. Shuashan Ana's eyes widened and he resolutely said, Your Highness, let's attack Fire's Melt Planet. His Majesty had already drafted a strategy to attack Fire's Melt Planet, but it was delayed by the Ross Empire. If your Highness wants to attack Fire's Melt Planet, I'll be the first to charge in. Lu Yin nodded. Alright, I can rest assured with your words. You may return first and I'll consider it carefully. Shuashan Ana bowed once more and then respectfully left. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Shuashan Ana had been temporarily revived. Not only could his existence keep the Hua family in check, but he could also deal with Fire's Melt Planet. He could also use the Ana family strength to stabilize the Great Yu Empire. Although Jenny's matter made Lu Yin very unhappy, he could endure it. He would have to deal with this matter in the future, and that woman would have to pay the price. The 13 Imperial squadrons, the Hua family, and the Ana family were the ones who truly controlled the Great Yu Empire. Once Lu Yin dealt with them, he would truly begin to stabilize the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin issued new orders in the Imperial court. With Hua Qingshan and Rocky Ana as the leaders, They would recover lost territory and recruit new captains of the 13 Imperial squadrons who were still at the cruiser realm. He also appointed 5 cabinet ministers to oversee the Great Yu Empire after he left. He had a premonition that he wouldn't be able to stay for much longer. Sure enough, a week later, San Dios urged him to report immediately. The person urging him was actually Puyu. He was currently taking Wendy Yushan's place and wielding her authority. When he saw Puyu's name, Lu Yin's face sank. This person had finally shown himself, and he was the one behind Bezer. Wendy Yushan was very strong, and she was ranked in the top 20 of the top 100 rankings. However, when it came to scheming, she paled in comparison to this person. This person was not weak either, as Wendy Yushan was ranked 19th while Puyu was ranked 13th. He was one of the top 3 super powerhouses in the entire Outerverse Youth Council. Puyu had already made his move, and Lu Yin knew that even if he went to San Dios, he would not be able to take control of the organization for the time being. He had just arrived and he would not be able to defeat Puyu. However, he did not plan on fighting Puyu right now as he did not have any foundation to back him up. Fighting rashly would only be courting death. Lu Yin only wanted to temporarily insert himself into the organization while he waited for his family's arrangements and for Wendy Yushan to make an appearance. Bezer had not contacted Lu Yin during this period of time, most likely because he knew that Lu Yin was the Lockbreaker 7th bro, and he probably hated Lu Yin to death. Your Highness, Captain Lu Ying Zishan requests an audience, Bronson said respectfully. Lu Yin nodded. Let her in. Very soon Lu Ying Zishan met with Lu Yin, and she had an urgent expression on her face. Your Highness, there's news that Firesmelt Planet's young master, Yen Feng, might be promoted to become a member of the Outerverse Youth Council in the near future. Lu Yin was shocked and he suddenly stood up. What did you say? Yen Feng was promoted to a counselor? Lu Ying Zishan's expression was solemn. Yes. This is the report from the people we planted on Firesmelt Planet. Although Yen Feng cannot enter the top 100 rankings, the number of counselors in the Outerverse Youth Council is dwindling. The 10 Arbiters Council is considering promoting a group of people, and Yen Feng is one of them. Lu Yin's expression darkened. He had not mentioned Yen Feng before, not because he did not care, but because he did not have time to deal with him. After all, Yen Feng had stolen his fiancée in name, so how could he not care? But now he had no choice. Once Yen Feng became a counselor, his status would change and it would be difficult for Lu Yin to deal with him. There's another piece of news, but I don't know if it's true or not. Lu Ying Zishan's expression turned ugly, and she seemed to be abnormally furious. Lu Yin frowned. What news? Yen Wujiu plans to have Yen Feng marry Jenny Anna after he becomes a counselor, Lu Ying Zishan said coldly. Killing intent flashed through Lu Yin's eyes as this was clearly aimed at him. The people from Firesmelt Planet had targeted Wendy Yushan during the Imperial Court, which proved that Yen Feng had no intention of marrying Jenny Anna. Yen Feng's actions were clearly meant to rope in the Anna family and embarrass Lu Yin. This would also make it impossible for the Anna family to distance themselves from Firesmelt Planet. It was a vicious move, and Yen Feng intended to destroy the Great Yu Empire from within. If the Anna family rebelled, the Great Yu Empire would suffer great losses. Although Shuashan Anna had previously expressed his stance, that was before. If Yen Feng became an Outerverse Youth Council counselor, then things would be different. Shuashan Anna might not hold on to his previous thoughts. If Lu Yin could obtain this information, then so could Shuashan Anna. This Yen Feng had to be dealt with as soon as possible, or else he would be in big trouble. I understand. I'll deal with it as soon as possible, Lu Yin said coldly. Lu Ying Zishan looked at him worriedly before leaving King Zishan's palace. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. No matter how high his status was, he could not interfere with the 10 Arbiters Council. Looking at everyone around him, there was only one person who could influence this matter. Night King Yuanjing. He was also the only one who could delay Yen Feng's appointment. However, Lu Yin could not take the initiative to contact him. The more he took the initiative, the easier it would be for him to lose the right to speak. He could only wait for Yuanjing to contact him and hope that he would do so within the next 2 months. Yen Feng, that brat, really doesn't know what's good for him. Not only does he want to steal 7th Bro's wife, but he also wants to steal your position as a counselor. Beat him up. The monkey shrieked, pretending to be angry. Lu Yin was indifferent. I'm not in a good mood. Don't disturb me. 7th Bro, I'm on your side. The monkey felt wronged. Lu Yin did not mind. For the time being, he needed to report to San Dios and solidify his position in the Outerverse Youth Council. He would wait for his family to contact him before deciding what to do next. A day later, Luin boarded an Aurora and left the Great Yu Empire for San Dios. The Aurora had been gifted to him by the Great Yu Empire, and it had been upgraded to the Radiant grade. The new finance minister had wanted to upgrade Lu Yin's spacecraft to a larger one, but Lu Yin had rejected the offer. The Empire did not have enough money on its books to support the military, and upgrading the Aurora to the black hole grade would require a terrifying amount of resources. Lu Yin could not openly embezzle the money, so he could only upgrade it to the Radiant grade. Still, a Radiant grade was not bad. The spacecraft that he had lost back then was a Radiant grade, and it was 10 times faster than a normal spacecraft. It could withstand a cruiser's attacks. There were 12 weaves between the Great Yu Empire and San Dios, and it would normally take at least 2.5 months. However, with the speed of a Radiant-grade spacecraft, it would only take 8 days. San Dios did not just refer to a single location. It referred to the entire Outerverse Youth Council headquarters, including both East and West San Dios. There were 72 weaves in the Outerverse, and it was impossible for all of the counselors to be gathered in one place. Thus, 2 San Dios regions were separated. Wendy Yushan and Puyu were in East San Dios, while 3 other counselors were in West San Dios. Wendy Yushan had gone missing, and now, all of East San Dios was in Puyu's hands. Lu Yin looked at the map of the Outerverse with a strange expression. With the tempers of the 10 arbiters, it was impossible for them to allow Puyu to hold such great power alone. Promoting Yen Feng and the others was just one aspect of the plan, and it was possible that Puyu would be restricted very soon. Hold on. Lu Yin suddenly thought of Wen Sansi. Could he be the one who would personally restrict Puyu? Otherwise, why would one of the 10 arbiters appear in the Outerverse? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Lu Yin muttered to himself. If Wen Sansi was personally restricting Puyu, then Puyu's control over East San Dios would not be as stable as Lu Yin had thought. Lu Yin might still have a chance. Suddenly, Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat as he felt an indescribable chill. A loud noise came from the spacecraft, and the internal alarms began to blare incessantly. Lu Yin's eyes went wide, and he looked up to see a cold face filled with murderous intent. A sword was thrusting towards him. Lu Yin did not move, and he merely stared coldly at the sword as it stabbed into the spacecraft. There was a loud thump, and above his head, a violent explosion passed through the hull and headed straight for Lu Yin. This was an assassination attempt, an attempt by 2 space-exploring powerhouses to assassinate him. Lu Yin's body trembled. The shockwave attack from the space-exploring powerhouse above him was useless against him, as he was just an explorer. Lu Yin raised his right hand and placed it on the top of the spacecraft. His palm trembled, and a huge force flowed out of the spacecraft and headed straight for the explorer standing on top of the spacecraft. The explorer felt his legs go numb as the terrifying force stacked on top of each other, almost crippling his legs. He was shocked and left the spacecraft, floating in outer space. Right in front of the spacecraft, the other explorer's attack had not damaged the hull of the spacecraft. He cried out in shock, "A Radiant-grade spacecraft." He then left without a second thought. The 2 explorers who had tried to assassinate Lu Yin had returned without success. From start to finish, Lu Yin had not panicked at all. A Radiant-grade Aurora could withstand a cruiser's attack, so there was nothing for him to be afraid of. However, who had tried to assassinate him? It should not have been a rebel organization from the Great Yu Empire, as they did not have the guts to assassinate a lockbreaker. If Lu Yin died, not only would the Lockbreaker Society appear, but even the 10 Arbiters Council would step in. Could it have been a great power from the Innerverse that had formed a grudge? Or, the Day-Night Clan? You were assassinated? Don't tell me you're on the Celestial Vanquishers list? The monkey asked strangely. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Do you think I can get on the Celestial Vanquishers list with my qualifications? Nonsense. As long as you tell the entire universe what you said to Hua Qingshan, I guarantee that you'll experience the luxurious assassination feast of the Celestial Vanquishers list. You'll feel so good that you'll fly, the monkey said matter-of-factly. Lu Yin frowned, as that would be troublesome. If he was targeted by an entire astral domain, even the 10 arbiters would be troubled, let alone him. The 10 arbiters had never revealed their identities because they wanted to maintain their authority, but also because they had considered the Celestial Vanquishers list. The Astral Beast domain had a Celestial Vanquishers list, but what about the technocracy? They should have a similar assassination list. Was Lu Yin being too high profile? It shouldn't be the Celestial Vanquishers list. 2 explorers? That's too stingy, the monkey guessed. That's right, that's too stingy, Luin muttered to himself. Regardless of whether it was the astral beast domain's celestial vanquishers list or the Interverse's great powers, it would be impossible for them to only send 2 explorers. Furthermore, those who understood Luin were aware of his strength. If 2 explorers were not enough to kill him, then who could it be? Luin had forgotten that although the rebel organizations in the Great Yu Empire were afraid of the Lockbreaker Society and the 10 Arbiters Council, they were even more afraid of immediate death. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 300. When a person was faced with a dilemma, they would definitely make a choice. Compared to the illusory Lockbreaker Society and the 10 Arbiters Council, the Great Yu Empire posed a greater threat to them. If Luin died, then even if they faced certain death, they would still be able to enjoy themselves for a while. In the end, a frog in a well would not be afraid of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, as the 2 were too distant and could not be linked together. In the distant astral beast domain, there was a behemoth known as the Celestial Beast Empire, and within it was an academy known as the Spiritual Academy. It had been built in imitation of the human Astral Combat Academy and gathered the top youths of the astral beast domain to imitate and learn the habits of the humans. The Spiritual Academy was divided by the size of the territory it controlled, and there were 5 academy masters who dominated the Spiritual Academy. In the gloomy underground, there was a large amount of polarium scattered about. This was the material used to make universal armor, and it could withstand the attacks of various energies in the universe. It was extremely tough, and there were even some high-quality polarium that could withstand attacks from space-exploring powerhouses. However, the polarium scattered on the ground seemed to have been bitten by something, and there were even rows of tiny imprints on it. Hua-Yi, prepare to set off for the human domain, a low voice rang out from the gloomy underground. A pair of small green eyes opened and emitted a demonic light. From the light, one could vaguely make out a creature that looked like a mouse. Go to the human domain? For what? To invade? You don't need to know the reason. You only have one goal, and that is to defeat the top experts of the human domain's Astral Combat Academy and spread your name throughout the human domain. The green-eyed mouse's eyes lit up as it bit down on the polarium and easily ate it as if it were a piece of cake. Interesting. I'll eat all the top experts of the Astral Combat Academy as food, Elsewhere, there was a group of volcanoes far away from the gloomy underground. Countless fire-type astral beasts were gathered here, and from time to time hot magma would erupt and distort the void. At the very center of the volcano, there was a giant flame mink sleeping beneath it. It breathed evenly and spat out magma from time to time, releasing an even hotter aura. Every time the mink spat out magma, the surrounding temperature would rise. Many fire-type astral beasts could not withstand the heat and could only move further away from the group of volcanoes. Only when the mink woke up would the temperature of the volcanoes drop. Flame, scorch, a deep voice resounded above the volcanoes. The void suddenly distorted, evaporating all the high temperature, causing the temperature of the volcanoes to drop. At the bottom of the volcano, the flame sable opened its eyes. Its eyes were deep red, and they burned with a strange flame. This flame actually burned the lava to ashes. What's the matter? Get ready. We're going to the human domain. The flame mink stood up and raised its head. Its name was Yen Qi, and it was a karmic flame mink, one of the 5 academy masters of the Spiritual Academy. Can you guarantee my safety? Don't worry. Although humans don't keep their promises, they won't dare to openly attack you. Embermane pondered for a moment. I hope to meet the successor of the Blaze Realm and experience the power of the karmic flame sword. No, we have limited time. Once we conquer the human domain, we can give the Blaze Realm to you. Yen Qi nodded. Alright, it's settled then. Fire and ice naturally countered each other. However, if there was light, there would be darkness. If there was fire, there would be ice. Far away from the volcanoes was a region of ice. Even the wind that blew past would be frozen, forming a visible wind that fell to the ground. No living creatures could survive here. At the very least, no one in the Spiritual Academy dared to live here. Under the frigid continent, a beautiful ice phoenix was frozen like a statue. Strangely, the phoenix had crystalline antlers on its head that glowed with tricolored light. It looked mysterious and strange. Wake up, Fengjiu. A deep voice echoed across the frozen continent, but this time, it was much gentler than before. Beneath the ice phoenix opened her eyes, and her beautiful eyes flashed. Her body transformed into a beautiful girl with long blue hair. The crystalline antlers on her forehead glowed with tricolored light that enveloped the girl, giving her a hint of divinity. Is there anything I can help you with? Get ready. We're going to the human domain. I've already informed your family. The blue-haired girl was surprised and her eyes lit up with joy. We're going to the human domain? Really? What? Our astral domain and the lost technocracy are joining forces with the human domain to test the waters. With the younger generation as the foundation, the 4 lords of the spiritual academy will gather at the human astral combat academy to fight against the top 4 of the astral combat tournament. The technocracy will also send out 4 people. That's great. I've always wanted to see how strong the astral combat academy is. The mysterious Star Sibyl, the seemingly weak but unyielding scholar, the powerful Mavis family, and the battle force user who defeated the successor of the 13 swords. I really want to fight against them. The blue-haired girl was very happy. Humans cannot be underestimated. You have to be careful, especially Star Sibyl. She's so mysterious that even the almighty humans don't know anything about her. The blue-haired girl nodded politely. Got it. Thank you for the reminder. Right, aren't we the 5 lords? Who's not going? Don't mention it. The ghost monkey is missing. Whatever, that monkey was originally the weakest of the 5 lords, so it doesn't matter if he's around or not. The blue-haired girl was shocked. The ghost monkey is missing? When did that happen? A while ago during the border war. There's a high chance that he died because he encountered Luin, who defeated the successor of the 13 swords. With his strength he was no match for Luin, so it's normal that he died. The blue-haired girl pursed her lips, and a cold glint flashed through her eyes. She would remember Luin. Fengjiu, are you familiar with the ghost monkey? He doesn't seem very happy. The blue-haired girl hesitated. If possible, it's best to find him. He's very knowledgeable and knows many things that ordinary people don't. He's also not weak and has a strange innate gift. Hee, you're still so kind. Got it. Thank you. Far away from the spiritual academy, there was a country called the Celestial Beast Empire. There was also a place called the Skyminder sect, where there was an imperial tutor named Skyminder. Skyminder had a disciple named Tian Ho, who was born with a strange innate gift. He was one of the 5 lords of the spiritual academy and was also the strongest. Ho, prepare to head to the human domain and challenge the top 4 of the astral combat tournament. Yes, master. Although the astral combat academy has gathered the best of the younger generation, not all of them are here. Aside from Star Sibyl, there shouldn't be anyone who can force you to use your full strength. However, Master has calculated that there will be variables in this battle. Master approves of you going all out without any misgivings. Yes, Master. This voice was clearly much more excited than before, as it had been suppressed for too long. There was no one in the spiritual academy that was worthy of its full strength, and it hoped that the humans would not disappoint it. It was looking forward to the so-called variables. The astral beast domain was preparing, and so was the technocracy. They had sent 4 people to the human domain to participate in the tournament. At this moment, Luin had not received any notification, so he did not know that the opportunity for the top 4 had arrived. The Day-Night clan had influenced the Astral Combat Academy to send the top 4 to the Outerverse to train in the hopes that Zhanlong Day-Night would be able to wash away the shame of Night Queen Yanqing's defeat. Unfortunately, Zhanlong Day-Night had lost to Luin and had no effect on the top 4. The true opponents of the top 4 were the experts from the other 2 domains. It had been 2 days since Luin left the Great Yu Empire, and he had long since left the Frostwave Weave. Luin was reciting the Stonewall scriptures while looking at his star chart when his gadget beeped. He looked down and was delighted to see that it was an unfamiliar number. It should be from home. Without thinking, Luin answered, "Little 7. Luin was delighted. Uncle Reuben. Congratulations on joining the Outerverse Youth Council and becoming the Great Yu Empire's royal regent. An ancient voice rang out, accompanied by the faint roar of an energy tide. Luin was excited. Uncle, you all know about it? Of course. Your family knows about your every move. Did you think that they had forgotten about you? Lu Yin's heart warmed. Ever since he'd lost his memories, the first thing he saw when he woke up was his family. Although he called them family, he knew that they weren't related by blood. He didn't spend as much time at home as he did on Earth, but he had always placed them at the top of his list. Uncle, is everything okay at home? Does Big Sis still smoke? Luin asked. There was a moment of silence. Little 7, Big Sis heard you. Luin was speechless. Uncle, why didn't you tell me that Big Sis was nearby? I wanted to talk to her. Big Sis can't talk to you. You know why? Luine was helpless. Fine, then don't blame me for speaking ill of her. It's not like she can talk back. Haha, you can try. Lu Yin's heart trembled as a cold woman appeared in his mind, staring down at him with a cigarette in her mouth. He subconsciously shuddered. Uncle, I definitely didn't speak ill of her. You have to be my witness. Alright, cut the crap. It's not easy for us to contact you. Listen up, our family wants to warn you about something. Lu Yin froze, knowing that they had reached the main topic. About the Great Yu Empire? Reuben spoke in a low voice. Before we talk about the Great Yu Empire, let me tell you a secret. Have you heard of the Three Dark Hands? Lu Yin's brows rose and the monkey's cute face twitched. The Three Dark Hands? We've talked about this before. Seventh bro, you have a power behind you? If you know about the Three Dark Hands, then it shouldn't be simple. Why didn't you tell me? Lu Yin blocked the monkey before he could finish as he did not want the monkey to know too much. Uncle, what's the Three Dark Hands? Lu Yin asked. The monkey had only mentioned the Neo-Human Alliance, but he did not know about the other two. It's normal that you haven't heard of them. There are very few people in the Innerverse who have heard of the Three Dark Hands. One is the Neo-Human Alliance, and you should know that they are the enemies of the entire universe. The other is the Court of Seven Names, which consists of 7 surnames. Each surname represents an unimaginable power, and one of them is called you. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.